you're running it was weird how it would register whether you were running or not. Sometimes right as you start moving forward, it would rapid fire run. Mm-hmm. And then other times you'd run as normal. So I didn't understand. It seemed like something maybe was bugged with the movement. It didn't feel like it was just like a difficulty, like, where you're like running on ice or something, you have to slow down. No, it felt like it was actually bugged in a certain way.
Yeah. Well, I wonder if that's related. I noticed that because in that one part of Can't Wait to Be King where you're jumping on logs, trying to get back from one island to the other, I died because in mid-leap, I accidentally hit pause, which, by the way, that is kind of cute that it was spelled P-A-W-S. That's kind
I didn't notice because I didn't even paused.
Yeah, oh my gosh, guys, fine.
Oh, look. No, I just died so many times. I waited between deaths.
Okay, that's a good point. That's a good point. But if you pause, like mid-leap, like let's say it was a running jump, all your inertia is lost when you unpause. So it's like you didn't do a running leap. I'm like, what is that? That makes no sense at all. So I died in the water.
Useful if you plan that ahead of time.
I mean, I suppose that's a good point, but that shouldn't be the way it is because it's not like yeah. So I don't know if that's related to what you're saying, Kitos, but yes, that is a frustration it's for
that's
all
amazing, Kitos. Your tragic maker. This is what I have word for word. Precise jumping leads to many deaths.
Oh, like you could be as precise, like super precise, and it still doesn't matter because you will still die. Yeah,
not just death, but many deaths.
I guess why it really is my like tragic maker the most is because the art and music and like everything else was so carefully done and done so well, and then the mechanics feel kind of just like secondary. Like they like it feels buggy. It doesn't feel like smooth. Like Mega Man X, whew, that is some smooth control.
Retro on podcast.com/5.
Yeah, exactly.
So Francisco, you played this on the what?
On my Mac.
Okay, but it was like
I'm pretty sure it's the PC version port, I believe.
Okay. I played the Sega Genesis version. What did you play, Keithos?
I played the SNES version.
Okay, so we got, and all three were crap controls, it sounds like.
Yeah, like, I'm pretty sure it wasn't just operator error.
All right.
It really did feel like at some points the mechanics were breaking down or not responding correctly.
Yeah. Like there's some like weird for loop going where it shouldn't have been or stuck in Yeah. Anyway. Well, I believe that just leaves me, and it's pretty simple. It's just the difficulty spikes in this game. I felt like we're all over the place. Like sometimes it'd be super hard, then super easy, and there wasn't a natural flow. Like, okay, level 1, I felt like level 1 was a great. It went from very simple to a gradual. Oh, you have a boss of a hyena. Okay, that's a great progression. All the other levels I felt were very up and down in their difficulty. Like the Can't Wait to Be King, the ostriches were super hard, while the monkeys weren't hard per se, but you had to remember stuff. And then the elephant graveyard, the hyenas just kicked my booty all the time, up and down. Then the stampede, where you can't quite tell if that wildebeest on the far right is gonna get you because you're on the far right.
Yeah.
It's just stuff like that isn't super intuitive or just is difficult for difficulty's sake. It's like we need to make this game long, otherwise, like the person who beat in an hour, people are gonna feel like they don't get their money's worth. I'm like, just don't do that, please.
That's what I read at the Game Gear is that they fixed the difficulty level increased throughout the game instead of being sporadic.
Okay, so that could be a good why it was why it did so well in reviews and why maybe she liked it so much. So see, it's okay if your game short, especially if you're trying to match a movie that only lasts an hour 20 or something. Just have it be a fun experience. Anyway, all our gripes aside, I think we've entered all our targeting information into the firing computer. Alice, do you have a firing solution for us?
Firing solution complete. Rating salvo at the ready. On your mark.
Okay, guys, do we rate The Lion King video game a classic? We'd recommend anyone go out and play this. A nostalgic, it's only worth trying to find and play if you have fond memories of it. Or a tragic, it's not worth your time to seek this out today. Kitos, how do you rate The Lion King video game?
I would rate Lion King video game as a nostalgic.
Nostalgic. Okay. Do you want to expound on that at all?
Yeah. At first, I thought it'd be tragic. I remember it being just way too difficult and like just almost like super Star Wars level of difficulty, but not enough fun.
I wouldn't say it was that bad, but okay.
Yeah, and like I didn't remember most of like the music or some of the just like enjoyable parts of it, like the puzzle solving parts of it. Even the platforming, I actually like some of the platforming when the controls were working. It was actually I thought it was pretty well done. But I think honestly it would only be a great game to revisit. Because like I enjoyed revisiting it, but like it's not something I want to just like play again.
Yeah.
It's just fun to revisit a bit, and that's it. But if you never experienced like Lion King or played this game originally when it came out with the SNES, I think it's definitely safe to skip this one.
Good deal. Thank you, Kitos.
Agreed 100% on everything you just said, Kitos. I also rate this nostalgic. If you haven't played it, don't pick it up. It's too frustrating. But if you have played it, there are some benefits, like all the good stuff we mentioned. So it's not tragic, but be wary.
That's really interesting, guys, because you both had tragic predictions, right?
Right.
And so now you're nostalgic. I'm the complete opposite. I predicted nostalgic, but I have to rate this a tragic because I mean, you kind of said it, Kitos. I can't see myself playing this game again. I only played it because we were doing the podcast. I had no desire to play it outside of that, and having played it again, I still don't have a desire to go back and finish it. It's not a game that I would say, oh, kids, let's play this game. They certainly, watching me play it, they want to play it because it's Lion King and they like Lion King. But it wouldn't be a game like I'd say, okay, as part of your gaming education, you have to play this game. Like the original Super Mario Brothers. That's a must. You have to play that so you can appreciate the amazing graphics of today. Anyway, I do want to side note here say that Dale, who's in the chat, says, from what I could see, I would say nostalgic. Watching Francisco try to play the game, classic, and with fellow members of the Louisiana audience, priceless. That's awesome, Dale. Yeah, a lot of people that were watching me are from Louisiana, which is awesome. So it's like Louisiana representing. Anyway, according to the Retro Rewind podcast, we rate The Lion King video game a disputed nostalgic game. We'd recommend if you have memories of playing this as a kid or just memories of playing it in general, you might have fun picking it up today. You can find it on GOG.com. I don't know if it's on Steam or not, but you can definitely find it on PC and Mac at GOG.com. This is not, we're not affiliated with them or anything. I'm just letting you know you can get it there legit. That's how I did it. See, that rhymes.
Or any retro gaming store I'd pick up for your old console.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Well, I don't know. They may not have that, Paul. How do you know? Can you guarantee they have it?
eBay.
And if you have a Game Gear, you can get on that, but make sure you have a lot of AA battery.
Or the way to plug in the wall. Yes, exactly. Oh, my goodness. Well, with that, Alice, let's get back to our own time, good old 2018, and see if we have any feedback or announcements.
Comsat online. Receiving incoming transmission.
Okay, we do not have any general feedback, but we do have announcements. Yes, you waited for it from the beginning, if you're still here, that is. Here are the next 5 movies that you, the listeners, voted on the Retro Rewind podcast to cover.
Oh, good, because I skipped till now, and this is the right place to skip.
Good job, Paul. So the next movie we will be covering is Star Wars Episode 1, The Phantom Menace.
Wow.
Yeah, followed
May
by...
the Force be with you.
You mean the midichlorians be with me, right? That's what we learned from that movie. After that, we'll be covering Spider-Man. That's 2002's Sam Raimi's Spider-Man with Seabiscuit himself. Then Pokemon, the first movie, comes after that, followed by Legend.
Oh, wow.
That's the Tom Cruise Ridley Scott movie. And after that, Lady and the Tramp. Yes, when the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie, that's amore. Or is it a meatball hit your eye?
Wrong.
They don't sing that?
Italian love song. No.
Oh, I guess I
They
got...
sing Bella Notte.
I guess that's going to be in my Inception. Blah.
Yeah.
Anyway, those are the next 5 movies that we will be covering. And because we took those off the list, 5 new movies have taken its place. New challenger has arrived. And I'll actually give you the full list so you know if any of these movies, like let's say you listen to the podcast, but you never vote on these movies. I got bronchitis. Who's got time for that? You should vote because it makes a difference. Disney's animated Alice in Wonderland, Disney's animated The Jungle Book, Tombstone, Disney's animated The Hunchback of Notre Dame, The Chipmunk Adventure, The Care Bears movie, Iron Will, Dragonheart, Grease, 101 Dalmatians, the Disney animated version, Harry and the Hendersons, Young Guns, The Replacements, A Bug's Life, and The Parent Trap. That would be the Haley Mills Parent Trap.
All right.
Wait, The Replacements is available for Retro Rewind?
Yeah, it's like a 2002 movie or 2001 movie.
Jeez.
That's right. Come on, Keanu. Get back on the board. Okay. So if any of those movies sound appealing to you, definitely go to retrorewindpodcast.com/vote and vote up and down those movies. That does it for announcements. So if you want to vote on those movies, go to retrorewindpodcast.com/vote. You can also buy our t-shirts at retrorewindpodcast.com/store. You can get bonus content and more by supporting us on Patreon. Go at retrorewindpodcast.com/support, and you can contact us at retrorewindpodcast.com/contact. How else can people reach us, Paul, and you specifically?
Well, you can talk to us on social media. We are Retro Rewind Pod on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and you can also watch us record these very podcasts as well as live streams of video games and pixel art illustration if you follow us at twitch.tv/Retro Rewind Pod. But if you want to find me, Paul J. Powers, you can go to pauljpowers.com where I have all my social media links and you can find me there. Or you can listen to our next episode when we cover the movie Star Wars Episode 1, The Phantom Menace.
What? We're covering that? Act surprised, guys.
I don't know why.
No way.
Because we just mentioned it, but...
Thank you, Paul, for being such an awesome friend and co-host. I so appreciate... Why is that funny?
You can continue.
Okay.
Because I am the master interrupter.
Yeah, you are. And I appreciate your master interruptions, even though sometimes they rub me the wrong way. But I love getting to do this show with you. So thank you, Paul.
Oh,
And-
thank you.
Absolutely. And I'm also super grateful to our guest, Kitos Ruiz, for being back on this show. Kitos, where can people find you online? And is there anything you would like to promote?
Thank you, Francisco, and thank you, Paul. Thank you both for having me on. It's
Yeah.
always a fun time.
Yeah.
Anyone can find me on twitch.tv/Cool Deluxe. That's QOOLDELUXX. And I stream more modern games as well as some of these classic games. Yeah. So if you're looking for anything gaming related, whether it's a first person shooter or a strategy game, classic, modern, anything. If it's gaming related, I'm usually streaming.
What?
What? You can also find me at cool, same spelling as before, QOOLDELUXX.
I'm sensing a theme.
What? Matching social media
Cool
stuff?
thing.
Crazy. So thank you, Kitos. Most of all, I appreciate you. Yes, you listening right this very second.
Well, thank you.
Whether this is your first time listening to the show or you're part of our rad Rewinder community, thanks for spending time with us, and we pray that you are more joyful now than when you first hit play. I have been and currently am Francisco Ruiz. You can find me on social media at FXRUIZX and hire me to make pixel art for you at retrorewindpodcast.com/Fiverr. Lastly,
Do it now.
We are proud to be part of the Retro Junkies Network at theretrojunkies.com and the Christian Geek Central Network at christiangeekcentral.com. You can catch us at either of those places, but like a Pokemon, we gotta catch you all on the next episode of the Retro Rewind Podcast.
Retro Rewind mission complete. Proceed to nav point Omega and return to base.
Hey, did we order this podcast to go?
No.
Because there it goes.
My, this here Anakin guy. Maybe Vader someday later, now he's just a small fry. He left his home and kissed his mommy goodbye, saying, soon I'm gonna be a Jedi. Soon I'm gonna be a Jedi. As soon as I listen to this episode of the Retro Rewind Podcast.
Reflux capacitor fluxing. Crew to stations. Scanning for Star Wars Episode 1, The Phantom Menace, 1999. Prepare to rewind in 3, 2, 1.
Welcome, Rewinders and new listeners, to the Retro Rewind Podcast, where we take a fresh look at movies and video games from 15 or more years ago. You can find this episode at retrorewindpodcast.com/141, where there are links to contact us and vote on the movies we cover. And if you end up loving the show and want to see it thrive, you can become a reflux capacitor, making our time travel possible alongside our patrons, Brian Keating, Deborah Powers, Jared Holzhauer, Chris Cowan, Patrick Hicks, Diego Avila, the Feel and Film Podcast, Aaron Strauss, LJ Lowry, and a secret patron as well. Thank you all so much for supporting us on Patreon. My name is Francisco Ruiz. I'm a dad, designer, and I predicted that Star Wars Episode 1, The Phantom Menace, would be a nostalgic movie. Now, before we introduce our guests, here is your Francisco's boop 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 flash announcement. We have recently changed our Patreon pledge system to charge patrons per month on a per month basis as opposed to a per episode basis. Bless you. Secret guest.
Thank you.
So if maybe you've been on the fence about becoming a patron because it's like, well, I don't know how many episodes you guys are going to release. What if you release 20 episodes? I can't afford that. Well, now, whatever pledge level you set, you decide to support us at, that's what you'll be paying for the month. There's no more guesswork in it. So hopefully that helps clear things. Oh, you like the guesswork, Paul?
It takes fun out of it.
Right. Well, I'm sorry to take the wind out of your sails. But regardless, that was your Francisco's boop, 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 boop flash announcement. Now, I'd like to introduce the man that needs no introduction. He is Paul, the Master Interrupter Powers. Hey, Paul.
Hey, Francisco.
Hey, thanks for being my co-host, Paul. Now, we'll talk to you later.
Me. All right, bye-bye.
Just kidding.
It's been fun, folks.
Yeah, it's good times. Paul, your trivial question for this time is this. During filming, Ewan McGregor made lightsaber noises as he dueled. It was,
of course, who wouldn't?
I know, right? It was noted and corrected during post-production. Paul, what sound effect do you either enjoy making or can do really well?
I enjoy, for some reason, the whip sound. I don't know. It just whoosh, it's just really there, easily accessible. I don't use it often, but
not like Indiana Jones whip, just a generic whip.
Sure, Indiana Jones whip, just not a cool whip, like a
cool
any kind of.
So do it again for us, because I kind of missed it.
I just went whoosh.
All right, well,
it's just fun. It's not good, but it's
you're not breaking accessible. The sound barrier there, Paul.
No,
but all right.
Oh, come on.
Well, that's what whips do.
Every time I speak, I break the sound barrier.
Oh my gosh. Well, Paul, thank you for being on the show as always. What did you predict Star Wars Episode 1, The Phantom Menace? From now on, I'll probably just say The Phantom Menace or Star Wars Episode 1 or something like that. What did you predict the movie would be?
I predicted before watching it that it would be nostalgic.
Nostalgic. Awesome. Okay. Now we'd like to welcome back to the show. They are our dynamic duo when it comes to Star Wars films. You've heard them on our original trilogy episode /79. You've heard them on our Caravan of Courage episode. I think that's in the 130s. I honestly forget. I think like 135, 134, something like that. We like to welcome them back to the show, both our Chief Danae Berg and our newly promoted Chief Travis Berg. Welcome to the show.
I want a raise.
Yes, you get a pay raise. It's amazing. Danae can tell you how much she makes now, and now you're making the same thing.
Yep. It's really, really valuable. We're tied now?
Well, you have seniority.
Oh, yes. Always, forever. You're never allowed to take him for one more podcast than I have.
That's awesome.
It's like a point of pride.
Exactly. Let's start with Travis. Congratulations on your promotion, Travis.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. You're welcome very much. Travis, what was... so you're a chief engineer now, right? You're both in the engineering room, keeping our ship running?
Yep.
Awesome.
Of course.
Okay. That's one of the more dangerous rooms, so I appreciate you guys manning it. Danae got to be chief because of a disappearance. So
A disappearance.
Yeah, back in GoldenEye.
You don't think I earned my promotion?
You have since earned it, but you were awarded it because we lost someone. Let's not get it. We don't have to get into the trivialities of our ranking system.
So confused.
Go back and listen to episode 100 if you want to hear the opening shtick that we did for that. Anyway, Travis, here's your trivial question. Sets were built only as high as the tops of actors' heads, and computer graphics filled in the rest. Liam Neeson was so tall that he cost the set crew an extra $150,000 in construction. Travis, has your height, because you're kind of tall, has your height ever made things more expensive for you?
Ooh. Well, one time I jumped down a stairway at my school and I hit my head on the doorway. And then I had to go to the doctor. So I guess you could say that, yes, that made it more expensive for me.
So like the door frame was right at the bottom of
yeah,
the
it wasn't a
stairwell,
very well-designed building. Yeah, so it's like a normal height door. So you're going down the stairs. And if you don't jump the stairs, you're probably okay. But I'm like, watch this. I'm going to be so cool. Bam!
Ow. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, good to know not to do that. What was your prediction for Star Wars Episode 1?
I also predicted nostalgic.
Nostalgic as well. Okay. And Danae?
Yeah.
Thank you again for being back on the show. Here's your trivial question.
Okay.
When fully dressed and in makeup, Natalie Portman and Keira Knightley resembled each other so much that even Knightley's mother, Sharman McDonald, who visited the set, had trouble identifying her own daughter. Danae, have you ever been confused for someone else?
Probably one of my sisters at some point.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah. We look different, but my younger sister and I are like 2 years apart. So when we were younger, I think a lot of people thought, "Oh, you're twins or you're triplets." But I don't think we all look that much alike. We look related, but
Sure.
everyone can tell we're
I got
sisters.
confused for my mom on the phone before my voice changed. So
Oh, you.
I don't know if that's the same thing.
Oh, your voice got confused for your mom.
Before Paul got his haircut
Yes.
in 6th grade.
Was that your
I
first
will say
haircut?
this.
Well played.
I will say this though. I am super excited to be recording this episode on John Williams' birthday, his 86th birthday.
Oh yeah,
Thank
that's
you for
right.
pointing that out. That's awesome.
And I'm a huge John Williams fan, and to be able to record this episode with even bigger John Williams fans than me, probably the Berg. So
Oh,
this is
We
really
could
a
be
great
tied. We
opportunity.
could totally be tied.
What are you saying, Paul? I'm not a fan of John Williams. I mean, you'd be
I'm
right,
saying-
but I'm
Definitely-
just saying. Is that what you're saying?
You definitely tried to play him off as what's his name? John Williams?
John Williams.
Yes.
Yes.
His brother.
With Senor Spielbergo. They're the true heart behind Star Wars. Okay. Anyway. Danae, what was your prediction for Star Wars Episode 1?
I also predicted nostalgic.
All right, so nostalgic, unanimous predictions. We will see after we discuss our likes and dislikes, how those pan out. But Paul, will you enter the full course for this episode in the computer for Alice?
Sure.
Good.
All right, Alice, let's have a roundtable discussion on Star Wars Episode 1, The Phantom Menace, including what we liked and liked most, and also what we didn't like and didn't like most. And we'll come back for a final rating and some feedback and announcements.
Sounds good. Alice, let's get back to 1999.
Alert! Alert! Approaching target. Spoilers incoming. Establishing analysis vector.
On a remote desert planet, two Jedi Knights meet a young boy.
Hi.
And forever change the fate of a galaxy. Star Wars Episode 1, The Phantom Menace. Now playing at a theater near you. Rated PG. Parental guidance suggested.
Now, do we remember our fates changing forever based on a boy? Well, I don't know. Let's talk about that in our Memory Mind Melt synopsis for The Phantom Menace. There's a suspicious situation where a planet is being held hostage, so it's the Jedi to the rescue. Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan go to a trade-fed ship and have a short negotiation. The two hooded Jedi confront super cool rolling droids, and the negotiation turned deadly. Then a war breaks out over trade negotiations that didn't happen. Queen Amidala goes to appeal before the Imperial Senate for help, but QK Jar Jar, Elizabeth Swan, and Padme stops by a desert planet, Tatooine, to pick up a midichlorian-made kid, a.k.a. the Chosen One, a.k.a. Whiny Anakin. And the Force turns science-y. #midichlorians. There's also a fight with Darth Maul and a pod race, too, with an arrogant pod racing savant boy who races and wins to get a needed part for the Jedi ship. In the end, Annie destroys Trade Federation base, and the war was won with the help of local fish people. And there are epic duels to the death with face paint master Darth Maul. But the devil killed Qui-Gon, died because he didn't have a particular set of skills. finally, Obi-Wan gives Darth Maul a slice for half off, ending the best lightsaber fight ever.
That was really good.
But you know what? Elizabeth Swan
Oh my gosh.
wasn't in this.
You're
I don't
so
know
picky.
who's saying that.
Paul
Who's
takes it every time.
who's remembering that? I don't know. Who said that? Couldn't be Nucky. Anyway, Paul, there are only a few little technical details we got wrong in that memory mind meld. Will you give us the technical details of the production of this movie?
Sure. Star Wars Episode 1 - The Phantom Menace. It's rated PG, runs 2 hours, 16 minutes, and was released in the theaters on May 19th of 1999.
It's my birthday.
Everybody remember
Really?
where they were that day?
Yeah.
Watching Star Wars.
Yeah, same here.
Do you think you went to go
Okay.
see Star Wars
Turning
today?
11.
Well, it's PG, so you could have seen it.
Yeah. All right. The cast stars Liam Neeson, Ewan McGregor, Natalie Portman, and a few others.
Cool. Yeah. And some people I wanted to point out were Ian McDermott, who played Senator Palpatine and is also the Emperor from the original Star Wars trilogy, which again we covered in Retro Rewind
Spoilers.
podcast talk. We already did the spoiler alert today. Though I guess that's spoilers for a different movie. So good point. We will probably be spoiling through the original trilogy. I don't think we'll be spoiling Force Awakens or Last Jedi, but be aware. Rogue One may be spoiled, maybe. I don't know. Probably not. But anyway, I digress.
Well, Chewie, A Star Wars Story, will definitely be spoiled.
Oh my gosh. Anyway, Ian McDermott also played the Emperor, original Star Wars trilogies, retrorewindpodcast.com/79. Likewise, Anthony Daniels reprised his role as C-3PO, which he was again in the original trilogy, as well as Kenny Baker, who was R2-D2, was in the original trilogy. Surprise, surprise, /79. And he is also the Goblin Core in Labyrinth, which we covered in retrorewindpodcast.com/13.
Wow.
Yeah, I know.
That's an
I was
old one.
Yeah, I was surprised by that. Oh, you mean the episode?
episode.
Oh, yeah. Indeed.
13.
I know. Frank Oz was, of course, Yoda. Again, was in the original trilogy, as well as he voiced Fozzie and Miss Piggy and other Muppets in both The Muppet Christmas Carol, which we recently covered in /134, and also in The Muppet Movie /41. Brian Blessed voices Boss Nass, and he also voiced Clayton in Tarzan /131, and Lord Loxley in Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves /25. Lastly, Ray Park played Darth Maul exquisitely, I think I'll say, and was also Toad in X-Men /111.
That's a lot.
Indeed.
All right. The budget of this film was about $115 million.
Mm-hmm.
And it went on to gross over $1 billion worldwide.
My gosh.
So good
That's
investment.
Billion with a B?
That's billion with the B. 1.027 billion at the box office.
Jeez. Well, you know what? There must have been some reason to that. I mean, I feel like most people are aware of the vitriol some people, or the disdain some people have for this movie, but obviously it did well enough to, earn a lot of scratch. Maybe there was something that people liked about this movie, and let's talk about those things that we like specifically.
Not unlike the Transformers series. It made a lot of money. There must be something people like about it.
The first one, I don't know about what people are thinking of the rest, but the first one's fine. We're not talking Transformers now today.
I know.
But since you want to speak, Danae, why don't you kick us off?
Oh, sure.
With something you liked about The Phantom Menace.
Okay, sure. One of the things that I liked, and this might not be as popular of opinion, but I like some of the Star Wars movies where they're not necessarily set in like a wartime, a really obvious wartime. Yeah. So this one was set in like sort of peacetime. I mean, there's conflict going on, but you get a little bit more of like plot build up, and you get better variety of character development because it's not just all like, I'm in a space battle and everything's just shooting and explosions, which is fun in some circumstances, but when it's the entire movie, it's a little bit overwhelming, and you get more interaction between characters with like the negotiations and the manipulation and the Senate and things like that.
Yeah, there's definitely a bit more political intrigue in this movie, which is certainly different for Star Wars, and I could certainly see the fascination in that.
And if you like politics, you should check out Shin Godzilla. Anyway, moving on.
Oh my gosh.
I'm writing that down right now.
Can hear.
I will have to corroborate that. Yes, if you enjoy watching Politics the movie, Shin Godzilla is for you. Or actually, that's more Bureaucracy, the movie.
Not Mr. Smith Goes to Washington?
Maybe. No? I've never seen that movie, so I don't know. Travis, what's something you liked?
It's peppered with some of it wasn't done well, but in general, I think there was some subtle like foreshadowing and throwbacks to the original movie that I thought was pretty cool watching this one again. So, for example, when they're on the bridge of the like droid command center, it kind of feels a lot like a Star Destroyer.
Oh yeah,
from the original trilogy. Yeah. And then when they're at the parts dealer, there's some of the original droids from the trilogy in the background, like kind of doing the same thing.
Oh, really?
Like flipping levers, and some of the ones that whose feet were getting burned.
Those.
And
yeah.
Empire, I think, were also back there. So that was
cool.
fun.
I did not recognize. Nice. I did not recognize any of those. Were there any callbacks that you really liked, Paul?
I loved the architecture design of Naboo. Okay, Naboo is. Not to get on the dislike, I'm just trying to figure this out. But basically the city and like the surface city and where also the Gungans, where they lived underneath. I thought the architecture in both the surface world and the underworld were fantastic and beautiful and well designed. Getting back to Naboo, is that the name of the city on the surface? Is that the name? That's the name of the planet. I know that.
Yeah, name of the planet.
Is it? But it also seems like there's only one city on that whole planet. Yeah. And it's not like Coruscant where the whole planet's one city. But
it's the inverse.
Well, and it can't be a very big planet either, considering they go through the center of the planet. It doesn't seem like it takes them all that long.
That's true, yeah.
How big is this planet?
They used the Force. It guided
This is true. Jedi speed apparently is a thing, as Travis tells me.
Except, that does them know. Apparently, they forget they have Jedi speech at the end.
Exactly.
Yes. I think we're getting ahead of ourselves a little bit.
Breathe, Travis.
I do want to jump off what Paul just said, though, regarding the architecture of Naboo and it looking beautiful. I'd say the CG sets and background matte paintings in this were achieved very beautifully. I was very impressed. I mean, some of it felt a bit sterile, especially in the opening of Naboo when I guess people are like hiding for their lives or something. You don't see anyone at the end with the parade. It looks a lot more lively, which is great. But oh my goodness, it's just very, very beautifully designed, and it seemed almost inspired by classical architecture, like Roman or Greek or something like that. But and also maybe some Muslim architecture with like the domes, or Arabian architecture. I'm not sure what the specific name for that is. Anyway, I really appreciated all the sort of set design.
Yeah.
Let's go back to Danae. What's something else you liked?
Let's see. I liked. Well, obviously, I always say the music, but I'll tie it in. Tied John Williams' music, the score. I mean, it has the iconic Duel of the Fates, but also kind of tying it in with the Foley artistry and some of the sound effects. Because I really, and not just like the pod racing, because I noticed it a few other times, but I thought that the sound effects that they did specifically in the pod racing scene were really good in how they do different like mechanics and like propulsion technologies between the different pods, and you can really tell the difference, and they really seem like they fit with these otherworldly pod racers. I thought that was really cool. Every time I listen, and Sebulba's specifically his pod, every time I just start like imitating the noise while we're watching, because I'm like, yeah, it's a really cool sound.
It is.
Yeah.
Do it. Let's hear your imitation.
No, Francisco's was better. Yeah.
No, I want to hear yours. No, now you do your pod. You two can race it out.
Anyway, I'll say that John Williams sure is doing such an amazing job with new interesting themes in this movie. Way better than anything in Force Awakens or Last Jedi, in my opinion, where I know I'm in the minority. I felt like he phoned in those scores. This is, I felt like, top of his game, doing great work. I wish it was for a better movie, but doing great work here. So yeah. I definitely agree. John Williams, thumbs up. Let's see. Travis or Paul, were the sound effects or Foley artistry anything you like specifically?
Definitely. I thought the sound effects in this was top notch. Like most Star Wars movies, except maybe the Caravan of Courage, the sound effects on this is primo. It's what every sound effect Foley artist is. It's their goal
to be.
Yes, exactly.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Let's see, Travis. How about you give us one thing you liked, and then let's get to our classic makers, guys.
Oh, yeah. So one thing I really liked, I feel like this was the first Star Wars film where you really got to see Jedi's, like, how they could, how powerful and impactful they were to things going on. I think they just kind of hinted at it in, like, Empire and Return of the Jedi. But in this one, they show up to the negotiation and, they try to get, or the Trade Federation tries to kill them, and then they break in and almost destroy their whole base, and they sneak down to the planet and on the droid ships and evade them and take out all these droids all the time. So it was really fun for me, like watching them be in action and take out all these subordinate droids.
And you get to see the council too.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, the JAG Council, and see that almost more of the, I guess, the history of these Jedi before they are all like gone, pretty much. Yeah, that was cool. Paul, I'm sorry, I missed you. What was one more thing you liked? Then we'll get to our classic makers.
All right. Someone had mentioned the best lightsaber battle ever in their memory mind meld. I really, that wasn't me, but I really enjoyed the lightsaber battle between Obi-Wan and Obi-Wan / Qui-Gon and Darth Maul.
Yeah.
I thought it was great. It was well choreographed. I wish it had been as long as the pod racing scene, but then maybe I wouldn't be wanting more.
Yeah.
I thought it was really well done.
I'm curious real quick, guys. Well, no, I'll wait till we go through our classic makers, because maybe this came up for one of them. But my classic maker actually is pretty much just exactly what you just said, Paul. The two big set pieces of this movie, the pod race and the Jedi versus Darth Maul, are just so good. I did not remember them being, I was so invested and so on the edge of my seat in both those set pieces. I loved it so much. I wish the movie was more of that, because it was so good.
So more of the action. What Danae was saying, this was lacking.
Well, no,
it's more time for your story
no.
Character development.
We'll get to what could be cut, and it's not the political intrigue, not at all. There's other things that could be cut, and you could have more, for lightsaber duels or more pod races. Yeah. So anyway,
okay, I have a quick question for everybody.
Oh, go for it.
What do you think is the best lightsaber duel in all the Star Wars movies?
Ooh.
For me, it's the Obi-Wan versus Anakin in Episode 3.
Travis?
Yeah, I think that one just barely tops it. I was trying to think of the Duel of the Fates in this one as the previous background was Luke and Darth and Ben fighting, where it was just kind of waving sticks at each other.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden to see all this acrobatics and it was oh wow, these guys are at the top of their game. They've been training, really seeing warriors go at it. So
yeah, exactly.
I was about to say, don't forget Yoda and Dooku.
Oh yeah, there is that. Go ahead, Danae.
I was going to say one of my favorites, but then again, I would probably need to watch clips and compare them. But I really liked the Rey versus Kylo Ren in Force Awakens. But it might just be because I really like Rey, and I liked that tension and struggle between them. But I thought that was a really good battle scene also.
Yeah.
But it might not be as epic as some of these other ones. It's just the one that I always think of.
I'm going to say for me, I really connect with the emotional, the motion of the Luke versus Darth Vader lightsaber. I agree, Travis. It's like they're just waving sticks at each other. It's not nearly like pro league samurai as the one we get in Phantom Menace. Which so choreography wise, I think Phantom Menace.
Yeah.
This is the best in my opinion.
Yeah.
But I enjoy. In terms of the overall arc of the story, I enjoy that lightsaber duel better. I have a quick question because it didn't come up. Actually, no, we'll get to our questions here in a second.
Save your questions, sir.
Let's let you guys. I've had my classic maker. Travis, what's your classic maker for the family?
My classic maker is the pod racing. I just feel like it's one of those like Star Wars universe things where, like Danae was saying, there's all these really unique vehicles and cool things that you would never really think would go together. I probably also have some nostalgia attached to that because I habitually played the pod racing game for N64.
Yes.
Like, that was my racer. He was the best one. This guy was terrible. Sebulba, not so good.
That was literally happening the entire time we rewatched it. I'm making the sound effects, and he's reliving his glory days.
That's awesome.
Still my glory days.
We rented that game, and I was never very good at it. I could not get it.
It's a hard one to master.
So me and my friends would play that one. That should be a retro episode, by the way. But we would see how many races we could get in without buying any upgrades.
Oh, nice.
Don't we have that?
Yeah.
I think we could definitely play.
Sweet. Danae, what's your classic maker for Star Wars?
My classic maker, kind of like how I said, the like the setting, the plot setting was kind of different. So I liked in this one the characters and the character variety. And even Travis and I were talking, like, this is probably our favorite Anakin of all of the.
Oh, interesting.
I would say not our favorite character, but our favorite of the Anakins.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So there's that. I liked the character variety. I liked Palpatine was just very well acted. He was a very different character, very manipulative.
Oh, totally.
I like the Star Wars movies where you just get a variety of different like creatures and different races, and you see a lot of different interactions among planets.
There's only one race in this movie.
Okay, sorry. Well, I don't know. Oh, pod race. Gotcha. I was like, oh no, what did I say? But yeah, so I liked the variety of the characters. It's
Very
kind of a
cool.
weird classic maker, but
Quick question. You mentioned that this is your favorite Anakin. Have you guys watched the Clone Wars cartoons at all? I'm curious.
No.
Just as comparison. Okay.
I haven't.
Or
I haven't
Rebels.
really either. Well, is Anakin in Rebels? Is Anakin in Rebels? I thought that was after he turned
Darth
into Darth Vader.
as
We're not
Paul's
talking
favorite
about Darth
Anakin.
Vader. We're talking about Anakin.
Yeah, I'm
Well, it's
talking
Anakin.
specifically
Yeah,
Anakin.
I think we'd all agree he's better as Darth Vader.
Yes, yeah.
I think we were just talking about.
I was gonna
Episodes
say
1, 2, and 3.
what about I was about to say what about at the end of Return of the Jedi where he says, "Tell your sister
You were right.
You are right.
Oh my gosh, guys.
Anyway,
Travis and I use that all the time in our marriage.
Equally.
That's perfect. Paul, you're a classic maker, please.
okay, so this is a little story. Back when I first saw
time.
this movie on 1999, May 19th, and I could hear the Duel of Fates music, and I could hear it in previews before then. I didn't really like it, and that's because it doesn't sound like any other Star Wars song of the soundtrack. It's not orchestral, there's all these voices in it. Yes, the Emperor had the okay, Francisco, that's not quite it. But,
It got loud.
so I was like, yeah, it's fine, but it's not Star Wars. So
Interesting.
I didn't really like it much, but I still had it on my playlist just because I like to listen to it separately. And through the years, we're coming up almost 20 years now. Yeah, next year will be 20 years.
Jeez Louise.
This that's what we do, Francisco. We review movies 15 years old or more.
There's been
So-
way worse ones.
What?
Kobe's been eligible for 5 years.
But I've enjoyed the song Duel of Fates more and more. And so it's come to a point where now it's my favorite part of the whole movie.
Oh, wow.
I have the song and the lightsaber battle with it.
Yeah.
So to me, it's just like a great conversion of both together.
Is it
So
just,
that's my classic mate.
is it partly because you had the video with the real lyrics? That was the best.
Oh yeah, Christy played that. That was free. Pasta, Jesus. Oh my goodness. Okay, well, before we get to our dislike section, the things we didn't like about this movie. I mean, I imagine we have some of those as well. Let's go to our. We like to go out to social media, and even before that, we have people here watching live in chat and interacting with us there. Dale has several comments, so we'll go ahead and read those now. Some of the things he says, the sound effects. I have whistled in a way to emulate a car alarm. Just made a couple of kids confused, but that's my FX story. Okay. Cool. He enjoyed Liam Neeson, Ewan McGregor, Natalie Portman in their parts. Ray Park as Darth Maul. For as little as I saw him, I enjoyed watching Park doing his thing as a martial artist. Oh yeah, that's something that never came up with any of us. I'm curious. How'd you rank Darth Maul in terms of villains in the Star Wars universe?
One of the better.
I would,
yes,
I would say so too. Like Darth Vader, I'd say Darth Maul right after that.
I know there's criticisms of that it's not a strong character, at least in this movie, because we don't know his background. He's just there to fight the Jedi,
but that's part of the.
That was one of my dislikes. Yeah.
Not
like an actual. It was one of my backup dislikes.
They did have more. Okay.
Yeah, there's no backstory.
So I understand the criticisms behind him, but him as a character, which they develop more in other Star Wars series, I think it's a good character. It's just unfortunate he doesn't have a good enough or a good amount of screen time in this movie.
Or dialogue. He has almost no dialogue.
Yeah.
Which there's the other contention. I'm on the side where it would have been better if he had no dialogue.
Yeah.
Made it more interesting.
Very mysterious. The Phantom Menace.
Yeah. Is he really there? We don't know. Though I actually feel like I mean, if you look at just Star Wars by itself, like A New Hope, you don't have a lot of backstory to Darth Vader, and I feel like in that way it's pretty similar. So if he hadn't died, then I think
but you don't see him
more.
fighting anybody else, like trying to get the ship's plans from a remote ship, or choking people who are against him. You just see him fighting the Jedi. There's not.
You see him doing recon in Mos Eisley or whatever.
But why? Like Travis, I was like, what is his purpose? Is he like following the Queen? Is he following the Jedi? What is your plan?
I think he's
doing?
trying to find the Queen. I think that's the main thing.
Yeah, it's just not very clear.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, you know what else isn't clear? I know we're not on the tragic section, but I was wondering, they're like, okay, Mace Windu says, go to the planet and draw out the Queen's attacker. We need to know more about him. So not only draw him out, they try to kill him. How are they going to find out more about him if they try to kill him?
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
Vulcan mind meld before he dies.
Yeah.
But yeah, he was a good villain, but just not very well developed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, but Dale does say that Ray Park was his classic maker. So awesome. Yeah. He definitely did a good job in stunt wise and doing all that. Definitely. Yeah. And finally, Dale says the action between Jin, Kenobi, Maul was one of my favorite parts of this film. Ray Park helped make it awesome. So thank you, Dale, for sharing that. Now we'll get to our feedback we got from social media. First off, Kate Peeler says, as a 12-year-old girl, I was enamored with Queen Amidala. She was so cool, but Anakin was obnoxious. Duel of Fates was amazing. Was an amazing piece of music. Those were my big takeaways. And I'll say thank you to everyone here at the end because we have quite a bit of feedback. Victims and Villains says, Jar Jar and the epicness of Darth Maul. Awesome. Celeste Morris says, there needed to be more Qui-Gon Jinn. Also, I'm the random person who doesn't mind Jar Jar Binks. All right. Christy Ruiz says, Jar Jar Binks didn't bother me that much. Anakin, how do you spell that? Did though. it was just another Star Wars movie. It was fine. Ryan Jackson says, this was a major disappointment. Went on opening day with a group of other Star Wars fanatics. No, none of us wore a costume or anything. After bad acting, poor characters, and a weak plot that didn't even begin to mesh with the original movies, we left in great befuddlement. I cried a little. The movie is first in Retro Rewind history to receive an ultimate tragic rating, I think, from him. We haven't rated yet, obviously. But wow, that's harsh, Ryan. Dale has also left some feedback on social media. He says, I remember being bored. The opening sequence, the pod race, the Jyn, Kenobi, Darth Maul sword fight were the best parts. Where the stuff in between, like the politics or the Roger droids, didn't keep me engaged. So, differing of opinion with what Danae said. That's okay, though. Diego Avila says, trying to keep it positive. Duel of Fates was a great tune. Darth Maul was a menacing villain. And Obi-Wan avenging his master's death. Oh, man. Sympathy Follow, I think his name's Sean, says, I remember everyone liking it at first. The major issue was Jar Jar. I feel like once critics start dumping on it, everyone jumped on board. I didn't hate it, but I didn't love it either. George Lucas said he wanted all these extravagant costumes. I thought too much focus was spent on making it look epic instead of focusing more on characters and story. Mm-hmm. Christopher Ball says it did not hold up when it came out. Aaron Wallace says, I kept wondering when it would end and trying to convince myself that it wasn't as bad as it was. And finally, Patrick Kramer says, I remember going to a midnight showing the night it opened. So excited. I sat there with my popcorn after selling episode 1 merch all day for KB Toys. I was exhausted,
KB,
but thrilled. And then the movie started, and 40 minutes in, I remember thinking, oh no. Thank you, everyone, for leaving your memories. And Patrick, I think you transitioned us quite well into our dislike section. What made us go, oh no, about this movie? Let's start with Travis.
All right. Well, the obvious one, I think, is that Anakin built C-3PO, and that kind of feels like it just shrunk the whole universe a little bit. Like all of a sudden, oh yeah, C-3PO, this other character, oh, it's just built by Anakin because we wanted him to be in the first movie. So that kind of felt disingenuous to me. I didn't like that.
Well, didn't we have to sort of establish that he was good at fixing things, though? And that was a way to do that?
But then, I don't know. I felt like that was a little heavy. Like, we got some background in the store, and then he's building a pod racer. Oh, and he built a droid. Oh, and he's working on these sensors to find the things that there's like slave trackers in them. And she's like, we get it. He's good with stuff.
Do you think so instead of having to build C-3PO, just have him show him working on the podcast? Or not podcast.
Yes. Anakin Skywalker's podcast.
Or just even like some little thing or trinket or whatever, in his room, but not... I feel like it was kind of forced to put like, oh, we need to have C-3PO back in the first one too. Like, no, you don't need to.
Yeah, actually, that's a good point. I mean, I feel like, especially since you don't pair him up with R2-D2 at all.
Yeah.
If they were trying to do. Oh yeah, that's right. There is that. Okay, I forgot that, but still, it's not.
I was going to ask why did they bring R2-D2 in the sand? Like. The only point they are doing that is so that he can meet C-3PO.
That's a good point. Yeah. What is the point of bringing him? I guess there is no real point to bringing him with them. That's weird.
Didn't he have the readouts to their ship?
No, he had it in his hand. That hand hologram thing.
Well, that was his show off his ship, but when they first got there, he's like, my droid has the details, I believe.
Oh, sure.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, bring him along because we can't fit.
Can't put that on a USB drive. Something handy. You got a whole
bring
droid
the whole
just for
thing
that. Yeah,
on
exactly.
sand, like Paul said. Very portable.
Yeah. Let's see, Danae, what's something you didn't like?
Okay. I don't know how this fits in with everybody's opinions, but I think this is where midi-chlorians are really introduced.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
So I kind of like the idea of the Force being kind of more of a
mystical
general force that like anybody can have and can manifest at anybody.
But it is.
Okay, but
because
the explanation.
Explanation is, go ahead, I'll let you, and then I'll interject.
But bringing in midichlorians as like this, there's higher concentrations, and so certain people have more, and certain people have more power. It was okay. I remember watching it that first time and thinking like, this is interesting backstory. And then with the newer movies that have come out, then I'm just like, the midichlorians just don't really, I don't know. They seem very isolated in this instance. It doesn't seem like they're necessary in kind of the wider scope of the Force.
Yeah, I feel like it makes the Force almost just a quantitative measure as opposed to something that some people have Force sensitivity, other people don't. We don't really know why.
Right. Or something that's like developed instead of like you're just innately born, which was kind of part 2 of my point with I did not like the just dropping in of Anakin's virgin birth origin story.
Yeah.
That was really forced.
And we might talk about that in our Rewind theology section.
Yeah. So I don't know. It just seemed really forced and contrived.
Paul, what was your interjection about why midichlorians are the bestest?
Wow, you just went on so many
trajectories.
Sorry. No, it's good. It's good. I'm just trying to find out where to start. First of all, you're not wrong. Second of all,
done. I think we can continue.
Thanks.
Yeah,
I say that all the time.
But just there's a clarification. Some people think that the midichlorians are the Force, and it's not. They're just a way to. They are little. I don't know what they're called, but basically little life forms.
Yeah.
Tiny life forms that the Jedi use to measure the Force.
Yeah.
So just wanted to clarify that, but now I'm going on way too long. So let's continue. Francis?
No, it seems like Qui-Gon said that they're the reason you're able to have the Force, though.
Yeah.
Yes, and some people do, like Darth Vader said in the original movie. Oh, this one is strong with this one, and Luke didn't have any way to develop it to make him stronger with it. So that idea of people being born more with the Force and stuff is there in the original, but the midichlorian part where it comes in is a way to measure the Force. Just someone who has someone who is strong with the Force will have a higher midichlorian count.
Here's what I don't understand though. Okay.
I don't understand that either.
I don't either. If the Force and midichlorians are in all living things, why is it that some have a higher concentration and some don't? It seems like they'd just be equal everywhere, and some people just can tap into them and other people can't.
I think
it's kind of intelligence. It's not spread out across evenly amongst everybody. It's in clusters.
Oh, see, I got the feeling that it's like almost like not quite atomic. Well, no, I was going to say that everything is made of atoms. We're all atoms here. So
some of us have more atoms than others.
I guess that's true, but we're all still made up of.
I think my problem with it more is that I don't like that it's something that they quantify.
Yeah.
I like it more that it's just like this. It's like around everything. It's mystical. It's indeterminate quantity and origin, and maybe some people are more sensitive to it than others, but it's like available to everything because it's in everything. That I like that idea more than this is very science-based. This person measures higher in their midichlorian count, so therefore they are more sensitive to the Force. I don't know. It's like a cause and effect.
But why not have both?
I don't know.
I kind of thought it was, and I don't know if George did this intentionally or not, but it seemed to me like an interesting social commentary on just where the Jedi Order was in society, that it could be so quantifiable, like rather than the Force being this guiding principle and things that connected people. You're like,
that's interesting.
Oh, you passed the test,
Very
so you're you're the Jedi now. Here, come train with us. We're not taking you from your family. Like, this boy's coming with me if I roll the dice.
But that's an interesting idea, almost that the Force was something that like if it has a religious context, the Force was almost like, oh, this is something that unifies us together, and it's flipped to be like, okay, this is something we can use to have power over other people because we can measure it. And oh, you have this much. Oh, you have this much. Oh, you're awesome. You're not. Sorry.
There's less mystery.
Yeah. That's an interesting point. I agree with you, Danae. I feel like and I think that's why you don't hear about it anymore after these movies, because it had left such a bad taste. But let's move
like
on.
I said, you're not wrong, Danae, but there is a reason for it.
Yeah, I know.
Paul, is there anything in this movie that you can't see a reason for that you don't like?
Sorry. Again, your transition.
I'm doing best,
but I know it's okay. What really stood out to me, unfortunately, revisiting, were the special effects, especially going into the battle with the gun scenes. You know, where it all takes place in the Windows 95 background. You know, that expands forever, but. Specifically the grassy hills and the fire explosions in that battle scene look very cut and paste video compared to nowadays.
Made in Microsoft Paint.
Yeah.
Here's why I have to say that. I was actually, the effects didn't bother me at all in this movie. I was surprised. Now I am watching on beautiful 480p, so you gotta keep that in mind.
That's probably
why. So
because I saw it on high def Blu-ray where you can see the lines across the fire explosion. Now you don't see them in space because the background's black.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So everywhere else it looks great, but especially on that battle scene and with the Gungans and the battle droids, unfortunately, it doesn't hold up to today's standards.
I will second that dislike. That's my second dislike. Especially even like I don't know. Did you mention the ships in that scene? And they're coming in. I'm just like,
the big tank carriers.
The big tank carriers. They were just so bad, and it's so disjointed. And same, Travis and I watched it on Blu-ray, and I'm like, this is just sucking all of the enjoyment out of being able to see this detail. It's just really, really bad. Some of the CG was good, and it was a little bit more seamless. But seeing it in high def, it makes it stand out pretty strongly when it didn't fit.
Did anyone watch the original theatrical version where they had the puppet Yoda, or was it?
Actually, this was something I was going to bring up. I didn't realize that I was watching the same version you had, Paul, which I guess is extended, because there's this whole sequence in the pod race where he's trying to connect a tube back on to, like, one of the engines is not connected, and I don't.
That was the normal version.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't remember that at all. My goodness.
That was just extended for Francisco's brain.
Yeah.
And I thought there were a couple other parts like that. All right, that's so weird.
No, though. This has been touched up with CGI, like Yoda.
Yeah.
And some of the
that I know is the difference.
I unless you saw the version where Yoda's dancing with the clone troopers. Wait, that's in another one. That's an outtake, I think, in the next movie.
Wow. No, but did either of you watch the one with Puppet Yoda instead of CG Yoda?
No, unfortunately not.
Really? Is it unfortunate? Because I don't feel like they did a good job of the Puppet Yoda from what I remember. Do you guys remember it fondly? I mean, okay.
I don't remember.
Paul?
I remember going, oh, good, they tried, but unfortunately they failed. Why did they get one
there is no try.
Yeah.
do or do not.
Exactly.
They did not meet the standards, so I was very happy. I'm one of the people that love the CGI Yoda because it looks so much better than the puppet Yoda.
I think it does in all the movies except for Empire and Return. Though actually, well, I
don't go there.
Yeah, I won't go there. Okay, cool. So let's see. I think let's go to me for some I don't like about this movie. And oh my gosh. Anakin's dialogue / delivery. I'm a person and my name is Anakin. I was wondering, What are midichlorians? Now this is pod racing.
Is this supposed to how I'm supposed to act? I know 10-year-olds that act that way.
But see, here's the thing.
Jake Lloyd is one of them.
Here's the thing. There's this like sharp contrast between. There's lots of moments where he's really acting well. I feel like, especially when he's missing his mom and he's emoting that. I feel like he's doing a really good job.
Her.
That was his real mom.
When he's not.
No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, I was gonna say really.
No.
Oh. No, but I felt like there were moments where I was like, oh well, yeah, you're doing a pretty good job, Jake Lloyd, and then other moments where like, quiet, just don't talk right now. George Lucas, why are you writing this? This is horrible. So that was one of my dislikes, is that his dialogue and a lot of his delivery was just so stilted and annoying.
Didn't bother me, but I've heard that criticism from many others.
I would blame a lot of that on the writing.
Possibly the
go.
director.
I hate sand.
Possibly the
You hate sand. Okay, Paul.
That's next episode.
Yes. Danae, let's go back to you. What's something else you didn't like?
I did my second dislike with the CGI.
Oh, okay.
Because I said the CGI effects. And I think a big part of that is just because we watched it on Blu-ray. And I have a hard time blaming CGI in other movies where I know it's not really fitting. Like the CGI that they attempt was really good for when the movie was made.
Yeah.
But I feel like there's a really...
And this was.
I think parts of it were. I think that they really phoned it in on some of the ones, like you said, with the Gungan battle scene and just like the horrible scene with like it didn't even look like grass, and the tank tank carriers were just awful. So I'm like, some of it was really great, and others just very, very bad.
Guys, you're forgetting this is alien grass. It doesn't look like our grass.
Right.
Oh, that's
They
true.
could have made it blue or something. I mean, don't make it look like grass if it's not grass.
But those droids, like especially when like the top got chopped off and the leg's still walking, that looked real.
I liked how they did the droids. I thought that was very effective.
It's like some of it was good. Some of the creature characters were really good, but I think and knowing that they did CGI for a lot of the scenery, above head level, like you said, I mean, that's amazing.
Yeah.
But they focused really hard on some of that, and then on some of the other scenes where it's more action based, they didn't focus as much on the detail. So
Maybe, yeah. All right. Well, then, Travis, give us one more thing you didn't like, and then we'll get to our tragic makers.
Yeah, so this kind of tags on to Danae's a little bit, but I feel like one thing I really didn't like was the ending. It just felt very disjointed. So you got the Jedi battle, and then also like the Queen and her guards trying to take the throne room, and then there's the space battle, and then there's also the random like, we've got to draw the army out of the city and have the giant Gungan battle, and it just was it is hard to connect and feel like it's still a cohesive plot.
You didn't like the 4 different endings?
I did not. Oh yeah, and then there's a parade.
this is not Return of the King.
Oh my goodness. Yeah.
Isn't that weird how one earns an Academy Award for Best Picture and the other says, no, this is a bad thing.
Too many endings.
It's a bit of a different animal there, Paul. But I was able to keep them all straight what was going on in each. But this sort of goes back to something I was alluding to before. I feel like you could cut out not necessarily the political intrigue, but you know what? Let's just get to my tragic maker, Jar Jar Binks.
What?
You do not need this character in this movie at all. Not at all. Every reason that you're using him as a link to get the Jedi somewhere, or Queen Amidala somewhere, you could
write a script
and use any other character.
You could just use coincidence. Like for instance,
coincidence.
You could say the Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan end up at a shore, like when they get down to the surface level, and follow some animals that are escaping down into the water, or that.
Oh, look what I found!
Yeah, I mean, you don't need Jar Jar. I cannot think.
So
of
you're okay with the Gungans in general?
Yes, yeah. It's just Jar Jar's stupidity and clumsiness. He deserves to be kicked out of the the Gungan Society. Oh my gosh, it's so annoying.
Or you could have kept Jar
goodness.
Jar, but had him characterized differently.
I guess if he had better
Maybe.
dialogue,
Yeah.
or yeah, I
He was
guess
less
better
obnoxious.
And
Yeah.
just a smaller role,
All right.
like is like, oh, he's in every scene. This
Yeah.
is so great.
Yeah.
All right.
So
Here's where you're wrong.
okay, all right, here we go.
Is this where you're gonna tell us he's a
buckle
Sith
up.
Lord?
When
I'm just talking about
when
this
I
movie,
first
Paul. I
saw
know there's
this-
other reasons later on you need him, but for this movie,
yeah, we need Darth Jar Jar at some point. So no. When I first saw this, I liked Jar Jar because he is the comic relief. He provides a good amount of release for when there's a lot of tension on there, because there's a lot of tension in between the 4 different endings. There's a lot of battles going on, so he provides a lot of it, and I really liked him. And as the years go by, I hear all this hate towards Jar Jar. Oh, he's stupid. I'm like, what? He's the comic relief, you know. In the other ones, you had R2D2 and all them, but this guy's actually funny because you can hear him talk. And
There's a big
they said
difference
that's
between R2D2 and Jar Jar Binks.
right, and I'm
Chasm
like, saying,
there.
like, what is so wrong? And they said, well, look, watch it again and try to think of him as a baby, because everywhere you go, he's talking like, oh, Misa Jar Jar Binks. Misa, love you. Misa, step and doo-doo. You know, all this stuff is just...
you're like giving me PTSD right
Yeah.
now. I'm like,
Francis
I
is
hate.
like, you're not
I think
helping
I'm gonna lower my rain right now because, geez, I don't like that.
That's the problem. So as I watch it more and more, that's in my head. It's like, yeah, he's a giant
Baby.
baby. And so I have come to, unfortunately, dislike Jar Jar Binks so much that he is also my tragic mate.
Oh,
twist.
I did not see that coming. Man. Well done, Paul.
So-
That is-
You need like a record scratch sound effect with it.
mic drop right there. All right. Danae or Travis, let's hear your tragic maker. Is Jar Jar either of your tragic makers?
I'll jump in because mine can relate to it.
Okay, go for it.
So I knew that everybody hated Jar Jar, and I agree. I agree with you
I don't
wholeheartedly.
hate him. I just despise him
Unnecessary.
to his core. That's
Just yeah, right.
Fire of 1,000 Suns. That's what
I'm actually one of those people that would love to see him get a redemption of somehow.
if they make him
Some way.
not
Yeah.
a baby, maybe, yeah.
Yeah.
No,
Like,
and
grow
they
up.
did that. They made him, in the other episodes, he's older and now he's
politician?
one of the Senate.
Oh,
And
right.
that is a character arc that he does have, where he starts off, the foolish, lucky person in this one.
How is
And
he
then by
promoted to a
episode-
general?
How?
Seriously.
Yes.
If you look,
Well,
especially if
it's-
you look at rankings of other characters in the
Okay.
franchise, how does he become a general?
I'll let you all know in on a little secret
Sorry,
in life.
Paul.
It's all on who you know.
Okay,
No,
all
good
right.
point.
Anyway.
Good point.
Friends with the queen.
Yes. And that's how he becomes a senator by episode 3.
Yeah.
He's actually well distinguished and he's wise, and he actually helps knowingly, the emperor come to fruition. But that's why I would love to see that character redeemed somehow, but
That's fair.
unfortunately we won't.
Probably not. Anyway,
Okay, so my actual tragic maker.
yes, your actual.
So I think it kind of comes down to the writing, similar to
Mm-hmm.
why we hate Jar Jar. I mean, not hate, despise to our course. But my two were Anakin's overconfidence, like you touched on, Francisco. Just I think a lot of that's the writing, because I don't think he's necessarily a bad actor.
Yeah.
But his just extreme level overconfidence in like, oh, well, I can win, and it's like you've never won, you've never finished a race before, or also
I
kind of tied
saved
with
the pod mostly.
Mousely, yeah. And then also tied, I know a lot of people like Natalie Portman, but her acting is so flat in this movie, and I would say that it's probably mostly the writing, because that's how her character as Queen Amidala is supposed to be played. There's just like no inflection in her voice. Her acting is really flat. I think her entire character is her costumes.
Yeah.
And that's really what they focus on, kind of like the production value, and not so much on her delivery of anything of value.
Yeah.
Would you say Padme was a better character, or do you
Yeah, Padme was definitely a better character than Queen Amidala, but in general, Natalie Portman did not have an extremely stellar performance in this movie.
Yeah.
So those are kind of
Limited roles.
those kind of my tragic makers. The bad dialogue writing.
And Travis, cap us off.
Well, I didn't want to jump on the Jar Jar bandwagon, so I think rewatching
Good
it
for you.
I don't know. Yeah, metal maybe. I didn't like the pacing overall. It felt like some of the parts were just like it felt like 3 kind of separate movies a little bit.
4. Remember 4.
Oh yeah, 4. Well, because there's a 4
endings.
end. Oh yeah, now it makes so much sense. There's 4 movies and 4 endings.
endings. Am I forcing that joke, guys?
A little bit.
Yeah. The force is not strong with you. So yes, that was what made it not as enjoyable for me, was just feeling kind of separate, rather than one like bigger but continuing story where you could see where it was going.
That's fair. I can get on board with that. All right. Well, guys, I think we've entered, unless there's any last minute things you guys want to mention, I think we've entered all our targeting information into the firing computer. Alice, do you have a firing solution for us?
Firing solution complete. Rating salvo at the ready. On your mark.
How do we rate Star Wars Episode 1, The Phantom Menace? Do we rate it a classic? We'd recommend anyone go out and see this movie, whether or not you've seen it before. A nostalgic, it's only worth a revisit, not a first-time watch. Or a tragic, it's not worth your time today, regardless of whether you've seen it before or not. Let's begin with our guests, as we like to. Let's start with Danae. How do you rate this movie?
I think I'd keep my same rating of nostalgic. I think because that could apply to anybody who watched it and enjoyed it. Because if you watched it and you didn't like it originally, you're probably still not going to like it. So I would say that the rating would kind of stick. I also think that people going back and watching it are probably going to be tainted by a lot of the public opinion. So
Well, you know what? I'll save what I was going to say for a second. But okay,
that's my rationale for keeping it nostalgic.
That's a good point. Do you
Darn
think
it today just changed mine.
Well, I'm curious. I mean, this doesn't have to change your ratings or all, but if we could also say, if we think this is a necessary film for a Star Wars fan to see, like, let's say someone liked the original trilogy, is this a movie that we feel they should see?
Yeah.
That's complicated.
I think you should see all of them if you're a Star Wars fan.
All right, Travis.
That's the other
You're
point.
right.
See, that's where I was leaning.
We're not to you yet, Paul. Hold on. Hold your horse.
But I am interrupting. It's what I
Hold
do.
your speeders or whatever.
All right, my midichlorians. I'm holding on to them.
Okay, good. Travis, how'd you rate Phantom Menace?
My prediction proved to be correct. Yeah, it was fun to rewatch it, to relive some of the memories, and there's definitely some good parts to it, but still nostalgic.
Nostalgic as well. And do you think this is also necessary for a Star Wars fan?
I would say so.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, Paul, you can say what you want to say now. Mr. It's complicated.
I'm so confused. I don't know anymore.
Oh, no.
Reach out with your
Because-
feelings.
You know what?
What's your rating,
I'm going to
Paul?
go on a limb and say classic.
Whoa. All right. Classic
But a
for
confused
Paul.
classic.
Yeah.
A conflicted classic.
You know what?
I'd recommend it. Now, because I enjoy watching.
I can see what you're saying, Paul. And I wonder if this was the first movie, if it would hold up a lot better if you're not constantly like trying to think of how this is connecting to the original trilogy or comparing it to your
Everyone's
love
always
of that.
comparing it.
Or like
Always
Paul
comparing,
said,
just go.
or like Paul said, it's a really good movie. So if you look at it as it's standalone, as it is, if it was not part of the Star Wars universe, maybe classic. But maybe for some people, they're like, because it's part of the Star Wars universe, that ruins it for them.
You know what? Honestly, this would definitely be a classic for me. I enjoyed a lot of this if Jar Jar Binks and some of Jake Lloyd's lines were rewritten. I swear, those were the things I didn't like about this movie, and they were such an anathema for me for this movie that they knocked this down to nostalgic for me. I cannot say.
See, I want to agree with that. I mean, I do with that. That's why I'm so conflicted. It's just
sure. I hate that drags it down so much for me when there's so much else that's good. Fun and good here. But I don't want to recommend this to someone and say, hey, go watch this movie that you've never seen, knowing that they're going to have to put up with that. So that's why I'm going to stick with classic. All right, good for you. Hold the line there, Paul.
Give in to your feelings.
But when all is said and done, according to the Retro Rewind podcast, we rate Star Wars Episode 1, The Phantom Menace, a disputed, nostalgic movie. So if you enjoyed this when you first saw it, it's probably worth your time to watch it again. But if you've never seen it before, unless maybe you're a diehard Star Wars fan, I probably don't seek this one out. With that, Alice, please bring us back to our own time. Good old, I was about to say 1985, but that's not it. 2018.
Comsat online. Receiving incoming transmission.
All right. First off, we have some feedback from Diego Avila. He says, and this is referring to our last episode, 140, on the Lion King video game. When Cool Deluxe, Kitos, said he liked the music on the Lion King video game as his classic maker, I knew right then and there he had played the Super Nintendo version and not the Genesis version of this game.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah, and I don't know if you saw my response to him, Paul. I actually sought out a YouTube video that it's like a side-by-side of playing them, and they'll switch between the musics of either or. The Genesis is like you're listening to a synth band or like just a keyboard MIDI as compared to, I mean, it's definitely digitized, digital, on the Super Nintendo, but it feels a bit more like an orchestra, a bit like each instrument seems a bit more unique or like its own instrument sound as opposed to here's a synth vocal that sounds exactly like the synth trumpet. That's exactly like the synth violin doing the different parts.
Oh, interesting.
So, yeah.
Now, do they also compare the Game Gear? Because I think we decided that the Game Gear version is probably the best one to play.
They did not. It was just between the Super Nintendo and Genesis. In the video I found, I mean, hey, you have time, right?
Yeah.
Go seek out your own videos. Yeah.
All right. I'm going to go do it right now.
Okay, bye. See you later.
Bye.
Oh, wait, we're in a time machine. Come back because you I'm sure you went and did it.
Oh, guys, Game Gear's terrible sound, but great to play.
Good to know. All right. So thank you, Diego, for that feedback. Now, I do want to make some announcements. As usual, go to retrorewindpodcast.com/vote to vote up and down the movies you want us to cover. That we recently had this new block of movies, which The Phantom Menace was the first one. So it'll be a while before we lock in votes for the next 5. But if we were to lock them in today, you would be getting Disney's Alice in Wonderland, Disney's The Jungle Book, the animated versions of those, Dragonheart, Disney's animated The Hunchback of Notre Dame, and The Chipmunk Adventure. Yes. So those would be the top 5, but who knows if they will stick.
I have Chipmunk Adventure on DVD if you need
to
really? Borrow it.
Oh, I might very well take you up on that. Thank you for everyone who does vote and interacts us that way. We love being directed by the listeners as to what you want us to cover. So yeah, go to retrorewindpodcast.com/vote to vote on those movies. You can buy our t-shirts at retrorewindpodcast.com/store. Get bonus content and more by supporting us on Patreon at retrorewindpodcast.com/support and contact us at retrorewindpodcast.com/contact. How else can people reach us, Paul, and you specifically?
You can talk to us on social media where we are Rewind Pod on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and you could also watch us record these very podcasts as well as live streams of video games and pixel art illustration if you follow us at twitch.tv/retrorewindpod. But if you want to find me specifically, you can go to pauljpowers.com, where I have all my social media links. You can contact me there. Or you can listen to the next episode when I interrupt when we cover the movie Spider-Man, the original Sam Raimi, 2002, Tobey Maguire, coming right at you.
Thank you, Paul, for being such an awesome friend, for being, I'd say you're like my Jedi Master almost, right? That's how this works.
Yes, good job, Padawan. I think you're ready for the trial.
Yes. But thank you so much for, I look forward to doing this podcast with you every other week, and I appreciate you so much.
Oh, likewise. I feel the same way.
Oh, yay. I also want to say a very special thank you to our guests, Danae and Travis Berg. Thank you so much for coming back to the show. Congratulations, Travis, again on your promotion.
Thank you.
And to Danae, hopefully you keep your seniority always. We'll see, though.
I'll make it happen.
Oh, you're going to be on that episode, Travis? No, I'm sorry. I'm going to be on that episode
make sure he's sick. I think that's the only way that I've had one more. I think I filled in for Travis once when he was sick.
Oh, maybe.
I thought my cereal tasted like raw chicken. Now I know.
That was real chicken biscuit.
That's awesome.
Thanks for having us. We always love coming on.
Yeah.
Aw, I love hearing that. That's awesome. Was there anything you guys wanted to promote? Or where can people find you online, if not?
#midichlorians.
Google. That's, yeah.
Actually, probably. But
I'm not the first Google result. That's a guy that works in DC, but I'm down there a little ways.
Okay.
Yeah.
Result number 5. Fifth.
Maybe.
Yeah, I'm on
Not
Facebook. Travis is on Facebook. I'm also on Instagram.
Awesome.
And LinkedIn if you're looking for some career connections.
No, we're not.
Oh.
Oh, wow.
Very good, guys. Thank you again for being on the show. Most of all, though, I appreciate you. Yes, you listening or maybe even watching.
Oh, thank you.
Right now, whether this is your first time listening to the show or you're part of our Rad Rewinder community, thanks for spending time with us. And we pray that you're more joyful now than when you first hit play.
Hey, Francisco, where can people find you?
Oh, thank you, Paul. I forgot to mention, you can find me online. I'm at FXRUIZX on Twitter and Instagram. And you can hire me to do pixel art for you by going to retrorewindpodcast.com/Fiverr. But finally, I want to say we are proud to be a part of the Retro Junkies Network at theretrojunkies.com and the Christian Geek Central Network at christiangeekcentral.com. You can catch us at either of those places. But like a Pokemon, we got to catch you all later on the next episode of the Retro Rewind Podcast.
Retro Rewind mission complete. Proceed to nav point Omega and return to base.
There's always a bigger podcast.
With great plutonium comes great Retro Rewind podcasting.
Reflux capacitor, fluxing, crew, to stations. Scanning for Spider-Man 2002. Prepare to rewind in 3, 2, 1.
Welcome, Rewinders and new listeners, to the Retro Rewind Podcast, where we take a fresh look at movies and video games from 15 or more years ago. You can find this episode at retrorewindpodcast.com/142, where there are links to contact us and vote on the movies we cover. And if you end up loving the show and want to see it thrive, you can become a Reflux Capacitor, making our time travel possible alongside our patrons, Jared Holzhauer, Deborah Powers, Brian Keating, Patrick Hicks, Aaron Strauss, LJ Lowry, Diego Avila, the Feel and Field podcast, and 2 other awesome patrons as well. Thank you all for supporting us on Patreon. My name is Francisco Ruiz. I'm dad, designer, and I predicted that Spider-Man would be a classic movie. Now, before we introduce my co-host and our guest, here's your Francisco's boop, 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 boop flash announcement.
Flash Thompson announcement?
Oh, that was
Sorry.
I should have tied that in, but that's okay, Master Interrupter Paul Powers. Wait, your turn.
All right.
We say this pretty much at the end of the show most times, but in case you're like, oh, I got the final rain. That's all I want. You may not hear that we do have a place on our website. If you go to retrorewindpodcast.com/store, that will take you to our merchant t-shirt Teespring site where we have t-shirts and hoodies, and that's another great way to support the show. So consider buying a t-shirt. I'm wearing a hoodie now if you're watching the stream. Really, I stand by them. I'm not only the creator, I'm also a wearer. That's how that goes, right? Anyway, yeah, retrorewindpodcast.com/store. That's the end of your Francisco's boop, 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 boop flash announcements. Now, I'd like to introduce my good friend, my co-host, my first mate, Paul, the Master Interrupter Powers. Hey, Paul.
Hey, Francisco.
Hey, here's your trivial question, Paul. Outside the library, Uncle Ben tells Peter the famous words, "With great power comes great responsibility." This well-quoted line came from a 1962 published issue, although it was part of a narrative caption. When Spider-Man's origin was retold once every few years, it was reassigned to Ben. Paul, from all the comics you have read, has there ever been a line that has stuck with you to today?
Not that I can think of.
All right, moving on. Do you want some time to think about that?
No.
All
I was
right.
more interested in the art than the words.
Okay, well, is there a panel, like one panel that's like...
No. Let's go back. What I do remember, though, is being younger as a kid, that the comic books have had this stigmatism of like, oh, it's kids. Oh, that's just for kids. And I remember
I think that's a stigma. Astigmatism is with your eye.
Yeah, that too.
Oh, okay.
Because I saw it with my eye while reading the comic.
I see what you did there.
All right. Anyway, I was reading an X-Men comic, and Professor X used the word prudent. I was like, I don't know what this word means. So I had to look it up, and there was other words in there I didn't know what it means. Like, this isn't for kids. This language, it's for high schoolers. Or, it used language that adults had. So it's like, why do they say it's written for kids? So I remember having to look up that word prudent. So that sticks in my head.
Very cool. Very cool. And Paul, what did you predict Spider-Man would be?
Strangely enough, I also predicted this movie would be a classic.
Oh, really? Oh, it's been a while but since either of us have predicted classics. So it'll be interesting to see how this pans out. But first, before we get there, we welcome aboard for the first time an award-winning broadcaster and one of the hosts of the Kings of Sports podcast. Thank you for being here, Nate Milton. We call him Brother Nate. Hey, Brother Nate, how are you doing today?
I am doing well, Brother Francisco, Brother Paul. It is good to be here. Longtime fan of the show, and I'm glad that we could make things work and get down with some Spider-Man.
Totally. Web sling this movie into the next gear. That makes no sense. Brother Nate, since this is your first time on this show, I have a couple questions for you. First off, what is your favorite movie genre?
It would either be sports movies or superhero movies.
Oh, really? Cool.
That's kind of I one of the other shows I co-host is a show called Always Forward, which is a Luke Cage podcast.
Oh, cool.
And so it's like the last couple of years I've kind of come out of the closet, quote unquote, with my nerddom and my superhero fandom. And so I'm really into the superhero movies these days.
Very, very cool. Awesome to hear. Then my trivial question for you is this. Bonesaw, the wrestler Spider-Man fights for money, is played by real-life wrestler Macho Man Randy Savage.
Yes.
Early in his career, Savage wrestled under the name The Spider, which is a fun coincidence. Nate, if you were going to be a wrestler, what would your persona's name be?
Oh, this is a no-brainer. I've watched wrestling most of my life. I would be Prime Time. I would be like Deion Sanders, just flashy and coming out and making it rain and just being obnoxious, all the things that I hope I'm not in real life. I would be in this character.
That's awesome. Very cool. Prime Time. Come watch Primetime on Primetime WWE Raw. Or yeah, that's very cool. Very cool, Nate. And what was your prediction for Spider-Man? Classic, nostalgic, or tragic?
I too predicted that this would be classic.
Oh wow! Okay, so we had high hopes for this movie. It'll be interesting to see how those pan out. Paul, what's going to happen on the show? Enter the course for Alice, please.
Okay, Alice, let's have a roundtable discussion on Spider-Man, including what we liked and what we liked most, and also what we didn't like about the movie, including what we didn't like most. And we'll come back for our final ratings and then some announcements.
Very good. Alice, get us to good old 2002 so we can talk some Spider-Man.
Alert! Alert! Approaching target. Spoilers incoming. Establishing analysis vector.
You're changing. I went through exactly the same thing at your age on May 3rd. Not exactly. Suit up. With great power comes great responsibility. For the ultimate spin.
Awesome!
Spider-Man.
You do too much. You're not Superman.
Rated PG-13.
Maybe we had poor memories and thought we were watching Superman this time, or thinking that Spider-Man was going to fly. I don't know what we remembered about this movie, but let's find that out in our memory mind melt synopsis for Spider-Man. Tobey Maguire is a teenager in high school who gets bit, or is bitten, by a radioactive spider and becomes ripped. Peter enters a wrestling match featuring Macho Man Randy Savage, and after Bonesaw's ready, Spider-Man lets a criminal robber escape who then kills his Uncle Ben, but not his rice. Which ultimately leads Peter to use his great power and great responsibility to become Spider-Man. Peter's best friend, James Franco, has a dad who becomes a Power Ranger villain with the help of technology and mental illness. Then there's a really tense dinner scene at the boys' apartment where Norm Osborn figures out Peter's secret right after Aunt May smacks his hand away from the turkey. Spidey saves people and lets the Green Goblin fall on his sword. After Osborn is killed, Harry comes home to see Spider-Man carry his dead father. Harry swears vengeance, which leads to a less than stellar end to the Raimi trilogy 5 years later. A lot of that was definitely accurate, but there was some things that were incepted. In particular, he didn't try to eat the turkey. He was trying to eat some like candied yams or something. So,
oh really? I don't remember that. But that.
Didn't you just watch the movie, Paul?
Yeah, I know. I was trying to remember. And then after she smacks his hand, then she gives him the carving tools for the turkey.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah.
But he wasn't trying to pick off the turkey. Anyway.
Yeah.
But that's a bit of a technicality. Paul, speaking of technicals, why don't you give us some technical details about this film?
All right. Spider-Man is rated PG-13, runs 2 hours and 1 minute, and was released in theaters May 3rd of 2002 in the USA. It was directed by Sam Raimi. No, it's Raimi. And stars Tobey Maguire, William Dafoe, Kirsten Dunst, James Franco, and a few others.
Yeah, and speaking of some of those, Kirsten Dunst played Mary Jane and also played Judy Shepard in Jumanji, which we covered in RetroRewindPodcast.com/84. Stanley Anderson was General Slocum and also played the President in The Rock /91. And Bill Nunn played Joseph Robbie Robertson and was also Eddie Souther in Sister Act, which we covered in /36.
Nice.
Yes, indeed.
Okay. So the budget of this film was almost $140 million.
Oof.
And the box office worldwide grossed over $800 million.
Oh, my word.
So
Sheesh.
Big step up there.
Definitely.
All right. So as far as superhero movies go, for the USA box office, where do you think Spider-Man ranks of all the superhero movies? Spider-Man.
I would say how many superhero movies are on the list?
123.
You know what? I'm gonna say 7.
Ooh. 7. Wow. What do you say, Brother Nate?
I'm going to go a little bit lower, and I'm going to say 14.
$1. $1. So what is it, Paul?
It's, if you went just a little bit lower, you would have said 8, and it is 8.
Oh, really? Okay. Oh, man.
Yeah. So it did pretty well.
That's cool. Okay. Awesome, Paul. Any other details you want to drop on us?
Sure. Out of all the Spider-Man movies, where do you think this lists? Out of 6. There have been 6, including Homecoming. So
in terms of gross?
And this is just, but just USA.
That is tough. I'm going to say 1. I'm sorry, Nate. You could guess first. I'm sorry. I guessed first last time.
I'll say 3.
Okay, the answer is 1. This Spider-Man movie has made the most.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I'm sure maybe 2 would give it a run for its money, but I can't.
2 was number 2.
Okay, well,
and guess what 3 was? Number 3.
Really? I would think Homecoming would be higher than that, but
Spider-Man: Homecoming came in 4th.
Okay, well, all right, there you go. Sure. So there's a lot to like about Spider-Man. Obviously, they keep making movies about him, but let's talk about.
They have to, otherwise they lose their rights.
Let's talk about more, and particularly what we liked. Me, Paul, and Brother Nate. What we liked about this version, 2002, Sam Raimi's version of Spider-Man. And let's start with our guest, Brother Nate. What's one thing you liked about this film?
Okay, let's start at the top. One of the things I like the best, it's not my classic maker, but it's one of the things I enjoyed the most about this film was Tobey Maguire's Peter Parker.
Oh, yes.
A lot of people hate Tobey Maguire as Peter Parker, but go on. Explain why you like him.
And see, I specifically said his Peter Parker because I have issues with his Spider-Man.
Oh, really? Interesting distinction.
I think Tobey Maguire really kind of encapsulated the Peter Parker from the comics, the insecure guy, the guy that's kind of awkward and he's just trying, he's always broke. He's always trying to make $1 out of 15 cents. And so, I thought out of all the Peter Parkers we've seen, Tom Holland's great. Andrew Garfield's a little too handsome to be Peter Parker, in my opinion. But I thought Tobey Maguire, in terms of being this shy, awkward teenager, even though he was probably like 35 at the time.
Yeah, right.
I thought he did a good job playing Peter Parker.
Absolutely. And Tobey Maguire was one of my likes as well. I liked him as Peter Parker and Spider-Man, though I definitely totally everything you said about how well he portrays Spider-Man or Peter Parker. Definitely. I especially liked how even after he got the powers, he's still a little unsure of himself and still made mistakes, like smacking himself right into that wall after his first big web sling. Just stuff like that I really appreciate about his character. Paul, were any of the characters one of your likes?
Well, funny you should ask because that is my classic maker, is Tobey Maguire. Just everything you said about his, like you said, his insecureness, his shyness, the way it's the little things. Like he has this big crush on Mary Jane, and he thinks that she's looking at him, and he's kind of like, "Oh wow, it's really happening." And then but then it turns out to be her friends, and just the way he tries to make his webs come out like "Go web go." That whole thing is, I don't know if there's a word for it, like innocence, discovering, whatever it is. I thought he did an excellent job. Mm-hmm. It kind of harkens back for me to our first episode of review of Superman 3, where you see Clark Kent and Lana Lang kind of rekindling a little bit of a romance there. It has that innocent infatuation that I think comes off really well.
You know what, Paul? That's interesting that you mentioned that because you just made me think of another dislike.
You're welcome.
Okay, but anyway, we're in the like section. Let's stay in the like section. Let's go back to Paul. Sorry, we stepped over your classic maker. Why don't you give us just a general like though?
Well, here's something that I automatically like is that I was in this movie, so this has a special place.
Oh
in my
yeah,
heart.
tell us about that. I mentioned that to Christy while we were watching, but yeah, tell us about that.
So I'm not in the movie. You can't see me. I'm not in the credits, but I was an extra in the wrestling scene where he wrestles Randy Savage. So I got to spend a day on the set. Only one day. I think it was shot over 3 days, so I didn't get to see the whole thing. But I'm kind of up in the upper parts of the crowd. So, and I've looked. I can't find me, but it was great to see from a distance. Tobey Maguire and Randy Savage and who was the announcer's name?
Bruce Campbell. Bruce Campbell.
Thank you. And then even I got to see Octavia Spencer on the side as she was doing her little thing as getting different people to sign in. I mean, in the movie, only Tobey Maguire signs in, but there was other things filmed, like other characters and costumes.
The Flying Dutchman.
So so that has this movie holds a special place in my heart because I was linked to it and it was something that I'm certainly glad I did, but man, being an extra on set all day is long and I don't know if I'd want to do it again.
Did you say all they gave you was like a icky sandwich or something for food?
Yeah, it was like a ham on white bread with no spread and like a half a Capri Sun juice box. That's all we got for 12 hours.
Oh my gosh.
So they had to use that money to pay for Randy Savage's salary.
Yeah, exactly.
They had to back somewhere.
Oh, what's cool in between takes, Randy Savage was there doing push-ups just to make sure his muscles were like all at prime and ready.
That's awesome. Yeah. Wow. Well, very cool. Let's go back to Brother Nate. What's something else you liked?
Oh, see, I guess I have to piggyback off of Paul now because I did not know that we had a movie star. And I missed.
Again, not in the movie.
Another thing I really liked, being a wrestling fan, was that scene.
I thought
Randy Savage, he was playing maximum Randy Savage in that scene as Bonesaw.
Oh, that's great.
I enjoyed Bruce Campbell as kind of the snarky announcer, like, what's your name, kid? And I like that part of the scene.
Yeah.
The ring girls, the girls that Peter walks by when he comes down to the ring.
Squash you, little boy.
Wrestlers. Yes. They're actually pro wrestlers, so it was cool to see.
I didn't know that. That's
ladies
awesome.
get their parts.
I didn't even know that, and I was there.
He's kind of using his spider powers in the wrestling match.
Yeah,
and it's a fun scene, but it's also him kind of again, like Paul was saying, testing out his powers and seeing what he can do. And so I thought that was a fun little scene. That it pays off though with the him getting stiffed for the money, and then what happens with Uncle Ben. So I really like the scene.
Yeah, it works. You know what? It works really well, and it's something that you don't. I mean, I've never read the origin stories in the comics, so I don't know if this was ever a take on it. But it's not something I expect in an origin story that a kid's gonna go and be a wrestler or something. It was definitely a fun new thing to see, and it's still is unexpected watching it today, in my opinion. Let's see, something else I really like though, which is the score. Danny Elfman's theme in this movie. I'm surprised. I'm honestly surprised this wasn't your classic maker, Paul. But man, it's definitely similar in style because it's the same composer as 1989's Batman.
That's what I thought when I heard the score. Is that it was too much like the Batman. Especially
really?
Like when running through the alleys, like he's catching criminals, and you hear that. I'm like this, and some of the camera angles. I'm like, oh man, this is just a total rip off of Batman. So
I
didn't enjoy this. Okay, as much.
See, I didn't feel that way. I felt like it was enough of its own thing. It had a hint of like I think Paul, when we covered Predator, somewhere in the 90s, 96, 97 maybe. You had commented how this sounds kind of like Back to the Future at times.
Yeah,
and that's because I mean, same composer, and there's those similarities. But anyway, Brother Nate, was the music something you keyed in on, or was something else you liked?
I mean, the music was fine. It didn't. I don't think it really drew me in, but it didn't take me out.
Okay.
Either.
Is that that balance? Nice.
I'd say musically, the one thing I remember from this movie, and I've joked about it on Twitter, is the Chad Kroeger song, "Hero."
Oh, that's Nickelback,
like
right?
That, yeah. Like I'm not a Nickelback fan, never have been, never will be. But I don't know if it's just the connection with the song to this movie, but I love that song.
I know that when I heard that playing at the end, I had totally forgotten about it. I'm like, man, this really brings me back. I really, because I remember thinking that was such a perfect connection with that movie, and especially with everything that happened with 9/11, and like it was just a very, very good, just fit the tone of the movie in the context of when the movie was released really well. So.
Like you just walk out of the theater and they're singing that a hero can save us.
Yes.
It's like, it leaves you on an uplifting note.
Exactly.
So I will give Chad Kroeger some grudging praise for that.
Just a little bit though. Just a little bit. Yeah. Paul, was something else that you liked about Spider-Man?
I really enjoyed and I know they do this in a lot of Spider-Man movies, but I really enjoyed in this movie the swooping camera moves of going through the city. It felt like I was swinging there with them. Now, the CGI Spider-Man, not as much. We'll get to that later. But the actual camera move of going, it felt really real to me. It was like, this is incredible.
You know, we'll get to it now because I gotta say, I felt like 90% of the special effects in this movie hold up. 90%. At least if you're watching on a standard definition, like a schmo like me is watching. I have no idea if you guys. I mean, I know Paul watched high def. Brother Nate, did you watch HD or 4K or something?
Yes.
Or all right, well then I disregard your opinions. But in standard definition, the special effects, the only CG that didn't hold up to me was when it was Peter Parker jumping building to building. In the very early on,
and then he looks up at the camera as he jumps.
Yes, that whole bit. He looked plasticky to me, very much so. But when he's in the spider suit, I mean, I was looking for tells, and for the most part, it looked very seamless to me. So that was my take on it, though. Again, standard definition, beautiful 480p. Let's go back to Brother Nate. What's something else you liked?
Well, Paul just took one of my likes, and that was the web slinging. Like it. I remember watching this back in 2002, and it kind of felt like, I imagine my parents felt when they watched Superman, the first Christopher Reeve Superman.
Yeah.
And the tagline is like, you'll believe a man can fly.
Yeah.
When I saw this, man, just seeing him swing through New York, it was cool then, and going back and watching it this week, I was like, it still holds up. It's really good and brings you in. It looks fluid and it works. So I thought the web slinging was a good part of the movie.
Yeah,
totally. We'll get one more like from each of you, then move on to our classic makers. So, Paul, what's one other thing you liked?
I really enjoyed the cast overall. I thought everybody of the major characters did a great job. Toby, William, Kristen, James Franco.
Paul, Willem.
Sorry. Fine, whatever Defoe guy he is, and even Aunt May. I thought of all the Aunt Mays in the Spider-Man films, I think this more closely looks like the Aunt May.
Yes.
And she's very sweet, just like Aunt May is. So I enjoyed the cast in this. You know what? Watching this, I didn't realize that who Flash Thompson was. Did you?
No. Who is he?
He grows up to be Deathstroke, which is Joe Magdaleno. How do you say his name?
Magdaleno? I don't know.
Yeah, however, anyway, that's him.
Wait, who? I know Deathstroke's a villain. Where is he in a movie?
Yes.
One of the movies or something?
He will be.
Oh, really? Okay, that's interesting. Okay, that's a cool connection. You know what, Paul? I agree with most of that, though. And this wasn't enough for a dislike. I do want to call out, and I'm curious what you guys think. I feel like Uncle Ben. I don't know. It was weird. Something about him felt like he just didn't fit in the movie. I can't put my finger on it. Did either of you have that sense, or I'm just crazy?
I thought he did a great job. But I think I know what you're talking about, but I wouldn't say anything. I wouldn't point it out, but I think I know what you mean.
Okay.
But I can't put my finger on it.
It's mainly like the way he looked, but okay.
Yeah, I mean, because
you don't think he looked.
He looked like he was. I don't know. There's just something. I mean,
it looked like he came out one of the mountainsides of a dwarf. Like, what do you mean?
Well, no. I read in some of the IMDb trivia that apparently he's supposed to be 60. He was supposed to, like, the character is 67. He was 75, but still looked too young to play a 67-year-old at 75. So they aged him up with makeup, and I wonder if that's what it is. It's just something about their makeup. The makeup on him just was weird. I don't know.
You could tell that from 480p, but you can't tell that.
Apparently, I don't know. It was just.
Now, did you read that before watching the movie?
No, I read it after. It was after, so it was still like an oddity to me. But
nah, his makeup didn't bother me.
Okay. Yeah, no, I definitely loved him giving the line, great power, great responsibility. But I won't dwell on this point anymore. Brother Nate, what was one other thing you liked about the movie?
All right, I will co-sign real quick with Paul on the cast, especially the staff of the Daily Bugle.
Oh yeah,
J.K. Simmons as Jameson and Bill Nunn as Robbie Robertson. I thought those scenes were really fun. Yeah. But we can't talk about things we liked in Spider-Man without talking about that kiss, Francisco.
Yep.
What are you talking about?
Kiss.
I've never given my wife a kiss like that. I don't know what you're talking about, Brother Nate.
I mean, it takes training. You got to get the balance right. And
I wasn't going for that level of commitment, but that is a very iconic kiss.
Yes. I will say, having tried it myself, it is awkward, but moving on.
Especially now that you're mentioning this, it's in the mechanics of it, because it was raining. So rain's probably going up his nostrils.
That was something that was bothering him.
Yeah. So that
but it
probably
great.
wasn't as pleasant.
It definitely was cinematic. It was definitely looked good. Oh my goodness. Well, with that, let's get to our classic makers. Paul already told us his was Tobey Maguire.
Well, more specifically in that his, insecureness and discovering new abilities.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, you know what? Real quick, since we're on Tobey Maguire and discovering new abilities, what did you guys think about them? And if this is a dislike, just say don't say anything. What did you guys think of them choosing to make the web slinging a biological effect as opposed to him inventing some sort of web slinging device?
That's actually something I tend to be like a fanboy. Like, no, it doesn't match the comics. It's got to match the comics. That's where I usually stand. But, taking on being bitten by a radioactive spider, spiders actually organically produce webs. So it makes sense that, all of a sudden he starts to produce web. Mm-hmm. So it's not too far of a leap for me. So I didn't have a problem with it.
Okay. Yeah. I preferred that as well. I didn't have any Spider-Man comic books growing up. I knew who he was definitely, but yeah, that seemed totally legit to me. It didn't bother me and it made sense. So I was happy with it. But let's now get to our classic makers. Brother Nate, what's the thing you loved most about Spider-Man? Apparently it wasn't the kissing, but what was it?
The thing I love the most about Sam Raimi's Spider-Man is the fact that it kind of helped change the game. in terms of superhero movies.
Oh yeah.
When you look before this, you know, you had Batman in '89 and you had the Superman movies before that. But in between '89 and 2002, you know, you got Blade.
We got Blade,
X-Men.
Yeah.
You know, those are two of the good ones, but you got a lot of garbage too.
Yeah,
you know, you got the Batman movies, and you got Arnold Schwarzenegger running around here. Be cool.
Everybody chill. Not gonna send me to the cooler.
Chill. So it felt like there was a lot of movies trying to hop on the superhero bandwagon to make cash, but they weren't good films. And between X-Men and this, I thought they kind of raised the level of superhero films going forward.
Mm-hmm. Hey guys, do you know what killed the dinosaurs? The Ice Age.
I was about to say this joke.
That movie is so bad.
I agree. Yeah, that's a great point. How much this did for superhero movies. That's a superb point, Brother Nate. The thing I love most about this movie was, and I've mentioned this every so often on the podcast before, I forget where it came up, but Sam Raimi and whoever wrote the screenplay were able to accomplish backstory, characterization, and motivation in the first 15 minutes without long exposition. That was just really amazing. See, because amazing Spider-Man. It's funny, guys, and that really foreshadowed the overall great pace of this movie. I thought this movie was really well paced. I was surprised at the end. I felt like it was. What am I trying to say? I felt like it was a good length. I didn't feel like it was too long or too short. There were moments where I'm like, okay, I want the next spectacle, please. But on the whole, I thought it was paced really well. So Sam Raimi's direction and the screenplay and the overall pacing are my classic maker for Spider-Man.
You had 3 for 1 on your classic maker.
Yes, I did. Anyway, we like to go out to social media and say, hey, what do you guys like about the movies and video games we cover? And we also are live now on twitch.tv/RetroRewindPod. So if you come in the chat room, you can share, and any feedback you give us, we'll share that with everyone. Excuse me, during this section, like we're going to do for Dale. And some of the things he says were, his classic maker was J.K. Simmons. Now, you guys mentioned J.K. Simmons before. Don't you feel like he gives you a bit of whiplash?
Makes me feel like I need some insurance as well.
Nice. Well played. Dale also says, I thought it worked, though about the old TV series, the idea was a whole lot better than the TV show. Oh, the web slinging. He thought it worked, the organic web slinging. And he's regarding my Arnold Schwarzenegger dinosaur joke, that joke dropped dead cold. Everyone's a critic.
Good one.
Fine. But thank you, Dale. Now to the feedback we got from social media. Ashley Elizabeth says, I'm pretty sure I saw this with Paul in theaters. Josh Berkey says, dude, I love this one. Restored my faith in superhero films at a young age. Wardale White also commented here, after growing up watching the Nicholas Hammond series on TBS every summer, this was some powerful, spiderific, awesome H2O.
Yeah.
Sam Raimi's take on the wall crawler was a very fun 120 minutes. Tobey Maguire, J.K. Simmons, Randy Savage, and all the highlights were all highlights of this film. Quiescent Muse says, he's my favorite Spider-Man. Forever Toby. Brian Minto says, I remember going to the cinema with a group of people and being totally blown away by this film. I sat for 2 hours totally engrossed in the film, and it immediately got me back into comic books, which I hadn't read since I was a kid. I think it was the first DVD I ever pre-ordered so that I would have it delivered on the day of its release. Being a horror fan, I had always loved Sam Raimi, and I was very curious to see what he would do with such a different style of film. I think I would rate this film a classic, even though the superhero genre has moved on so much since.
That's true.
Yeah. Dirty Steve 40 says, I went to see it the day before I graduated high school. I remember vividly loving that movie, and recently I watched it and was very disappointed because of one reason, Tobey Maguire. It did, however, reinvigorate my comic book love. Practical effects for film says in the mirror scene, me, your greatest creation, bringing you what you always wanted. Power beyond your wildest dreams. The Green Goblin talking to Norman Osborn. Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up emoji. And finally, Lesty for short says, I watched this movie at my youth pastor's house. It was my first superhero movie and I was intrigued. So thank you all so much for your feedback about Spider-Man. And now we are going to get into the things we didn't like so much about this film. And I'm going to kick us off because you guys, I forget who it was that mentioned you guys liked the characters in general, but I think one of you pointed out the love story or really liking Mary Jane. Am I remembering?
I like Mary Jane. I like Kirsten Dunst.
So yeah, I don't mind Kirsten Dunst. I know some people tend to have a problem with her. I'm not really sure where that comes from, but
I think it's her teeth. I don't know.
I don't
what
know.
They focus on. I don't know.
Yeah, but
if you have a problem with Kirsten Dunst, you need to bring it on.
Yeah, bring it down. But what I don't like about Mary Jane's character is how it seems like she's only seems to be into guys, her other boyfriends. I almost feel like what Norman Osborn was saying about her is a little bit true because she seems to just be using Flash Thompson for his like cars or status in high school. Seems to just be using Harry for I don't know what, his money or what, because like she totally cold shoulders him whenever he like goes to kiss her or whatever, and like you guys are in a relationship. What's that about? It's just stuff like that really bothered me. And all this time she's totally fine with cheating on Harry with Peter, or actually cheating on Harry.
Cheated on.
Well, I consider kissing a form of cheating, but maybe you guys don't. So with Spider-Man, not with Spider-Man / Peter, cheating on Harry with him. So
well, maybe they weren't exclusive.
I'm pretty sure if you asked Harry, he would say, "Yeah, we're exclusive."
I don't know. I can't ask him.
I suppose that's an argument from silence, but still, I got the impression that was not at least what Harry was thinking. Nor if it wasn't exclusive, why did Mary Jane and Peter feel like they had to drop their hands when Harry came in to the hospital to see Aunt May? Yeah. So there you go. So that's something that bothered me about her character. But enough about that.
But was that all her? That was also Peter. He knew that they were together, and he went down and enjoyed kissing her. So isn't he also to blame? He's to blame her. He also have to blame him.
He's culpable for some, but he's not cheating on someone else with her.
Mary Jane's the one in the relationship.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's okay for people not in the relationship to go steal other people's girls, and then you can blame the girl.
Well, according to Aunt May, apparently is totally fine with that. Isn't that her choice? Peter.
Well, that's because she's probably coming at it like me. Well, they're not engaged or they're not married, so people are trying to figure things out. I personally wouldn't call it cheating, but I could see.
Okay, they're trying to figure things out. Then fine, Mary Jane. Say, you know what? This relationship isn't working. I'm going to leave it. Instead of like, oh, you're trying to kiss me? I have a headache. I mean, stuff like that. Just say, you know what? This isn't what I was expecting to be. I was going to say be a man about, but obviously that's
it's
not what I mean.
The cleanest relationship as far as like cut. There are lines drawn and no
exactly.
lines are
take responsibility, Mary Jane, is what I'm trying to say. Okay, enough of my rant.
Peter, okay.
Brother Nate, what don't you like about this movie?
It's funny that you should bring up one Mary Jane Watson.
Here we go.
Because I'm not saying she's a gold digger, but she's not messing with no broke hero. Like, I went back and forth. Like, she was almost my tragic maker.
Really?
And
oh, wow.
It's nothing against Kirsten Dunst because she is a fine actress.
Yes.
But in this movie, in Spider-Man 2002, I'm not a fan of the character. I like her more in Spider-Man 2.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, totally.
But in this film, you've got the relationship stuff, which is kind of wonky. You've got, like, I don't buy the chemistry with her and Peter at times. And it feels like, I think they have one good scene where he's taking the trash out. I like that scene.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
But everything else between them, it just doesn't gel. And again, I don't know how much of this is Tobey Maguire's fault and how much is Kirsten Dunst's fault. But since I've already said I like Tobey Maguire, I guess by the properties of transmutation, Kirsten Dunst gets the dislike on this one.
All right.
Yes, Brother Nate, I agree with you. My Peter's a very special boy.
What the heck?
I'm Aunt May, Paul.
Superman.
Don't you like Aunt May? Will you carve the turkey?
You're doing Aunt May. Sorry.
Wow,
You lost me, but
obviously
now-
your ears aren't working because this is the perfect Aunt May.
Yes, okay.
Paul, what don't you like about this movie?
Tobey Maguire gets a lot of flack for being an old man playing a high school boy in this movie. But as I watched the film, all the guys look like they're just as old as he is.
Yeah.
So it feels, honestly, it looks like there's a bunch of college kids playing high school, and it's it just bothers me. I like the Spider-Man Homecoming where it actually looks like high school students playing high school.
Yeah. Oh, nice. Okay, I was going to ask actually because I haven't seen Homecoming yet, and I was curious if they did that.
Of the Spider-Man films, that is the closest getting it right. I think they got that right. So it bothers and I think it wouldn't bother me as much if everybody didn't pick on Tobey Maguire. But when everyone else is that old in the movie, it kind of stands out.
Mm-hmm. Something I don't like about this movie and I'm surprised this wasn't something that made your list, Paul, but the opening credits, I mean, they're visually interesting for sure, and they have, I like the score to it, but it just takes so long to get through. That opening
score was fine. Watching this, did I say it out loud? I definitely thought it. I watched it with my wife. But I said it out loud because we were talking about it. This is why I can see why they moved the opening credits, or what do you call that? Anyway, opening titles to the end of the film. So this is the kind of thing that you see now at the end of films. Mm-hmm. And so there isn't any spoiler like, oh, this person played this person, as the imagery comes up.
Yeah.
So it definitely gets a little long. I see that, but it's better than white text on a black background.
Yeah, for sure. Wow. Excuse me. Let's see. Let's go back to Brother Nate. What's another thing you didn't like? Oh, never mind,
sorry.
Paul. Go ahead.
I was going to add on to it, but I agree that there's a good chunk of several minutes there that doesn't move the story along. They could have used the music and the titles over some happenings that would have helped establish the story, and it didn't. So I agree with you on that.
Okay. Good to know. Now, Brother Nate, what's something else you didn't like?
All right, this is more of a nitpick than a dislike, but it has to go somewhere. And I would say, earlier I talked about how much I like Tobey Maguire's Peter Parker.
Oh yeah,
I didn't like his Spider-Man as much.
Oh,
now is this because half his mask was blown away and his lips were moving in the air? Or what exactly do you mean?
it's not a bad Spider-Man. You know, don't get me wrong. It's not a bad Spider-Man, but and then this might be the effect of watching it in hindsight.
Yeah.
Because, you know, we've seen Andrew Garfield, who I thought I didn't like as Peter Parker, but I liked his Spider-Man. Mm-hmm, and then Tom Holland, who I think is the best of both worlds.
Except he's too handsome.
But with this one, I thought his Peter Parker was spot on, but his Spider-Man to me was less quippy than in the comics.
Oh,
like I needed a little bit more of a jokey Spider-Man. And then also another nitpick, you know, you talked about it with the web slingers. With it being like, I get it being natural and being something that is just part of his physiology, but if you go back to the comics, you know, he's more of a tech nerd.
Yeah.
And so he creates these web shooters. Yeah. So I missed that. And so like I said, it's not a bad Spider-Man. It's not a terrible Spider-Man. It's just not as good as his Peter Parker, I think.
Yeah.
Got it.
I agree. Not having him build the web fluid himself downplays his scientific knowledge. I mean, they tried to boost it up with Willem and his interest in you know, in the science is there, but it didn't. You kind of felt, oh, he's more into photography than science.
Yeah, you do get that sense for sure.
Which, I mean, he was both in the comics, but it's definitely lacking in the science.
Yeah. Now, speaking of my last dislike before we get to our tragic maker, because guys, is also surrounding Peter Parker, and it's interesting. And it's this. It's interesting how apparently a radioactive spider bite or a spider bite has radioactive tanning powers, because oh my gosh, how is he all of a sudden tan just after one night of being his genes being spliced? That seems a bit like,
well, the spider that bit him was red and blue, and it changed his skin a little bit to be
red and blue.
When you mix
not really.
Red and blue together, it makes purple.
Not really brown pigment.
It could have been worse. He could have woke up looking like C. Thomas Howell from Soul Man. That would have been far worse.
I'm like, Soul Man. I know I've seen that movie. What was that movie? Oh yeah, man, that would have been. Oh my gosh, what happened? Oh my! But I felt like that was a bit, because he's like pretty pale when he's sick, right? Laying up. Am I remembering that right?
Yeah.
So
he was sick,
but I don't think that his skin color would have changed that drastically.
All right, so it made him an Oompa Loompa now.
Oh my gosh. Okay, fine. Moving on to our tragic makers, the things we hated most about Spider-Man 2002s, etc. What are they? Let's start with me, because I feel like mine is honestly a bit of a weak tea. Why does Peter owe it to Norman Osborn to not tell Harry that his dad was Green Goblin? I didn't understand that at all. I mean, this guy was out to kill you, to kill the woman you loved, to kill hundreds of bystanders. Why'd you owe him anything to not tell
up to him?
Did he really? I never got the sense that Peter Parker. Why did Peter Parker feel he...
Right. I'm about to get to it.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
So the son looked up to the father, and Peter didn't want to destroy that image of that his son had of his father. Just let it die. You know, it's no harm in that, he thinks. We'll find out later. Blah, ha, ha. You know, but just, you know, let him have that. That it's kind of like when you find out you admire Walt Disney and then find out he was a bit cutthroat in some of his dealings. So it's kind of like it shatters an image. You know what I mean? That is unfortunately shattered. It's the loss of innocence. He wanted to keep that.
I guess I can see that. Okay, that makes sense. But that's actually something that will come up later on in our spiritual discussion. So stay tuned, patrons / people that are live with us. Let's move to Brother Nate. What's your tragic maker for Spider-Man?
All right. Willem Dafoe was really good as Norman Osborn and as the Green Goblin. But one thing that was not good was that outfit with the Green Goblin looking like a great value transformer.
Hey, talking about
walking around like a GoBot.
Yeah. Well, do you know that they tried to do CGI on him? They did some prosthetics and enhanced some CGI on
to
him.
make him look more like the sort of the Joker. Not Joker, that's not the right, but like the elf-looking Green Goblin?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But
Santa's elf-looking Green Goblin, not Legolas Green Goblin, for those that are curious.
Thank you for clarifying there, Gimli. All right, now.
My ox.
But they said that this test screenings, he looked kind of like the Uncanny Valley, where it looked like there was something wrong.
Mm-hmm.
So they said, you know what, let's scrap it all. And you'd think that he would look better if they just applied makeup or something.
Yeah.
But they did that. They tried that. They said the test screenings did not pass. So unfortunately, this was the better option that we got.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Good to know, I guess. But
But it is disturbing, it seems, especially when he slaps Spider-Man on the head and he leans against the I don't know, the roof there. That whole scene is just like.
I mean, hats off to Willem Dafoe for doing like head tilts and motions to sort of get across that he is talking. It's not just this open mouth thing that's doing nothing. I did appreciate that he had the wherewithal to do something other than just say his lines. And I mean, that's Willem Dafoe. Of course, he's going to do stuff like that. But it's not a great costume. So I agree with you guys. Paul, why don't you cap us off with your tragic maker?
Oh, I just wanted to get Brother Nate if you had anything else to say about it, because I kind of cut you off there.
I mean, you are the master interrupter, so
that's what I do.
That's what he is. That's what he does. But I think that now knowing kind of the backstory, it makes me feel a little bit better. But I think if they had made this movie now, they could have had the same look. Like if you look at Homecoming, the way Vulture looked, it's a mechanized suit, but it feels of that world. Whereas this Green Goblin costume felt like it was in a totally different movie.
Yeah,
I
agree. It's distracting. Yeah,
indeed. Thank you, Paul, for kicking back over to Brother Nate, since I dropped the ball there. But back to you, sir. What's your tragic maker for Spider-Man?
And this is something we already discussed. I'm interrupting you now, so that's what I do. It's the CGI in a lot of the scenes don't hold. I watched the Blu-ray, 1080p. It's very clear, and it's unfortunately some of it works great. A lot of it of Spider-Man looks, I would say about half of it looks like a rubber guy. And yes, Tobey Maguire jumping from building to building looks rubber. It doesn't hold up to today's standards, and it's very noticeable. And they came out with the 4K version of it. I can't imagine what that looks like,
oh, sure. Yeah.
So if you
it looks even better. It's like SD, only better.
I was about to say, unfortunately, I'd recommend watching the SD version of this, so it's not as distracting.
I would agree. I think SD's top notch. All right. Well, good deal, guys. Now that we've entered...
should call that the Spaceballs problem.
Why the Spaceballs problem?
Because that had the same problem. We discussed it on when we covered Spaceballs.
We've discussed that lots of times, honestly. That's a common thing.
Well, that's the one I remember.
Oh.
Well, I was kind of trying to come up with a name for it.
There's a name for that?
No, I was trying to come up with the name for it.
And calling it the Spaceballs effect.
Yeah.
They've gone to plaid. Okay. Well, now that we've entered all our firing or targeting information into the firing computer, Alice, do you have a firing solution for us?
Firing solution complete. Rating salvo at the ready. On your mark.
Okay, do we rate Spider-Man 2002, Sam Raimi version Spider-Man, A classic, we'd recommend anyone go out and see this today, whether or not you've seen it before. A nostalgic, it's worth your time rewatching if you enjoyed it as a kid, but only that. Or a tragic, we'd recommend do not watch this movie. Even if you enjoyed it as a kid, don't sully those memories. And if you've never seen it before, don't waste your time with it today. So how do we rate Spider-Man? Let's start with Brother Nate. What's your rating for Spider-Man?
I will rate this a classic.
Oh, really?
I do have some qualifiers.
Okay.
All right.
I think, for the reasons we've stated, the cast is fantastic. The web slinging still holds up. This was a very important movie in terms of the superhero genre.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're, somebody younger than us, and you are going back to watch this, you have to give it some leeway because it's not going to compare to Spider-Man Homecoming or Black Panther or the Avengers because of the time frame it was made in. So
yeah,
I think it's still a really strong movie. Spider-Man 2 might be a little bit better. And the less said about Spider-Man 3, the better. But it gets a classic for me.
Very, very cool. Paul, what say you?
I also say this movie is a classic. Basically, there were a lot more positives than negatives, and this, like I said, it was a fun movie. And yeah, it was great to watch.
I rate Spider-Man a classic as well, guys. I was so wrapped up in this movie. Christy I was watching it with my wife, Christy, and she looked over at me. You must be liking this movie. You keep smiling, or you're just locked in a smile, because it was great to revisit. And yeah, I feel like it definitely holds up, especially if you're watching the ST version. I could see how an HD version could distract you, but yeah, it was very enjoyable. I definitely would share. It'd be one to share with my kids, and yeah, we'll go with that, guys. So according to the Retro Rewind podcast, we rate Spider-Man 2002. By the way, in case anyone was wondering, that's the year it came out. It's not part of the title. Yeah. Check yourself before you wreck yourself. Spider-Man from 2002 is a unanimous classic movie. We recommend anyone go out and see this, whether or not you've seen it before. All right. With that, Alice, will you please get us out of here and bring us back to our own time? Good old 2018.
Comsat online. Receiving incoming transmission.
All righty. It's good to be back. Feels right. 2018. This is the right time. Anyway, no feedback this time, but as always, vote on the movies we cover at retrorewindpodcast.com/vote. Buy our t-shirts at retrorewindpodcast.com/store. Get bonus content and more by supporting us on Patreon at retrorewindpodcast.com/support and contact us at retrorewindpodcast.com/contact. How else can people reach us, Paul, and you specifically?
You can talk to us on social media. We are Retro Rewind Pod on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and you can also watch us record these very podcasts live. Like right now, if you're watching us live, we do live streams of video games and this episode and pixel art illustration. If you follow us at twitch.tv/Retro Rewind Pod. And if you want to find me specifically, Paul J. Powers, you go to pauljpowers.com, and I have all my social media links. You can contact me and see what I've been up to there. Or you can just listen to the next episode when we cover the movie Pokemon, the first movie, Mewtwo Strikes Back from 1998.
Oh, very nice. Dun, 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 dun. I want to be the very best, like no one ever was. Dun, 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 dun. I won't continue. But thank you so much, Paul. You're the best best friend a guy could have. And I love doing the show with you. Yada, yada, yada. Thanks for being on the show.
Did you just yada yada me?
What? No, you must have been hearing things. But I appreciate you very much, Paul.
Sounds like it.
I'm also very grateful to our new guest, Brother Nate, for being on the show. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. It is awesome having you. can you please tell people where they can find you online? And is there anything you'd like to promote, like your sports podcast or your nerd podcast?
Sure, and thank you for having me, Francisco and Paul. This is like I said, I've been listening to the show for a while. The first episode I checked out was Major Pain, and I was hooked. So you guys do good work.
Awesome.
One step away from being on you like white on rice in a paper plate in the middle of a snowstorm with a glass of milk. The water on my knee will quench your thirst.
That was amazing.
Oh
my God.
But if you want to check out any of my work, I am the co-host of the Kings of Sport podcast with Marcus Vanderberg from Yahoo Sports. It's a weekly show where we kind of give our take on the world of sports and pop culture. I've got a show called Always Forward, which is a Luke Cage podcast. And either next week or the week after, we're going to come out with a special review of Black Panther.
Oh, nice.
We're waiting on season 2 to come back. And I've got a show for the wrestling fans out there called Keep It 2000, which is a review of old WCW Monday Nitros from the year 2000, which is a time period kind of universally regarded as the worst time period in pro wrestling.
Oh, really?
For a single company. So you can check that out, and you can find me on Twitter at N8 MOZAIK at Nate Mosaic, and you can find links and stuff to all my shows there.
Very, very cool. Well, thank you again so much. It was a real treat having you, Brother Nate. So thank you for being on the show, and hope you can come back again.
And I would be honored to, because, with great podcasts come great responsibility, guys.
Exactly.
Indeed. Oh, my goodness. Thank you, Brother Nate. Most of all, though, I appreciate you. Yes, you, the one listening right now, that's you, right? That's you. You're you. Hopefully you're you. But we appreciate you, whether this is your first time listening to the show or you're part of the Rewinder community. Thank you for spending time with us. And we pray that you're more joyful now than you were when you first hit play. I have been and am Francisco Ruiz. You can find me on Twitter and Instagram at FXRUIZX. And you can hire me to do pixel art for you by going to retrorewindpodcast.com/Fiverr. And I'll take you to Fiverr where I have my pixel art gig. Finally, we are proud to be a part of the Retro Junkies Network at theretrojunkies.com and the Christian Geek Central Network at christiangeekcentral.com. You can catch us at either of those, but like a Pokemon, we got to catch you all on the next episode, and we're actually going to catch Pokemon of the Retro Rewind podcast.
Retro Rewind mission complete. Proceed to nav point Omega and return to base.
This is my gift, my curse. Who are we? We are the Retro Rewind podcast.
Padding, there's padding. Pokemon, what you going for? Your first movie could have been so much more. But let's talk about that on this episode of the Retro Rewind podcast.
What is that?
Reflux capacitor, fluxing, crew, to stations, scanning for Pokemon, the first movie, 1998. Prepare to rewind in 3, 2, 1.
So was that intro that you were singing, was that a takeoff of the theme song? Or
No, the brother versus brother song. When they're fighting at the end.
Okay.
We're not to the introductions yet, Paul, because this is the Retro Rewind podcast. Welcome, Rewinders and new listeners, to this here podcast of Retro Rewinds. We take a fresh look at movies and video games from 15 or more years ago and let you know whether they're still worth revisiting today. You can find this episode at retrorewindpodcast.com/143, where there are links to contact us and vote on the movies we cover. And if you end up loving the show and want to see it thrive, you can become a reflux capacitor, making our time travel possible alongside our patrons Jared Holzhauer, Deborah Powers, Brian Keating, Patrick Hicks, Aaron Strauss, LJ Lowry, the Feel and Film Podcast, Pierre Panda, and 2 other awesome patrons as well. Thank you all so much for supporting us on Patreon. My name is Francisco Ruiz. I'm a dad, designer,
And I predicted that Pokemon, the first movie, Mewtwo Strikes Back, would be a tragic movie.
Wow.
Now, before we introduce our co-host and guest, here is your Francisco's boop 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 flash announcement. Coming soon on the Retro Rewind Plays live streams, which I have been doing now for a while, where I play retro and retro themed games. I am going to start a quest. Yes, a quest to beat, not 100%, but to beat every game on the Super Nintendo Classic, because I got my hands on one. I'm very jazzed about that. So I'm going to be playing that through my live streams and trying to beat every game. Why not 100%? Because I got bronchitis. Ain't no one got time for that. It's going to be hard enough using save states, because I plan on using save states because I have a life outside of playing games. But I do want to try to beat every game on the SNES Classic. So you can check that out on my live streams, which we usually do Friday nights at 7:30 Pacific Standard Time, or Pacific Time. It's going to change here in like tonight, but Pacific Time. So follow us, and you can watch, if that sounds interesting to you, at twitch.tv/Retro Rewind Pod. That's the end of your Francisco's boop, 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 flash announcement. Now I'd like to welcome to the show my first mate, my best friend, Paul, the Master Interrupter Powers. Hey, Paul.
Hi, Francisco.
Hi, Pikachu. Here is your trivial question, Paul. The original Japanese story showed Mewtwo in a more favorable light, as feeling that it has no place in the world and so wants to earn its place. The English dub opted to just make Mewtwo an emotionless tyrant who wants to destroy the world, a decision that both fans and critics criticized. In hindsight, the producers felt they made the wrong decision. Paul, what was a decision you have made that you, today, regret?
Oh my God. There's so many
heavy
things. At all. What I had for breakfast. It goes into so many different things. I regret not getting a little bit more for. I just had like a chicken sandwich for dinner. I wish I had like a little more, but it helped me lose weight in the end. Wish I worked out more. There's a lot of things.
Okay, I just want one thing, Paul.
Well, I don't know if that counts.
Something from 1998. How about that? Because this movie's from 1998.
Here's something that I regret. I regret I don't remember much from 1998. Not because I drank a lot. It's just because I'm getting older and my memory is going more.
Oh, man. So. Lame. All right. Fair enough, Paul. How did you predict Pokemon, the first movie, would pan out before you watched
since
it?
I've never seen the movie before, this is
this is one of those. Oh, okay.
Yeah. I predicted... I didn't predict because
you didn't have
I didn't know.
Obviously. Yeah. Fair enough. All right, now we'd like to welcome back to the show. He's been on several times now. We love having him on. He's the one of the creators of Geek Devotions, which you can check out on YouTube. Also does a podcast called Com Talk. Is currently showing off his Mewtwo doll at me. I'd like to welcome back to the show Shipman Clergy, Dallas Panda Marshall Mora. Hey, Dallas.
What's going on, y'all?
What's going on, Dallas? Here is your trivial question for Pokemon Mewtwo Strikes Back the first time. A narrator and Mewtwo's voice were added in the American version in the first segment of the movie to help better explain the movie to people who may not have had such a wide knowledge of the Pokemon craze. For example, parents who took their children to see the movie. What's up, parents? Why aren't you watching Pokemon with your kids? That's my question to you.
Come on.
But my question to Dallas is, if you are interested in a movie from a fandom you are unfamiliar with, like you're not aware of the fandom at all, but the movie looks cool, do you just go to the movie fresh, or do you try to orient yourself with the material that the movie's based on beforehand, and why?
I will, depending if I knew it was a fandom beforehand. Normally my bride tells me if it is. But,
this was a book.
I'll try to dig in a little bit and figure out what's going on. Not too much, because if you do too much, in my opinion, if it's something you grew up with, then you go in with expectations, and it's a bad day for whatever it is. Great case in point. I watched Dark Tower.
Oh, yeah.
I knew it was a fandom, so I did a little bit of research in it, just so that because I knew they were gonna put little caveats in there. And I just had this feeling on the inside that it wasn't gonna do well, and I wasn't gonna be able to see the grandiose picture that Dark Tower was creating.
Yeah,
and so I got to see some of that. So I went in there knowing that okay, this is a tie-in for all the Stephen King books, like all Stephen King books go back to this. So I was able to pinpoint, okay, that's it, that's this, that's that, and so that's what I would do.
Cool. Okay. So pretty much just a little taste, and then going. Very cool. Awesome. And what was your prediction for Pokemon, the first movie with Mewtwo?
I predicted that it was a nostalgic film.
Nostalgic. So we have a tragic prediction for me, nostalgic from Dallas, and Paul, this is his first time watching. All right, well, let's see how these predictions pan out if we ended up actually rating this movie classic, nostalgic, or tragic. Paul, why don't you enter our course for Alice so we know what we're going to be doing for this episode?
All right, Alice, let's have a roundtable discussion on Pokemon, maybe even the first movie, including what we liked and didn't like, and also what we liked most and didn't like most, and we'll come back for a final rating and maybe some feedback and announcements.
Awesome, Alice. Target into 1998, and let's go catch some Pokemon.
Alert! Alert! Approaching target. Spoilers incoming. Establishing analysis vector.
They're soaring, shocking, bubbling, and beaming. And on November 12th, you can catch them all in theaters for the first time. Pokemon, the first movie, plus the all-new short Pikachu's Vacation playing before Pokemon, the first movie. Together, only in theaters November 12th. Rated G.
Oh, man, I so missed the vacation at the beginning.
Man, what's up with these digital views that you just miss the shorts that come ahead of time? Sheesh. Yeah. What's up with that? But, you obviously didn't remember there being a short, Paul, because you didn't watch this beforehand. But these are pretty much just an amalgamation of what Dallas and I remembered when we watched this back in good old 1998. In a Frankenstein or Frankenstein, however you say it, a like setting, mad Poke scientists conduct an experiment that brings forth a new life, a new Pokemon, trying to create a Mew-type pocket monster. Later, Ash and his friends travel the world after receiving word of a strange new Pokemon Masters challenge. Ash gets caught up in trying to defeat Mewtwo. Then a Mew Pokemon decides to thwart the enraged Mewtwo because reasons. So Mewtwo battles Mew in an epic battle that ends in a wonderful, touching moment.
That was hard to concentrate with your anime-like voice there.
Next time on Francisco's Dream Ride.
That was mostly right, but some of it was indeed incepted. No. Yeah, mainly they weren't trying to Frankenstein different Pokemon together. It was just the
nor were they traveling around the world trying to be a master.
That's true.
They got invited.
Yes, they got invited. Exactly.
Well, they were invited by a Pokemon master. They thought,
right.
Like I said, there was some things that were technically right, some things that were technically wrong. Speaking of technicals, Paul, give us some technical details about who was in this movie, how much it made, stuff like that.
All right. Pokemon, the first movie, sorry. If we're going to put the hyphen there, I got to put the
colon
things
and
in
that,
there.
yeah.
And the above the E, so I'll leave all that out. So Pokemon, the first movie, Mewtwo Strikes Back, came out in theaters in the United States, at least, on November 10th, 1999. Do you know when it came out in Japan?
Oh, I guess it was 98 because I put 98 in the... I thought 98 was the IMDb thing.
Yeah, exactly, 98. I'm trying to find out the date, though. That's why I asked. July 18th, 1998.
Ah, okay.
So that's why, yeah. Anyway. It was written and directed by I don't want to be offending Japanese people by mispronouncing their names, but you know who they are, hopefully. And it's
oh yeah, so well known over here in the States, I'm sure.
Yeah, and same thing with the voices. Anyway, do you want me to go over some of the voice people? Because you said I was going to mention people,
sure.
but
you can.
I was trying to avoid not to, and then you're like, oh,
actually,
all right.
You know what? Do Ash.
Veronica Taylor did Ash and the female scientist and the computer and Fuji's wife.
Whoa.
And Eric Stewart did Brock, James, Squirtle, Weezing, Scyther, Hitmonlee, whatever that is, Magneton, male scientist, and Squirtle too.
Oh my gosh. And what about the girl that did Misty?
Misty, that's Rachel Lillis, and she did Misty and Jessie and Wigglytuff.
What? Oh my goodness. No, the sad part about all this though, the woman who voiced Meowth died back in 2008. I had no idea.
No.
What?
Yeah.
No idea.
Kind of sad. But you know what, let's go from a low note to a high note, maybe possibly. How did this do How did this do box office wise, Paul?
The budget of this film was about $30 million, and it went on to gross over $160 million worldwide.
I was not expecting
All right.
that.
So here's, according to Box Office Mojo, we have some trivia for you. So in the U.S., not worldwide, but in the U.S., of all the anime movies that came out, where do you think this ranks?
In 98 or
No,
forever?
overall.
Really?
Overall?
Overall.
I'll let Dallas go
I'm going to put this in the top 5. I mean, I think Studio Ghibli is up there with a lot of his stuff, but with the popularity of Pokemon, it's in the top 5.
I'm going to go for much lower. I'm going to go for Blackjack, 21.
All right. This is the United States. So it was actually number 1.
What?
It still is.
Oh, I wasn't.
United States.
You know what? You said that, but I was thinking anime was more popular over here than it really was. So yeah. That was ridiculous of me to think it was that low.
Mm-hmm. All right. So, but as far as video game adaptations, sure, that too. Where do you think it falls?
Ooh,
as far as the number of adaptations.
As far as what?
The number of adaptations or popularity.
Box office.
Box office.
Oh, sales.
How many are on the list, Paul?
In the U.S., 41.
Okay.
This includes. I was about to say this includes
like Street Fighter the movie and Mortal Kombat, things like that.
Right.
I'm gonna say actually, okay, given my low ball last time, I'm gonna say this is actually number 4.
Okay, Dallas.
So video adaptation sales, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. So I remember
in the U.S.
When I bought Red and Blue back in '99, I was told by my cousin, who's one of those, he learns everything in the world, that it's actually surpassed Tetris as the highest grossing game.
But I don't know if Red and Blue would count since it's
no.
video
this
release.
is in video game adaptation in the theater.
Oh, in theater.
Theater.
It's got to be number 1. I mean, come on.
I don't know. Mortal Kombat was pretty good. Resident Evil was pretty good too. So okay, go ahead, Paul. Sorry.
Is correct. It's number 4.
What?
Mortal Kombat's number 5.
Oh, really? And what's number 1?
Lara Croft Tomb Raider, the first Tomb Raider movie.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
The Angry Birds movie is number 2.
What?
Prince of Persia is number 3.
Wow.
Okay.
With Jake Gyllenhaal. Street Fighter. Which version?
Well, did the animated version come out in theaters? I didn't think so. I meant the Jean-Claude Van Damme
live action.
Yeah,
number
live
20.
action?
Really?
That didn't do as well.
Well, we're not here to talk about video game movies in general. We're here to talk about Pokemon, the first movie with the striking 2 Mew. Okay, so those are the technicals. Let's talk about the things we liked about this movie, and let's start with our guest, Dallas. What is one thing you liked about the Mewage of 2-age Pokemon?
The Mewage of. All right, so one thing that I liked about it was the jokes, the ridiculous jokes that were inside of it. Like, I didn't know Vikings still existed. They mostly live in Minnesota.
Yeah.
Like, those are the best, most ridiculous jokes ever.
Yeah, you know what? There were quite a few puns in this in this movie. Another one was like send in the clones instead of sending the clowns. And there's also like references to the show where the DNA scanners going through, and then you see the outline, and Jesse and James are saying that's Meowth or something like that, and it's a play on what they did before the ad breaks in the show. So humor like that, yes, that was one of my likes as well. Paul, did you find anything in this? Did the humor make your list, or if not, what was something you liked?
The humor didn't make my list, but something that I like what they did in this film, this anime film, is that they kept the original theme song at the beginning with the credits, because I've seen other adaptations where the TV series, they make a movie and they change the theme song because they're trying to do something new and different. So I really appreciated that they kept the gotta catch them all.
That's weird. I mean, I noticed they used the same words, and apparently I read on IMDb that the music was not the same, which was odd because it seemed the right. But that wasn't during the credits, though, was it? I feel like it wasn't.
It was. They had like a weird like.
I mean, it was a battle during it. What? Yeah, they had a prologue.
And then you had the music.
I guess I'm incepting that the credits came on during that time. So okay. But cool, yes. I was glad for your sake, Paul, that was not white text on black background credits.
There we go. Because that would have been much worse. Yes. I agree.
I still need to get that shirt.
Let's go back to Dallas. What's something else you liked?
Another thing I liked was, and it's funny, I didn't log it as humor, but I logged it as them giving nod to the TV show. I don't like it when movies just ignore the source material very much. Right. And so scenes like where they did, who's that Pokemon? I feel like that was a great nod to the series itself. It wasn't necessarily a humor thing. It was just like we're acknowledging our source material, which is this kids show.
Yeah. Same with when Jesse and James are saying, prepare for trouble, make it double, and then Meowth's like, we don't have time for this slogan, guys.
Let's move on.
Yeah. Definitely stuff like that is. I agree. I mean, you have this, obviously, a ton of these people, $100 million worth of people are going to be watching this movie. I'm sure the majority of them are familiar with the show and want to see stuff like that respected, as opposed to another movie we covered, Transformers the movie, where they kill off everyone. I would say is a way of disrespecting the fans, just because you want to sell more toys. And how'd that work out for you, Hasbro? Not so well.
Right.
You know, they still haven't learned their lessons. I mean, here they keep making these movies nowadays, like with the Transformer reboots and the He-Man reboot and everything, and then they're not going back to what the fans love most. They try to improve upon it.
Well, they do weird stuff like Battleship.
Exactly. Anyway, moving on. Let's go back to Pokemon, right?
Okay, yeah.
What's another podcast for another day?
Before Mew strikes us again. Something else I liked was actually, Paul, you sort of touched on it as well. Hearing the theme song again was a nice, like, it was comfortable. And honestly, there are a ton of cartoons theme songs I like, but there are also a ton I don't like. This is definitely in the list of ones that, man, it's catchy. It makes me just like jazzed to go out and catch Pokemon or face them a day. It just has this really awesome rock and tone to it, and the lyrics are very inspirational. So it was nice that they included that as well. Let's go back to Paul. What's something else you liked?
I liked how in this movie the trainers here were acting like Anakin Skywalker, and that they were trying to get granted the master label. They wanted to become masters, but they were not labeled the master. Anyway, that's a kidding.
I'm like, that's cool. I don't know where to go from there, but
yeah. But I thought it was a fun coinkydink. Anyway, but I liked the message. I thought it was a good message of anti-racism in it. And there are other movies that
there's a message of anti-racism in this.
Oh my! Yeah,
I did not pick up on that at all.
Are you kidding me? All right,
it was kind of a subtext.
Yeah, at the finale too. At the finale, they're playing that song where it's like brother versus brother,
which I riffed on in the beginning. Yes.
Yeah, which it shouldn't be like this, and that's all like
It's like
okay,
different. We're still be friends.
Okay, you know what? You're totally right. I was thinking it was more like you shouldn't fight with your clones or something.
Like it was a lot more subtle than Zootopia, but it was still there.
Okay,
yeah,
all right,
I thought it did a better job of addressing it than like the recent movie Get Out was based on.
No spoilers. I haven't seen it yet.
Well, I can, without spoiling it, I can say that it was written with in mind of African Americans feeling marginalized in the U.S.
Oh, no, I don't even have to see it. I mean, that's might as well just told me the ending right now.
Right, but that movie isn't for everybody. So it's hard to talk about it using it. But this is I think would appeal to a wider audience. And
got it. Okay,
right.
Very cool. And Dallas, why don't you give us one more like before we get to our classic makers?
Actually, I had a couple. One of the ones was Paul's about the message that was there, but I like the small details they put in within the animation. Like whenever Mew stopped Rhyhorn, whenever he like charged him, and all of a sudden, like when you saw the impact with the Scyfield, like Rhyhorn's eyes just got like big, like what's going on? like you saw the impact, and I appreciate when animate because that's stuff they can easily just not put in.
Sure,
it's kind of like
sure.
What was it? I think it was like Lupus 3 was another anime, and they actually like animated the turning of the wheels, stuff that you can easily hide in animation and ignore.
Yeah,
they did that, and so I appreciated that.
Yes, that is always nice when you have those little touches. Unfortunately, there weren't enough touches in this movie for me, but we'll get to that in a little bit.
The ending was touching.
That's not what I meant at all. Let's go.
There's a lot of like hitting.
Let's go to our classic makers. Paul,
touch someone.
Paul, this is not an AT&T commercial, guys. Paul
They like to sponsor this show.
Not yet.
Can I talk now?
I don't know. Can you?
Sorry.
It sounds like you're talking.
Paul kind of touched on my classic maker when he was sharing his last like, but I thought that this movie. The themes in this movie would give you, if a parent were, actually wanting to do this, I think it actually gives you a lot of good fodder for discussion with your kids about like racism, you guys mentioned, also violence and finding your purpose or what your purpose in life is, discovering that. Is fighting always bad? Just I think there were a lot more things in this that were sort of launch pads for discussion than I was expecting, especially how the start of the movie, how the movie started. So that was actually cool that there was all that in there.
Yeah,
fighting back.
I appreciate it. I didn't know this until later that the subtext of the anti-fighting was not in the original Japanese version. But when they put that in there, though, this was also around the same time frame where like parents were like super like anti Power Rangers and stuff like that because of the fighting stuff. So I feel like that was one of those things they forced in there with that whole anti-fighting.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Because the whole Ninja
parents want to ruin our good time. Yeah, I remember Ninja Turtles being very, here we go, talking about other shows. Ninja Turtles my mom being worried about, I don't know if I really want you watching Ninja Turtles because it's so violent. Right. Yet they hardly ever use their weapons to.
They never actually used their weapons, is my understanding.
Yeah. Well, in the second one.
Well, no, I'm talking about the cartoon. I'm talking about the cartoon. Yeah.
Oh no, they whip them out in the theme song. In fact, I think is it Leonardo's sword that cuts the screen in half at one point?
That's the most violent they can get with it, though.
Yeah, they're not like.
I mean, they decimate pizza with it.
Yeah,
that's true.
Watch out, pizza. Your days are numbered.
And I think the Mousers were on the receiving end of a couple swings there.
Okay, back to the Pokemon's first movie. Dallas, what was your classic maker for this movie?
All right, my classic maker is and I kind of touched on a little bit about the small details, but I really appreciate the art that went into this particular
Again,
one.
we'll talk about that more later, but go ahead.
Wait. What do you mean by art? Can you clarify that?
Okay, so they cleaned up some of the opening sequences and some of the background where they, like in the original series, and I don't know if you guys do it. I see grain a lot of times in shows, and so I can kind of tell what era they come from.
Yeah.
But in this, there was very little grain in it, and it wasn't just I was watching some HD version. It's just that they cleaned up the art. They had cleaner lines. They had better fill the color. I appreciated that they put more effort into this movie. They did a little bit with the Transformers, the animated movie that we watched a while back also. And so I just appreciate the extra detail into colorization, art, and lines within the series itself, or within this particular movie.
That's fascinating how much I disagree with you there. But again, we'll talk about that.
It's okay. It's all right. Go ahead, stab me in the heart.
It's fine.
No, turn around.
You know what?
I'm gonna pull out my right horn.
Oh man!
Here, let me put you both. Let me put you both at peace. I didn't realize any of that, either positive or negative. But before I get into my classic maker, I have two questions for you.
Okay.
Did any of you guys happen to watch the original subtitled version, non-dubbed?
No, I didn't. I never did.
I didn't have a chance to get to.
I didn't either. I couldn't find a copy, unfortunately. Yeah. I prefer that over the... Anyway, so that's one. Question number 2. What was the point of this movie?
Originally, this was supposed to be the wrap-up of the series.
Yeah.
But it got really, really big. Because, like, in the game, Mewtwo is the final creature you fight. You meet him at the very end, and so he was always this mythical creature in the game. So in the series they did is kind of the same thing, and so it's supposed to wrap up the series.
This was supposed to be the series finale, and they're like, "Hey, let's make a big movie out of it."
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
But they're like,
"Thank you.
We can't kill this golden goose this quickly."
Yeah.
Right.
There's a whole lot more money to be made.
But in terms of like within the context of just this movie, what is the point? I think it's just to show that...
what's the message?
That Pokemon brawling is not okay, as they need to actually be shooting lasers at one another before it's considered humane or Pokemon.
Or sing them to sleep is better.
Exactly, yeah.
Or
Wigglytuff. Or Jiggly. No, both. I mean, Wigglytuff is the evolved version of Jigglypuff.
Right. So... if we're going to get deep with it, I think it's about, and that maybe get into our conversation later, I think the purpose is about purpose, to be perfectly honest.
Oh, okay, nice. Rick Warren. All right, Paul, what is your classic maker?
My classic maker is the message of the purpose-driven Pokemon. No. Anyway,
that needs to be the cover of this episode.
Yeah.
Purpose-driven Pokemon.
Honestly, it was the animation. I liked the flow and the quality of the a lot. I thought, this isn't. I could tell this wasn't just a quick animated half-hour special. Let's just throw something together. I really appreciate a lot of the fluidity of the animation in it. Not all of it. I would say there, maybe a good third to almost half of it had some really nice animation to it. So you don't often see a lot of that, unfortunately, in non-Disney American-made animated movies. So I appreciate that.
Got it. Okay. Fair enough, guys. Well, I think before we talk more in depth about that, on maybe the negative side, let's get to, we like to go out to social media and say, hey, what do you all remember about these movies and video games we're going to cover? And we're going to share some of that feedback with you now. First off, Celeste Morris says, I remember from Monday how adorable Mew was. I want him as my pet. But he's not a dragon, Celeste. You can't have Mew. So sorry. But that was sort of a not true memory. That's okay, though. Thank you, for Celeste, for adding that. But we also have one from Robert Cole. He says, I hear you're doing the Pokemon movie next. Here's my 2 cents. It's not a good quote-unquote movie, but it's still a classic. I will show it to my kids when I eventually have them. Awesome. Thank you so much for sharing that with us, Robert and Celeste.
Good plan.
And that is the extent of our feedback, guys. So with that, let's go to the things that we don't like about Pokemon, the first movie. And before, I'm going to start us off, but now I have a question of my own, guys, to sort of baseline us, I guess. Were either of you fans of the, what's it called? The TV show. Well, that's actually a good question. Were you more of a fan of the TV show, the video games, or the card games growing up? For me, it was mainly. Sorry, I was going to say. For me, it was definitely the Game Boy games first, and then after that, I did enjoy the show for a little while. No, I wasn't super into it, but there were some fun episodes.
Mm-hmm. I was into the show originally. My friends had it. And then we're living in Missouri originally, and I started watching it on TV, and I loved it. Watched it a lot. I cried. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh gosh!
Went to the scene, and then I'm man enough to admit it. And then when we moved here to Missouri, I got a Game Boy Color, and we bought Red and Blue, which was weird because I played on my friend's original Game Boy, and it was all gray out, and so they were adding their own weird color. And what was neat was there was the way that the programming. I don't know how they did it. Game Boy Red had a red tint, and or not Game Boy, the red Pokemon had.
Yeah.
And then the blue Pokemon had a blue tint to it. I don't know how they did it because they weren't built for those systems, but it was legit.
Well, I know that you can capture different Pokemon in each one, so there's probably some serial number on it or somewhere that the system itself could recognize. Oh, this card has to have this blue tint or whatever. But that is a cool bit of programming that they did that. Okay, and Paul, what's your sort of main touch point with Pokemon?
Neither.
So none of them.
No, I didn't play it. I didn't watch it. I didn't.
Really?
Huh?
Okay.
Even Team Rocket.
What? Do you think you're just too old for it?
Yeah, I was older at the time. I was when this was at its height. I was director of youth at a church where a lot of the youth members were into it. So I could see what they were doing through them, and that kind of thing. So I am familiar with it on that
level.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's good to know, guys. Okay, so here's my first thing that I didn't like about this movie. And so I originally put the animation is just TV quality. It's not any better than the TV show for me, from what I remember of the TV show. It seemed like they might as well have just made a long episode to me.
Well, like I said, I wasn't really a fan of the TV show, so I couldn't really tell.
I understand that, Paul. I understand that. However, I will say I think it wasn't so much the animation, and the animation itself, like the actual keyframes, could have been clear. I don't remember that as well. I think what I was actually trying to get across in my notes to myself was the coloring. I was expecting a lot richer coloring, like certainly nothing like today, but Studio Ghibli, I guess, quality coloration to like shading and highlights to this. This is your first Pokemon movie.
Flat?
Yes. Oh, totally.
Oh, I was about to say mine was full of colors.
No. Yeah. Sorry, I keep muddling up my terms. Yeah, it didn't feel like these
highlights and shading.
Exactly. There was a lot of dimension. Yes. I should just let you guys do my dislikes.
Any animated movie after Who Framed Roger Rabbit is going to look bad in comparison.
All right, well, there you go.
So far.
This is a true story.
Yeah.
So that's my thing. That's one thing I didn't like. Dallas, what's something you didn't like?
One thing I didn't like was the inconsistency with the clone Pokemon. You see the 3 Blastoise, Charizard, and
Venusaur,
and they all had these stripes, and you have this sense of, okay, this is a quality of the cloning process. But then every other Pokemon that he clones, and he clones the top level Pokemon, they're not striped at all.
Well, here's the thing, Dallas. Here's the thing. If you put a cucumber in pickling juice and just put it in there for a second and take it out right away, does it taste like a pickle? No. It has to be in there a while. So those bigger Pokemon, they've been pickled for a long time. So they've started to have those stretch marks or whatever they are, that coloration. So that's why you get that. As opposed to the other clones, they've only been in the cider for like a few minutes. So
I didn't realize 3 weeks was a pickling process for me.
Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, I didn't know either, but now thanks to this movie, we know.
Thanks, Francisco, for having it be more of a classic now.
Pickling with Francisco Reese.
Oh my goodness, Paul, what's something you didn't like?
The opening theme song was good, but it felt too much like a TV show opening where they were kind of like, I mean, this is, like you said, Francisco, this is Pokemon the movie. If you're going to have the theme song, fine, have the theme song, but let's have a big action sequence during it. Not like, okay, yeah, I see these two are battling, and it's kind of like, oh, that's nice. Here's a shot. Here's a shot. No, let's have boom, boom, boom. It gets, you know.
I will say, and I know you're not a fan of the show, Paul, and a lot of times in the show, they did the anime TV cheat of if there's like a guy flying through the air coming at you, they have a still of the guy move, like just panning with the background lines and a color just going really fast.
Right.
Well, I'm glad they didn't do that.
Yeah, they didn't do any of that, whereas they did do that in the show. So,
well, I was expecting it. To me, it still felt too much like a with that theme song in there and the way they did it, it still felt like a really long episode rather than a movie intro.
Yeah. I can't.
To be fair, it is like 60 minutes long.
No, it's like it's
Not
an
the
hour
version I
and
saw.
20.
like maybe 70 minutes.
Speaking of,
might be 70 or 80.
Man,
I'm gonna go back and look at it again.
This movie. Okay, that's completely the opposite of mine. I was like, when is this movie going to be over?
I thought it was really short myself. Of course, I didn't see Pikachu's Vacation at the beginning.
I didn't see that either. But it was just, it kind of dragged for me. And I didn't fall asleep during it, but I did have to stop it like 2/3 of the way through and pick it up the next morning just because of family stuff.
That's why.
No,
because it took a whole day to watch.
Sometimes that actually makes the movie better. I feel like if that happens. So I don't think it's necessarily that was the case.
By the way, it's 75 minutes.
There we go.
75 minutes. So yeah, for me it dragged. And there you go. Dallas, let's go back to you. What's something else you didn't like?
Something I didn't like was actually the song, the theme song. I didn't like how the remake.
What's wrong with you guys? This version of it.
Yeah, this version of it.
Okay.
I didn't like the sequence was it was a typical Pokemon thing, I think personally. But the remake of it wasn't exciting to me. Like
it was kind of like you're gonna be the very best. Like no one ever was.
I was like,
what happened?
I'm like, is like Teletubbies doing this all of a sudden? I don't know what's happening. Like Teletubbies and somebody with a guitar in the background. That's what's happening. And like the original version was so much more high energy, more impactful, more almost like inspiring. And I remember when I rewatched it, I was trying to separate. Okay, do I remember it being that way because of the nostalgia of growing up with it?
Sure.
Or is it just legitimately not a very good rendition? I think it's legitimately just not a good rendition.
Yeah, it is too bad. Especially, I mean, again, I feel like this is a movie, especially if you're kind of building it to be the finale, everything should be plussed. Are you guys familiar with that term, plussed?
Like taking up the next level?
Yeah, exactly. Taking the next level. This, like, if you're going from TV to movie or comics to movie, everything should like look bigger and more impressive. essentially.
Like explosion,
colors, laser beams, smoke screens, smoke.
I don't remember.
Smoke. What are the things called? Fog machines, smoke machines. That's what it is. Wow.
Smoke them if you got them.
Pretty much. Paul, what's something else you didn't like?
Like I said, I usually prefer the original voices of Japanese anime, and I felt the voice acting in this was good for some of it, but others I felt like most Japanese dubbed anime, it feels rushed in certain parts, or it feels like there's not enough emotional inflection in that take. Let's redo that. But this doesn't. I'm like, about half of it is fine. The other half is like,
Well, let me ask you this. Would you say there was the most emotional inflection in Mewtwo's voice?
No.
Oh, really? You think he was
he was very dry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay. I was just going to make the case that, well, maybe everyone else, obviously this TV show was going again, and all the same voices are still this. I love that all the voices from the TV show were in the movie.
That's great, but let's have more emotion.
I get it, but they don't have
voices.
time, is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
except for Mewtwo,
because they're getting better. They are getting better as the years go by. As far as dubbing is.
All right, fair enough. Dallas, why don't you give us one more thing you didn't like, and then we'll do Tragic Makers.
Yeah, this is a stupid one, but it's like when they had the storm expert, and she's like, "Don't go, you should go." And like she's almost angry at them. Yeah. And they're like, "We're going to do this anyway." She's like, "No, you're going to endanger your Pokemon. What's wrong with you?" And then they're like, "We're doing it anyways." She goes, "I respect that." I'm like. For real? Like, you're like the worst, like, wildlife conservationist ever or something. I mean, you're like...
I thought it added more depth to her character. But I could totally understand, okay, she's can't be trusted with any kind of authority, but at least she has that moral struggle within her.
Right?
No. Oh, man. But you know what? That's a perfect lead in to my Tragic Maker, Dallas, because there are things in this movie that just... The dialogue didn't match with the intention of the characters, or the internal, like, there's this, like, things weren't integrated. Like, stuff would happen, I think, just to get the story along, which didn't match with anything that had happened before. Here are some examples. Like, you have, your example was one of them, but also, so Mewtwo, he says at the end, toward the end, I have no times for games. Well, I forget. Like someone, I think Ash wanted to challenge him or something like that. And he's like, I have no time for games. Yet this whole thing of getting people to the island is one big series of games. I don't know what you're talking about. You don't have time for games. If that's true, just do the storm and be done. It's just so ridiculous.
To be fair, on that point, I'm defending it, but I'm not. I agree with you. But to be fair, the point of getting to the island was not to do a game. It was, let me get the most challenging, most powerful Pokemon trainers out. Anyone who might actually give me an issue and put them at ground zero and wipe them out on the front end.
But why do you... What's the point of that? If you're so sure that your storm's going to wipe out everyone, why do you need to do that?
Because he wanted their Pokemon. Because these were the strongest Pokemon.
Oh, now that makes a lot of sense. Okay, yeah, that's right.
But why when he just had the cloning?
Yeah,
machine?
Actually, why does he need Pokemon to begin with? But why does he?
Why
need
didn't he clone himself if he wanted the most powerful one?
There you go. Yes,
because he didn't want to be alone. He wanted the most powerful, but he didn't want to be alone.
Well, then he should have cloned himself.
No, but then his clones would overtake him because they're just as powerful. So you have to clone less powerful ones.
It's a prestige situation, essentially, is what you're telling me. Okay, I got it.
That movie didn't make sense to me, so I don't get the reference.
I still need to watch it again.
Just at the end where there's anyway, we won't spoil Prestige for people that have not seen it.
When does that come up?
Not for several years. But yeah, there are just things like that. Another sort of thing that didn't match was in the beginning, you have all this stuff happening, all this dialogue between the scientists and Mewtwo, and then Mewtwo destroys them all, and Giovanni comes in a helicopter and is essentially talking to Mewtwo like he was there the whole time. I mean, that's the way the dialogue goes. It's almost like, oh, these kids won't be able to track that Giovanni didn't know that all this stuff happened, so we'll just assume he knew. It was like he was there the whole time. It's like, oh my gosh. So frustrating.
Wow, you really cared that I didn't.
I feel bad because I'm about to like argue with you again about
all
this.
Right,
though, because,
then why don't?
Because his coming in was another aspect of his level of deviancy. This is the classic like, I'm coming in looking like I'm your best friend. Look how horrible these people treated you. Let me help you become better. And then he reveals at the end. Now I'll give you that. His reveal of the end of like, you're my slave. That was stupid because it's like, you just helped this thing control his powers,
right?
And wipe you
out.
That
was stupid. Yeah. Yes.
But the original front of it, where he's like, look how horrible they are. Let me help you. I didn't see that as a problem.
But no, how would he know that Mewtwo wanted help to begin with, and that he was looking for a purpose? I mean, all that stuff was established with the scientist before Giovanni was there. That's what I'm saying.
He came in with that intention regardless, because you can get almost anybody with that kind of pitch.
So he's playing like psychic games, like, you will meet someone important to you and soon ish. Okay.
I mean, it's just psychology.
Yeah.
It's a psych out.
Jedi mind trick.
I see. This is not the Pokemon you're looking for.
Exactly.
All right, so Dallas, that's your disagreement. But what's your disagreement with this movie?
My Tragic Maker?
Yeah.
Is this is stupid on all kinds of level. I was annoyed at some small inaccuracies, like the fact that like they were doing the whole like, they were cloning the Pokemon and all you saw was a shadow. And this is gonna show how bad of a geek I am. They showed Scyther and they go, "It's Alakazam." I'm like, "No, it's not."
I didn't notice that. I didn't notice that.
You guys are like dubbing this mess over. You guys have been voicing these actors for God knows how long, and you can't get that right. Like, that annoyed me.
I can understand being annoyed by that. I did not pick up on that.
Like, that's bad script writing, in my opinion.
Yeah, someone didn't do their homework.
Pretty much. You guys got Pokédexes. Look it up. All right. Well, Paul, that leaves you. What's your Tragic Maker?
During the finale, that song about brother against brother, is just
Kumbaya. You mean Kumbaya?
I was like, the tone of the song. If they had like big sped it up or whatever, it just does not.
Yeah,
fit.
It's so bad.
Coming from someone who is not a fan of the franchise, this was the most take you out of the moment.
Yes.
For the movie, and just like, are you kidding me? This is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'd be curious to see what the Japanese version was like, though.
Oh yeah.
What that was all added.
That music would be, yeah.
Right. But I wouldn't be surprised if it was something similar, because it's either hit or miss sometimes.
Well, it's my understanding that like the whole like anti-fight war thing was purely Americanized. Like the Japanese was completely different.
That's my impression.
So they were encouraging the Pikachu to slap the other one over and over.
Yes, do it. Conan, what is best in life? Slay your enemies, see them driven before you, and to hear the lamentation of the women. All right, guys. Well, now that we've entered all our target information into the firing computer, Alice, do you have a firing solution for us?
Firing solution complete. Rating salvo at the ready. On your mark.
Firing solution is super effective.
You caught the firing solution. Yes. Do we rate Pokemon, the first movie, Mewtwo Strikes Back, a classic? We'd recommend anyone see this movie, whether or not you've seen it before. A nostalgic, it's only worth your time to watch it if you enjoyed it as a kid or enjoyed it previously. Or a tragic, we wouldn't recommend anyone spending time with this. Certainly not if you've never seen it before. And if you have good memories, don't sully them with a rewatch today. So let's start with our guest, Dallas. How do you rate Pokemon, the first movie, with the striking Mewtwo?
Classic.
All right.
Classic. I had so much fun rewatching this movie.
Excellent.
As much as the certain things annoyed the crap out of me, I had fun watching this. I will watch it with any Pokemon fan that's out there. My children will watch this. They will list off the original 150 Pokemon.
They will love it.
Why would you say this is better than watching just the series in general?
Better than watching the series? No, but I think it belongs with watching the series.
Okay.
Francisco is shaking his head, by the way, for those listening to the podcast.
Paul,
Francisco uses shake head. Very
it's effective. Not. I don't know if it's going to be very effective. We'll see. Paul, how do you rate Pokemon, the first movie?
Well, as one who's never seen it, I would think I'd rate it nostalgic.
Come on.
I think if you enjoyed it before, you'll enjoy it, but if you didn't, you still won't.
Okay, Paul, I will prove you wrong because I rate this tragic.
But
this is
I was about to
movie.
say, for me personally, I probably won't ever watch this again.
Well, then that's a tragic.
I don't know.
I think this is unfair.
No, I rate nostalgic. Just to make it
Come on. Okay, well, according to the Retro Rewind podcast, we rate Pokemon the first movie, Mewtwo Strikes Back, a draw. But thankfully, we have our amazing patrons who, at a certain level, they can actually help break the tie. So with their votes tabulated, Pokemon the first movie, Mewtwo Strikes Back, is rated a disputed, highly disputed, nostalgic movie. Now that we've got that out of the way, Alice, will you please bring us back to our own time? Good old 2018.
2018.
Comsat online. Receiving incoming transmission.
You know, I should have seen that coming. I don't know why I wasn't prepared. Anyway, we have some... Wow. Before we get to our normal flurry of announcements, we have some feedback. This is regarding our last episode, 142, on Spider-Man. First, Nathan James Norman said, "Thanks for the belly laugh, Brother Nate." So, Brother Nate, hopefully you're listening to this. And he says, "Thanks for the belly laugh." Also, this is also regarding Brother Nate, who was our, in case you don't know, he was our guest on last episode. Reed Benson said, "Dude, I'm finally getting to the Spider-Man episode, and you guys just blew my mind by having Nate Milton on, Brother Nate.
Yeah.
I've listened to a lot of wrestling podcasts, and Nate used to appear on live audio wrestling review AY shows, and now he's on the Post Wrestling Network. I would never have guessed that you guys even knew who he was. Two of my geek worlds came together unexpectedly on your show."
Worlds are colliding, Jerry.
Favorite comment you guys had.
I know, that was so cool.
That was a really neat comment.
It was. And like I think we said, we may have said on the episode. Maybe we didn't. Maybe it was like pre-post show stuff. But yeah, Brother Nate reached out to us because like he even said he's a fan, which is totally honors us to hear that from anyone. You listening right now, if you are a rewinder, if you are a fan, that's so touching to us. So let us know. Thank you for that feedback, Nathan and Reed. And now
it's Nathan James Norman.
Pikachu, lightning strike, Paul Powers. Pikachu. What? We're losing here. We're losing it here at the end. I do want to say, though, you can vote on the movies we cover at retrorewindpodcast.com/vote. Buy our t-shirts at retrorewindpodcast.com/store. Get bonus content and more by supporting us on Patreon at retrorewindpodcast.com/support. And you can contact us at retrorewindpodcast.com/contact. How else can people reach us, Paul, and you specifically?
You can talk to us on social media. We are Retro Rewind Pod. That's on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and you can also watch us record these very podcasts as well as live streams of video games and pixel art installation and illustration. Whatever Francisco wants to stream, you can catch it on Twitch TV/Retro Rewind Pod.
Soon to be playthrough of Super Nintendo Classic, beating all the games.
Yeah, but if you're listening 20 years from now, which I think by then he would have gone through all that, we'll see.
It'll take about that long, I think.
Yeah. But anyway, that's Twitch TV/Retro Rewind Pod.
Twitch.tv.
Yeah, sorry. That too. But if you want to find me, Paul J. Powers, you can go to Paul J. Powers, where I have all my social media links.
PaulJPowers.com? .org?
Yeah.
.net?
.com.
Awesome.
Or you can just listen to the next episode when we cover the movie Legend from 1985.
Is that the unicorn one with Mission Impossible guy?
I have no idea. Again, it's another movie I haven't seen.
Whoa, twofer, my goodness.
Yeah, back to back.
Mission Impossible, the Unicorn Syndrome. What? Anyway. Well, thank you so much, Paul. It's such a pleasure, such an honor doing the show with you.
Wow, I didn't know, considering a couple minutes ago.
that's the part of the fun.
Oh,
kind of, maybe not, but still, I appreciate.
It's like we're friends again.
I appreciate you, nonetheless, with all your images on the camera,
antics.
But yeah, you're all your Paul antics. But I appreciate you so much. I'm also very grateful to have our guest back on the show, Shipman Dallas. Thank you so much for being here, Dallas. Always fun having you. Where can
bless?
Awesome. A Blastoise.
Oh, you got puns.
We has puns.
Punmon.
Exactly. Dallas, where can people find you online? And is there anything you would like to promote?
Yeah, you guys can find us, my wife and I, at Geek Devotions. We are on YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook. Just look for Geek Devotions. We pop up on all those. Or you just go to youtube.com/Geek Devotions. We have a website. It's called geekdevotions.wordpress.com. And we post up articles. And what we basically do for the most part is we do weekly devotionals based off geek culture on YouTube. And it comes out every Friday at 4 p.m. Central Standard Time. And currently, we are doing Bible studies on Tuesdays on our main Facebook page. And if you want to hang out and just have a really fun, geeky conversation with a bunch of friends, such as Francisco here and Paul, check out our community, Devoted Geek Life, on Facebook.
Very, very cool. Thanks so much, Dallas, for being here. Thanks for having Geek Devotions and Devoted Geek Life. That's an awesome community. Highly recommend joining it if it sounds at all interesting to you. And thanks for being here again, Dallas.
It's been a blast, man.
Awesome. A Blastoise. You missed it again. Jeez. See if we have you on.
Blast.
Dallas was not very successful.
Film on.
No, we love you, Dallas.
But they should do a Jamaican version of Pokemon.
Pokemon. Come on.
I think there was a Jamaican
Oshkatchum is
trainer.
the best.
He's one of the water Pokemon. Or water Pokemon trainers.
Anyway, most of all, I appreciate you. Yes, you listening right now. Yes, we are talking to your ear holes and you are hearing us and you are the one I am appreciating. We'll leave it at that. But whether this is your first time listening to the show, and maybe this is your last, given what I just said, or you're a part of the Rewinder community, thanks for spending...
Said ear hole. I'm not listening anymore.
Thank you
I hurt my ear hole.
Spending time with us. And we pray you are more joyful now than when you first hit play. I have been and continue to be Francisco Ruiz. You can find me on Twitter and Instagram at FXRUIZX. And you can hire me to do pixel art illustrations for you via Fiverr at RetroRewindPodcast.com/Fiverr. Finally, we are proud to be a part of the Retro Junkies Network at theretrojunkies.com and the Christian Geek Central Network at christiangeekcentral.com. You can catch us at either of those, but like a Pokemon, we gotta catch you all on the next episode of the Retro Rewind Podcast.
Retro Rewind mission complete. Proceed to nav point Omega and return to base.
So did we catch them all?
I got to be the very best, like no one ever was. To catch them is my real test. To train them is my cause. I would travel across the land to searching far and wide. I have become an Indian Pokemon trainer, not Jamaican. What happened?
When the first breath of winter through the flowers is icing, and you look to the north, and the pale moon is rising, and it seems like all is dying, and would leave this world to mourn.
Peter.
In the distance, hear the laughter of the last unicorn. Peter. I'm alive. I'm alive.
Peter.
Sorry, it's just getting in the mood for the last unicorn. So
yeah, we're covering a different unicorn movie.
Oh, really? Which one?
Legend. On this episode of the Retro Rewind podcast.
Oh, no way. Oh, wait, which one?
Reflux capacitor, fluxing, crew, distinctions, scanning for Legend, 1985. Prepare to rewind in 3, 2, 1.
Welcome, Rewinders and new listeners, to the Retro Rewind podcast, where we take a fresh look at movies and video games from 15 or more years ago. You can find
I can't stand it. It's been too long since I interrupted. Anyway, go for it.
At retrorewindpodcast.com/144, where there are links to contact us and vote on the movies we cover. And if you end up loving the show and want to see it thrive, you can become a reflux capacitor, making our time travel possible alongside our patrons, Jared Holzhauer, Deborah Powers, Brian Keating, Patrick Hicks, Aaron Strauss, LJ Lowry, the Feel and Film Podcast, Peter Panda, and 3 other awesome patrons as well. Thank you all so much for supporting us on Patreon. My name is Francisco Ruiz. I'm a dad, designer, and I predicted that Legend would be a tragic movie. But before we introduce our co-host and guest host, here is your Francisco's boop, 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 boop flash announcement. So I just wanted to remind you guys that SNES Quest is happening. Currently, this is essentially where I'm trying to beat every game on the Super Nintendo Classic Edition, Super Nintendo Mini, whatever you want to call it, the small one. So I'm still plugging away in Super Mario World, but if you watch me play this coming Friday, like if you're listening to the podcast day of release, which would be Wednesday last week in March, if you watch this Friday, there's a good chance that I will actually beat Super Mario World. And every time I beat a game for SNES Quest, I'm going to be doing a giveaway for a sticker that's tied to that particular quest. So there'll be a total of 21 stickers in total, essentially. Yes, Paul, what?
You're going to beat the game. Now, are you warping?
No, I'm not warping. I'm just going as pell-mell through as quickly as I can. I'm not 100%ing or 96%ing, whatever it is in the case of Super Mario World. I'm just trying to beat Bowser. That's essentially my goal. Once I beat Bowser, I'm considered beating the game. Yes.
All right.
Thank you for clarifying that. So watch, chat, follow, and maybe win at twitch.tv/RetroRewindPod this Friday. And I'm going to start, unless internet issues foil me like they did this past Friday, starting, ideally, if God wills it, at 7:30 p.m. Pacific. Now that I've gotten that all out of the way, that was your Francisco's boop, 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 boop flash announcement.
All right, next commercial.
I'd like to welcome back to the show, as always, my good friend and co-host, Paul the Master Interrupter Powers. Hey, Paul.
Hey, Francisco. Welcome to my commercial.
It's not a commercial, Paul. It's a trivial question.
Oh, even better.
Even better. And here's mine for you. The voice of Gump, David, who is played by David Bennett.
She's Gump.
It's not Weird Al, Paul. Was redubbed by Alice Playton, who played Blix. For the German version, the voice of Blix, Alice Playton, was dubbed by David Bennett, Gump, who also voiced himself in that version. So that's kind of funny, a funny sort of switcheroo. Paul, would you rather provide the English dub for a character in a Godzilla movie or in a Hayao Miyazaki anime movie like Spirited Away?
That's too tough.
Good.
Oh, Godzilla is so nostalgic for me, but the Miyazaki is so more up and coming. Oh,
he's an up and comer.
Yeah, that Miyazaki, he's going places. I think I could have more fun with the Miyazaki, more range. If it's the same, is it the same amount? Like, you have one line, or is it in each?
It's either like you get like a main supporting role. How about that? You get a supporting role.
Oh, a main supporting role.
Yeah,
I think it might be fun to work on an animated movie more.
Okay,
I don't know. Fair enough. Just I'm taking a stab at it.
All right.
Sorry, I was opening and closing my window there.
No worries,
there you go.
Paul.
It's closed.
Oh, good. I'm glad you closed the window.
There we go.
Very professional podcasting we're doing here.
Yeah.
But, Paul, what did you predict Legend would be?
I've never seen this movie until this viewing. So 2018
that's right.
is my first viewing of this movie, and I will tell you my rating afterwards.
Sounds good. Now we'd like to welcome back to the show. He is the creator of the Spirit Blade audio drama trilogy, the Christian Geek Central community and podcast. It's soon to be renamed that. He may talk about that here soon. But we'd like to welcome back to the show, Paeter Frandsen. Hey, Paeter.
Hey, you guys. Thanks for having me.
Of course.
And I have to tell you, I didn't mention this before now, but like you allowed me to kind of like fulfill a weird fantasy of mine, because back in high school, I had this really quiet, nerdy idea, this fantasy I never shared with anybody, of singing the theme to The Last Unicorn at the school talent show.
Wow.
And I never did it.
Oh, why
now
not?
People can hear time and time again. It's even better now.
Exactly. Wow. That is.
I love that chorus. It makes me feel alive.
America did a fantastic job there. America. For those who don't know, America wrote those songs for The Last Unicorn.
I was about to say, I thought Paeter just sang it.
Oh my gosh. But we're not here to talk about America or The Last Unicorn. We're talking about, first we're talking about Paeter. And Paeter, this is your third time on the show. Do you know what that means?
No, I don't.
What that means is you have earned the rank of shipman. And so congratulations. You're going to be a ship's entertainer. So round of applause for Paeter. Good job. So
nice.
So now your next rank to attain is chief, and that happens when you've been on the show for 6 times. So you can go for that.
What's the record so far for repeat guest
That's
hosts?
probably held by my wife, and it's somewhere like in the 20s or higher, I think. So
I was about to say only 20.
So what's that rank? I'm still your wife?
After 10, you become an officer.
Oh, okay.
So
all right.
For those watching on the Twitch stream, that's what the little triangles next to our names represent. Mine is the captain. Paul's is the executive officer, and now Paeter, the triangle with the white carrot underneath is shipman. So congratulations, Paeter.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Now, Paeter, here's your trivial question for Legend.
Okay.
The statue of Pazuzu from The Exorcist is visible as an atmospheric prop in 2 shots in this movie. And it appears as a silhouette each time. Once in Meg Mucklebone's swamp, and later in the long shot of the chained up unicorn. Pazuzu, which, if you've seen The Exorcist, that's the first statue at the very beginning that the priest is like facing off with while the dogs are barking.
Oh, okay.
And it's recognizable due to its distinctive wings. Paeter, if you could include any movie prop in the background of your uncut movie reviews, what would it be?
Oh my gosh.
Could be from any movie.
Oh my gosh.
But obviously not something CG. It has to be an actual physical prop.
Okay. This is too much, man. There's like a whole world. I got to look at my movies and think about this. Gosh, it would probably have to. I'm gonna think of something much better later. I'm taking this way too seriously.
That's fine.
I'm thinking for now, what I would go with is the '89 Batmobile.
Ooh,
nice. That can count as a prop.
Yes,
definitely. Because I was going to say the Ark of the Covenant from the Raiders.
Oh!
That's a good one too. Or even if you drink your Mountain Dew or whatever out of the Jesus cup from the Last Crusade, that'd be pretty good.
The Carpenter's Cup.
The Carpenter's Cup, yes.
The Holy Grail.
Exactly.
I think I'd like to nonchalantly just pull things out of the Ark now and then. Looking around, what have we got in here?
That is awesome. All right. Now, and Peter, finally, last question before we actually get into the show proper. What did you predict Legend would be? Classic? You thought it would really hold up? Nostalgic? You thought this might be fun as a revisit? Or tragic? I don't think this is going to hold up very well at all.
Yeah. I thought about it because I hadn't seen the theatrical release in a long time. And so I really had to think about it, and I thought, I think it's going to hold up. And so I predicted classic.
Okay. Nice. Very cool. So we're kind of split.
We have a battle here.
Yeah. I predicted
good versus
tragic.
evil.
Wow. Foreshadowing this movie. Awesome, guys. So yeah, we'll see who wins out, good or evil. Light or darkness? Would that make me darkness? I don't know. But Paul, will you enter our course for this episode so we know what we're going to be covering?
Sure. Alice, let's have a roundtable discussion on the movie Legend, including what we liked and liked most, and also what we disliked and disliked most. And we'll come back for a final rating and some feedback and announcements.
Awesome, Alice. Please enter our course into 1985. No, not Back to the Future. Legend.
Alert! Approaching target. Spoilers incoming. Establishing analysis vector.
There is a balance to the universe. The struggle to maintain that balance is the stuff of legends.
The new film from the director of Alien.
I've found my true mate.
You disgust me.
Starring Tom Cruise and Tim Curry. Legend. Rated PG. Starts Friday at select theaters.
That's right. It started Friday in select theaters, but didn't stay with us all the way to 2018 in our memories. Let's find out in our memory mind melt synopsis of Legend. A giant figure in shadow who looks like classic Satan imagery when revealed. Better make sure my parents don't see me watching this. Also, keeping a girl from touching a unicorn is apparently one mission too impossible for Ethan Hunt. Darkness is able to seduce away the girl from Ferris Bueller, yet Jack tries to save her with the help of some elves. But a grotesque monster bursts out of the swamp water and speaks in a shrill, menacing voice. Darkness is slain in his study with the light reflected from shields with a natural 20 critical hit to Diablo with a +2. Unicorn horn of impaling, baby. That was kind of right, but it was mainly Incepted. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, some of that. Oh, well, obviously, Ethan Hunt wasn't in this movie. I don't know who thought that. That's so weird. It's so strange.
Tom Cruise.
Yeah, it's Tom Cruise. Though I never really connected that. Tom Cruise, Tim Curry, they're both TC initials.
Oh,
Not that means much, but I thought that was interesting. Regardless of that, will you give us some of the technical details about this movie? Who was in it? How did it do at the box office? Stuff like that.
Okay, Legend is rated R, runs 2 hours and 12 minutes. It was released on November 20th of 2015. It stars Tom Hardy and Tom Hardy because, they're twins.
Paul, did you watch the wrong version of Legend?
That's Legend. You said we were covering Legend. I didn't see the unicorns, though.
Okay, Paul, get back in. Apparently, you need some more time to actually watch the real Legend with Tom Cruise and Tim Curry. So let's get in the time machine. You go back, watch it, and come back to us, okay?
Okay. Okay. All right.
Did you watch Legend, Paul? The one we're covering. Oh, good. Okay.
Yes. Okay. I think so. It started an awfully young Tom Cruise, so it might be the right one. So Legend is rated PG, runs an hour 29 minutes, and was released on April 18th of 1986 in the US of A. That's really weird. Why is it 1985 then? Hold on. I should have done my technical research a little. Okay, it was released December 13th, 1985 in the UK. So a little bit before.
Okay, got it.
All right. It also stars Tom Cruise, Mia Sara, Tim Curry, Robert Picardo, Billy Barty.
Yeah, and actually
some other people like that.
Some of these people have been in other movies we've covered on the Retro Rewind podcast. For instance, Tom Cruise, who played Jack in Legend, was also Maverick, of course, in Top Gun, which actually came out a year later. That was his next movie. He went from Legend to Top Gun. So such a weird.
What did he do before? What did he do before Legend? I assume Top Gun was it Business, Risky Business?
I think that came even after that. I forget. I don't have his IMDb up. Paul, you're the technical guy. You get that up while I'm doing this.
But sure.
Top Gun, and we covered that in retrorewindpodcast.com/115. He was also Lieutenant Caffey in A Few Good Men, which we covered in /82. And of course, Ethan Hunt in Mission Impossible, the first one we covered in /10. Mia Sara, who was Lily, also was Sloane in Ferris Bueller's Day Off, which we covered in /95. Billy Barty was Screwball in Legend, and also Noodles McIntosh in UHF /126. Bait Mouse from Rescuers Down Under in /76. And Gwildor from Masters of the Universe in the infamous /3 episode. Infamous because the audio is so bad.
Oh, wow.
And then Peter O'Farrell played Pox. That's the pig-like looking guy. He was also Honka in Santa Claus the Movie, which we covered in /101. And Kieran Shaw was Blunder, who was the guy who was one of the Goblin guys, but then got in prison and then got stuck in the pie, that guy. He's also known for playing Bilbo and Frodo's scale double in The Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring /105. We covered it then. And he was also an Ewok /EG6. I'm not sure what that is. In Return of the Jedi. Oh, maybe that's a droid. EG6 in Return of the Jedi /79. Finally, Robert Picardo.
Yeah.
Most famous probably for the Doctor in the Star Trek series. He embodied Meg Mucklebones and also was Starkiller /Whack and Neek's father in Explorers /17. So,
what did you want to know about Tom Cruise, real quick?
What he was in before Legend.
Before Legend, he was in All the Right Moves. Before that, he was in Risky Business. Before that, he was in Losing It. Before that, it was Outsiders. Before that was Taps. And before that was Endless Love.
Wow.
Thank you, Paul.
You're welcome.
How'd this movie do at the box office?
Oh, yeah. I'm glad you asked. The movie, the budget of this film was about $24.5 million, and it went on to gross $23.5th million worldwide.
So slightly less, right?
Just slightly.
Maths right there. Which is more?
But,
I don't know. But
this falls in the sword and sorcery genre. Yeah. So out of all the movies from 1980 to present, where do you think this fits? There's 36.
1980 to present, like in terms of top grossing sword and sorcery movies?
Yes, in the U.S.
In the
alone.
US. Okay. You want to take a crack at that, Peter?
Clarifying.
Oh, geez, I have no idea.
Okay.
Out of 36.
I'm going to guess 20.
Very close. 24.
Oh, okay.
Do you know what number 1 is?
Lord of the Rings, Fellowship of the Ring, or Return of the King?
Well, which of the two?
Return of the King.
Very good.
Okay. Any other fun trivia like that, Paul?
Sure. For the year 1986, where it came out in the U.S. Out of 209 movies that came out in the U.S.,
oh my gosh,
where did it rank in the 1986?
$1. No. Let's do. What's the last number? 209.
209.
200. I'll say 209. I doubt that's right, but just for kicks.
All you have to do is say 208, Peter, and you win because you're closer.
It's Pater, Paul. It's Pater.
208.
Pater. Sorry, it came out wrong.
That's all right. I answered anything.
Okay.
All right, anything. Pick a number.
208.
Very close. Oh, so close. It was 56.
Oh, really?
Okay.
Right. All right. Well, Tom Cruise, I guess, was probably starting to be a draw at that point. But all right. So that's all the technical info that we have to discuss about Legend. Now let's get into the things after we rewatched it recently, the things we liked about this movie, if there was anything. And let's start with our guest, Peter. What's one thing you liked about Legend?
I liked I'm a big fan of fantasy, and specifically fantasy for grown-ups.
Okay,
a lot of fantasy movies that have been made since the Lord of the Rings trilogy, surprisingly, have been aimed at kids or teens or something like that. And I like serious fantasy for grown-ups, you know.
And Peter, time out real quick. Yeah. I'm so glad you didn't say adults, because so many people say like adult fantasy, and that just conjures the wrong mind. Yeah. But yes,
I was strategic. That was a
yes. Thank you. I see that like adult daycare, and I'm like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Wow.
All right. So go ahead.
So yeah, it's or you can't use mature either. You know.
True.
But no. So I really appreciate that it's a fairy tale, and yet normally I wouldn't be into fairy tales. The reason I appreciate it is because of the no pun intended darkness, you know, of the movie. It's really more in line, and as was the intent, with the classic grim fairy tales as they originally existed. You know, I really like and appreciate that about Legend.
Very cool. Paul, what's something you liked? Was it that darkness, that sort of more grown up feeling as well, or something else?
It's actually very, very close. What I've written on my notes is the creativity and the story. So just like what Peter was saying, is the fantasy and the story. And I thought it was very creative in the how the different sets, the different characters, the different creatures, and they each had a different voice. And I thought it was very creative on different levels.
Yeah, well, we'll talk about that a bit later. But something I really liked.
Oh, I'm sorry. They're all the same. They're all goblins searching for their gold in the mountain.
But, you know, speaking to that creativity aspect, man, was Tim Curry's makeup amazing. Oh, my goodness. I was super impressed with it. Like, no CG, completely practical. That was, I believe, I could be getting this wrong. Maybe I misread, but I believe Rob Bottin, who was the makeup effects person on The Thing, did the makeup for Darkness, which is, well, okay, there you go. There's no wonder it looks so good. Yeah. Now, before I continue with our likes, guys, I think we need to clarify there are a couple different versions of this. There's a U.S. version. There's I think an international version and a director's version, something like that. Which version did we all see? I saw the U.S. theatrical version. How about you, Paul?
Same.
And Peter?
For the purposes of this conversation, I watched and took notes based on the theatrical release. But a couple days later, I did come back to it just for the sake of discussion here and watched the director's cut, which is an extended version of the European release.
Oh, cool.
Nice.
So if there's anything that may, especially when we get to our dislikes, I wonder if there's anything you might say, oh, well, you need to check out the extended one because that resolves that. So
sure. Cool. I'll just pipe in when appropriate.
Sweet. Let's actually go back to you, Peter. What's something else you liked?
Well, Well, first, before I got to follow up because I made a note here and I didn't mention it when I talked about the darkness aspect.
Yeah.
Any of you guys notice in the background when they're in kind of like that hell type environment, that dude that's getting like chopped up on the table?
Oh, how can you not notice?
Holy crap. And you said, Paul, at the beginning this was PG, and I'm like, was that before PG-13 was invented?
I
think it was. Holy crap!
Yeah,
I mean, there would be an argument for an R rating with some of the imagery in this movie. That's
definitely
dark and disturbing. But still on things that I liked. You mentioned Tim Curry's makeup.
Yeah,
and the other half of that is his performance.
Oh, yes.
I really enjoyed his performance in this movie. I mean, like, if you watch it again, and I think watching it twice allowed me to kind of like appreciate some of those things a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
He would take like a line that's as simple as sit or stand. That's the line. The line on the script is sit or stand, but he delivers it with like this, sit or stand, and he's like posing himself, and so you see this like this all the subtext, that all the battle that's going on inside of him. Like, there's so much subtext and layers in almost every single one of his lines, especially once he comes out of the mirror and he's revealed and you see him clearly the rest of the movie.
Totally, yeah.
His performance was wow.
Yeah, was Tim Curry's performance something you appreciated as well, Paul?
Yeah, it's my classic maker. I mean, Tim Curry. Everything that Peter just said and what you said earlier, Francisco, about the makeup, everything is firing on all cylinders on this character. It just, wow.
Absolutely. It is pretty impressive. I mean, I think even to the point where they're shooting him charging at Tom Cruise, and you see pretty much his whole, you don't see it quite down to the hooves, I don't think, but just that it definitely can totally suspend disbelief that Tim Curry, that darkness is existing. It's amazing when a movie can do something like that, I think.
And I've heard criticisms against him and his character growing up in this from people who like this kind of genre. It's kind of like, oh, it's too over the top, it's too silly. And I would see like still images.
Murder.
I would see still images, and I could see how that's cartoony with the giant horns or whatever. Yeah. But while watching this, I was completely engrossed, and it was very believable to me.
Yeah.
Well, and for me, what part of what makes it work is that it's, if you remember the genre, this is not. Yeah. I mean, you categorize it as sword and sorcery. It's really a fairy tale.
Oh yeah. Exactly.
And when you keep that in mind. And you see his performance and the dialogue, you see the kind of like cartoonish behavior of the henchmen and stuff. It's this weird juxtaposition of like a childish fairy tale with this dark, cautionary, classic, grim vibe to it, And so I think if you understand the kind of like where they're pulling from, it just enhances and makes the experience for me and really makes it unique.
Yeah, and having Tim Curry deliver the way he does really cements it.
Yeah. And I do want to say, even I don't know if this would be the case for the extended version, but I'd say this version, it clips along at a pretty good pace. Sometimes I think a little too quickly, but for the most part, I was like, wow, this is going pretty quickly. Okay, on to the next thing. All right. So I never felt like it dragged, which was nice. Sometimes movies from the 80s can feel like, okay, we can move on to the next thing.
What a drag.
Wow, Paul. So that's something else I liked. Paul, what's something you liked, not your classic maker?
What you said before about Tim Curry's makeup and all that, but I thought overall the production design was stellar and top notch.
Did you already cover this? Wasn't this your first like?
No, I said my first like was the creative story, the fantasy.
Might as well be the same thing. Go ahead.
What? Production design and story?
You're just walking over my classic maker, so that's all
I know. You're just making it longer. So it's my turn. It's my time now. The sets in it were so detailed and well done. The costumes and even the character makeup on all the characters, I thought, between the little people and the big people, it was just it was taken with such great care, and
absolutely.
I was blown away. I was like, this was made in the 80s. This is a step up from most 80s fantasy movies.
My only quibble with that, that was my classic maker, was the set design, and it was so spectacular how they did the forest and the dungeons. All the scenes felt like their own thing, and it felt like you were there. I loved how, especially in the dungeon or the tree or whatever it was, how each chamber and the connective tunnels through to each main place, it felt like a cohesive, like a place that could actually exist, which was awesome. One little quibble I had though was a lot of it felt like it was on a soundstage, because most of it was filmed on a soundstage. So it's amazing that they could do all that on a soundstage, but it still had that feel, that's the only part that sort of took me out of it a little bit. No response. That's okay. Peter.
No, I was waiting for Peter to.
I have a comment on that later. I mean, that's one of my one of my negatives related to that. But we're still on positive. So
yes. Okay.
Yeah, good point.
Speaking of positives, let's go back to you, Peter. What's something else you liked? And then we'll get to. Actually, go ahead, give us your positive. And since we've gone through our classic makers already, go right into your classic maker.
All right. So then my last positive before my classic maker is what I would just describe as the weirdness of this movie. I really like how weird it is. You know, there's elements of the editing that I'm just like, I feel like I missed maybe a little bit of detail on something. You know,
we'll get into that.
You know, there's like one little example was when he's in the cave and Una reveals herself as kind of like being full size, and then she's just like, it'll be our secret and stuff like that, and it was just a weird thing to like suddenly go in this direction and have her have this want to have this relationship with him and stuff, and just other just little things that every once in a while made me feel like I feel like I missed something, like I don't understand this world and these characters. And while there's some negatives to that, I appreciated that it made the world weirder and it's somewhat unattainable. It's like this is strange. You know, it wasn't like classic fantasy and other classic stories and stuff. It had an oddness about it, which again worked for me because I was seeing this in terms of a lens of this juxtaposition of childlike fairy tale with dark Grimm's fairy tale. And the oddness to it, which also was really brought to the forefront by the Tangerine Dream score. The U.S. theatrical release used a largely, I think exclusively synthetic, synthesizer sound for all of the scoring. So there's all these different elements combined. Another element that made it weird was like the ADR, which is like the looping they do in the back. Because it was so much was on a sound stage, there was a lot of they had to redo all the dialogue in ADR, and so you've got Gump, who has this voice that like really seems odd coming out of his mouth. Yes. You know, even though he's a little guy and it's a little voice, there's just something odd. So all these little different production elements that basically sum up to what I call the weirdness of this movie. Okay. The net result is a vibe that makes it unique in some good ways. For sure.
Yeah. Okay. Very cool. And so, but that wasn't cool enough to make it your classic maker, the thing you love the most about this movie. So what would that be?
That is the now you're not going to like this because I am going to combine the visual design and storytelling because I think this story is told so much through the visual design, through how the world is created, through everything that you're looking at. You know, little things like the opening scene when Darkness is talking to Blix. And you see in the background, and I think they show this shot by itself at another time too, this river of smoke going along the ground and disappearing into the fire in the background. Did you guys notice that?
I did not notice that. That
It's
sounds
a whole,
cool
like,
though.
It's smoke that, like, it's not filling the room. It's like dense enough that it is running along the floor. And I'm just like, what the crap? What mad science did they, pull off to make that happen? That would be a CG shot or something.
Yeah.
And as you mentioned, Paul, all the visual elements, the detail that create this world and define these characters, it sets the mood and the tone so much. And that's why I really put it in the storytelling department. So just the visual design and how the visuals, including the makeup, as we talked about with Tim Curry and other characters, really tells, it comes to life. It brings the world to life. So that was like, I could watch this movie without any sound and still recognize this is something special here.
Okay.
This does not happen very often. This is striking.
Wow. Okay. Very, very
Good
cool.
point.
Paul, I wanted to ask you, did you find this movie particularly weird in the way Pater's describing it? For me, it didn't.
Yeah.
It wasn't as striking to me in that way. There were moments that certainly were, but as a total, it wasn't.
I would agree with Pater in that it does have a feel of otherness or not the norm, but in a good way, even compared to most fantasy films.
Okay. Awesome. I was just curious about that. Okay. Now that we've talked about the things we liked about Legend, before we get to the things we don't like so much, the unlegendary things, if that's a thing. Well, don't pity laugh my poor joke. That was not.
No,
the best.
that was funny.
Oh.
Mine was a pity laugh, so I apologize.
Okay. Oh, good.
There, they both represented.
Before we get to that section, we'd like to go out to social media and say, hey, what do you guys remember about this movie? We'll start off with feedback from LJ Lowry. He says, as you guys already know, it's one of my childhood favorites. It's the fantasy setting that drew me in. This movie is the reason I'm such a huge Legend of Zelda fan. Tim Curry was also outstanding as Darkness. Then Brian Minto says, the first time I watched this film was one of my earliest memories. I would only have been around 5 years old. I don't remember much about the first watch, but I didn't watch it again for many years because the film terrified me so much. I had convinced myself for years that it was a horror movie, and I couldn't understand why it was in the family section at the video store.
Oh, wow. I can definitely see that.
Then Steve Hamilton says, Tim Curry was the modern day Andy Serkis. That's a good comparison, I think.
Yeah.
The makeup for Tim was great, and I'm pretty sure I didn't sleep at all for a week after watching that. Tell me if I'm wrong, but Ridley Scott has been involved in every great good movie since he began his career. If you could choose one movie to be remade from the 80s, what would it be? And you guys can answer that. Chris Cowan responded, The Never-Ending Story, which that would be interesting to see remade. And I feel like that almost has a similar production design, like weird and creative elements in a completely different tone than Legend, but in that way it's similar. But you guys, what would be an 80s movie you'd like to see remade?
Beastmaster.
I was thinking Beastmaster actually, but
baby.
But I was like, I wanted to do something else. But yes, I back that. How about you, Paul?
Masters of the Universe. Get a real He-Man movie going.
Thank you.
Yeah. For me, I would like to see Flight of the Navigator remade. I think I liked it. We covered it in episode 4, but I think they could do a lot more with it. And I think a remake could help that movie some. But leave the Beach Boys alone. Never touch a Chinese man's radio. Anyways, back to feedback. Sympathy Follows says, I remember nothing, but if Tom Cruise is in it, then I'm guessing there's a scene that has him in a Yankees hat riding a motorcycle. No, actually, not at all.
A Few Good Men?
A Few Good Men. I think he also rides a motorcycle in Days of Thunder.
And Top Gun.
And Top Gun, yes, exactly. Cody Smith 85 says, Tim Curry as a giant horned devil is what he remembers. All right, then Dynamic Dinosaur does a wave emoji and an okay emoji. Adibadu says, nice photo, Nee, with a thumbs up. Wardale White says, I remember seeing this on HBO. Tim Curry as Darkness was a wow, but the rest of the movie wasn't all that legendary to me. Patrick Kramer, let's see, yes, this comment will sort of, coupled with Dale's, will sort of kick us into our dislike section. Patrick
Wait.
Kramer?
My wife has also added one.
Well, I'm going to have you read that then,
You
Paul.
didn't get hers? She says, although I didn't hate this movie, I think it would be an insult to true classics to rate it a classic.
Oh, shots fired. And so, in kind, Patrick Kramer says, maybe one of the most stunningly beautiful yet dull movies ever crafted. Ridley Scott made a movie that was lovely to look at, has one of the most vanilla scripts I've seen. The saving grace being Tim Curry's performance. However, even that isn't enough to save Legend. I like to think of the movie as a really cool cinematic tech demo in that it showed what amazing visuals were possible without having any sort of substance to go along with it. Ouch. What things did we think were non-substantive about this movie? Let's start with Paul. What's something you didn't like about Legend?
And this is a minor thing. I said the production design was stellar, but there were some things that weren't so stellar in the production design, such as some of the sky shots, like with the clouds.
I was thinking with the sun in the background.
And even when the sky was supposed to be like getting dark, it was just seemed
like those stock cloud effects from the 80s.
But it looked squish and a little like
yeah.
You know what I mean? It wasn't done well. Anyway.
Okay, that's fair. How about you, Peter? What's something you didn't like?
Well, it's really kind of what allowed so much of the visual design to be good, because it was in a controlled studio environment where they could light things exactly how they wanted to light them. They could create a forest that's exactly the forest they wanted to create. But the trade-off for that is that I never really felt like we were outdoors.
Yeah,
exactly. I mean, the outdoor shots, the lighting, the nature of the lighting, while artistic and striking, did not. The film never. It always felt a little claustrophobic, no matter how much room they gave it to breathe. You know, so that studio vibe was a shortcoming for me.
Yeah, I think I alluded to that in our like section that was something that bothered me as well. But something that, and this is a minor quibble, but man, Blix, stop with your rhyming. You're so annoying with your rhyming. Just be quiet.
I thought it was creative and different. I like
burning fire, making music like a choir. Come on.
No more rhymes now. I mean it.
Just let it haunt you. Just let it haunt you.
No, I will not. I will be
we need more
disliked by it. No, we do not. Oh my gosh. Let's go back to Paul. What's something else you didn't like? Obviously, you love the rhymes, but what didn't you like?
Well, and this almost was my tragic maker.
Whoa.
Because this a lot of, I don't know about a lot, but there were many parts of this movie that just didn't make any sense whatsoever.
What?
I mean, I was literally confused. Like, they're down in the dungeons and they're sneaking around, and all of a sudden they cut to darkness, and then they cut back, and then they're in this other big room with all these columns, and it's like they're in a completely different room, a completely different world. It's like, how did they get from like crawling in tunnels to these big open rooms? There's no transition. It's kind of like all right, that's one. There's other things like where they fall down into the dungeons, and I see the shield fall down, and I think the sword, but then he doesn't take the shield with them, and it's kind of like, why even have this armor? I would have loved to have seen a purpose for that. It's kind of like, it takes me back to our review of the Ewok movie, Caravan of Courage, where they set up these these tools for them to use along the way, but there's no payoff for them.
Exactly.
And then they're telling this guy in a pie to be quiet, and yet they're being loud by saying be quiet, and this back and forth, and then Tom Cruise sticks his hand in lava to get a unicorn horn out.
I ultimately came down that wasn't lava, but
you had to tell yourself, okay, I guess that isn't lava. Then it's like a fiery jello, but anyway. And then the sunlight comes in, and they're underground, right? They have to set up all these mirrors to go way underground. The sunlight comes in, and it bursts darkness into outer space. How to get from way down into outer space and then split up into stars? It just doesn't make sense.
Paul, obviously you haven't seen Journey to the Center of the Earth. In the middle of the Earth, it's like stars because it's crystals.
That's
down
what
there.
it looked like. Stars. It was like, is there another? Where did this star field come from?
From the crystals in the middle of the Earth.
All right.
Obviously. Sheesh.
So there's a lot. Those are just off the top. And then the unicorns are running, and it's like, are they running in the same cavern over and over? Because it's like that same narrow passageway over and over. I'm sorry. There's a lot that I could go on, but anyway.
Well, I'll just piggyback on that for another thing I didn't like, which is very similar. It's just like the heroes, like both Jack and what are they called? Like forest people? I thought it was elves, but I don't think they ever give them like Gump and Brown Tom and Screwball. Do they have a race name or anything? Did you guys pick up on that?
Why you got to be racist?
Fight me, Paul. Just tell me the answer.
I don't know.
Okay, well, wherever they woodland sentient beings, fairy tale creatures, yes. They seem to just luck into so much stuff. Like Jack just killed Meg. Just a luck shot. Rolled the right dice apparently for that, and then finding the entrance into the dungeon. Oh, we just fell down. Oh, I guess we're here. This is great. Perfect. This is exactly where we want to be. I mean, locked in, of course, but they're able to get out. Some things that it's almost like so much. It's almost like so much care was put into the production design of this movie. More of that care needed to go into sort of the chaining the events of the story together. I felt like to be
instead
a bit
of the details of the story and making it rhyme, they needed to go with the flow.
Exactly. Oh my goodness.
I can see that.
Peter, why don't you give us one more thing you don't like, and then we'll get to our tragic makers.
Okay. This is a weird movie.
You said that.
I know. I said that. I know.
It's a bit odd, right?
I know. I said that was good before. Now I'm saying it's bad because there's weirdness about this movie that I am not always in the mood for.
Yeah.
And some of that is fixed by the European and director's cut. Some of it's not. Mm-hmm. But it's. And this is where I'll take a moment to just go on the European / director's cut, which is about, I want to say, how much longer? Let's see, 130 is the US release, and 154 is the director's cut. So that's 24 more minutes.
Okay,
and they really use it well. Some things become more clear about the characters and who they are. Like they are still just kind of like. These iconic types from fairy tales, but you also learn a little bit more about, like, Lily's a princess specifically.
Really? Okay.
Yes, and her father is the king. She's the princess, and her relationship with Jack and kind of the nature of their relationship. It breathes a little bit more and is fleshed out just a little bit more in some nice ways.
Oh, nice.
Do they go into the Gump creature, the elf-like creature, who's do they say like his origin? Is he Malcolm in the Middle? Like,
no, but there's that's funny. That's funny. He does look like that guy.
Yeah, now that you say that.
There are entire sequences missing from this. Like when he tells Gump that Lily touched the unicorn. Mm-hmm. Gump almost kills him. And he basically, in the director's cut, in the extended version, he has to solve this riddle or Gump is going to kill him.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's great. It's a great classic fairy tale moment where like this little weird leprechaun or fairy type creature is really diabolical, but if you can solve his puzzle, then everything's forgiven. You know?
Wow.
And so there's a whole sequence there. There's a sequence with Meg Mucklebones. Is that?
Yeah.
Mucklebones. That's a much longer scene. You mentioned how easy it was for him to kill Meg.
Okay.
He had to use his head in the extended scene.
Oh my gosh.
To kind of play to her vanity, get her to come closer. I mean, he really that's an extended scene there. And the weirdness is also alleviated a significant amount by additions to dialogue, which makes some of the editing that feels like you're missing a little something.
Yeah.
There's fewer of those moments where I'm feeling that in the extended cut because I was missing some things. I was missing a little bridging details here and there, you know. But probably the biggest thing is the score. The European release, which the director's cut is based on, had a score by Jerry Goldsmith.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, and it is it's considered, I guess, in watching the commentary, it possibly is the pinnacle of his career.
Oh my gosh. Better than Star Trek?
I guess that would have come later, but the commentary that made that comment was long after he'd done Star Trek, you know.
Okay.
But it's got beautiful orchestral stuff. It does have just a touch of synthetic stuff in a few spots, but largely it's orchestral. It's got some beautiful choral stuff that bring out the mystic and mythical nature of the whole thing.
Did they explain why? Because the U.S. version came out after the British version, why they would use the synthetics over the course.
Yeah, that's in the commentary, and you can get this is the set that I have.
Here's the commercial, people. Buy the Ultimate Edition.
Well, this is just a DVD. It's not even. I don't even have it on Blu-ray. But yeah, you should be able to get this pretty readily. And crap, what was your question?
Well, just
why they went with the
Tangerine Dream over Jerry Goldsmith.
Yeah, the commentary talks about that. There was like Ridley Scott was kind of like second guessing himself, and in retrospect, the reason he made the director's cut was because he realized you got to go with your initial instinct. It's usually right. He was second guessing himself for the American audience, and the prevailing thought of the day was America's all about rock and roll, and so we want a more pop modern type sound for the American audiences. And the cut was just a little bit different too. The runtime was not very large, maybe 10 minutes longer, something like that in Europe. But that was kind of the thought at the time, was to kind of make it. And he really likes what Tangerine Dream did, and he thought they did an amazing job. Mm-hmm. But as far as what his vision was, he wanted to use the Jerry Goldsmith score because that was closer to his initial vision. So
this sounds very familiar with.
Blade Runner?
Story.
No, was Neverending Story one?
Yeah, they had a different. They had an
that's right. That's right.
Yeah, soundtrack in Europe.
I think that's /22, something like that. I think it's in the 20s when we covered it.
Google it.
Also, one of the things that was kind of weird about it that I'm not always in the mood for is Gump's voice, which, as you mentioned, was voiced by Linda, whatever the heck, who did the character Blix.
Yeah,
right.
I'll get that up here in a second.
Now, there's a story behind that. I mean, like, this guy was a German actor, and he was going to do, his own voice. And as you mentioned, I didn't know that he did the voice for the German version, which makes a ton of sense.
Yeah.
But there was a producer that. Okay, thank you. There was a producer that was watching like a cut of it, and he said to Ridley Scott, he said, you got a effing Nazi there. You got a Nazi elf.
No.
And he was like, oh no, it's just a German accent. Like, it could be like maybe from the Black Hills. He's like, no, he's a Nazi.
Oh my gosh.
Oh wow.
And so because this producer was like, no, he sounds like a Nazi.
Oh, that's funny.
He had what's her gal do the voiceover, and he couldn't, when he was constructing the director's cut. He didn't have he couldn't find the original like recording that the actor had done in English for that, which he really had wanted to incorporate into the director's cut, but he wasn't able to.
If they did all ADR anyway, he couldn't. It wouldn't have been good quality.
Well, if
the original,
they may have re-recorded him.
Originally.
Yeah, but they probably didn't re-record it ADR.
Well, yeah, I'll get to the ADR a little bit later. Okay.
All right.
Well, the time is nigh, Pater, because it's Tragic Maker time. Go right into yours.
My Tragic Maker is the freaking ADR in this movie.
It is quite noticeable at times.
Now I get the reason for it because I watched. I totally nerded out watching this week. I watched like the 50-minute documentary on how it was made. And
wow!
If you look at so much of the scenes, there's like snowflakes flying or bubbles, or there's always something freaking
glitter
floating in the air. There's always stuff in the air, and so they always had fans running. So even though they were in this controlled environment, it was crap for sound. And so they had to do all the ADR over. And the problem is, if you don't factor in ADR, like if someone is like, if the shot is kind of like this far out, and you've got someone talking, and maybe there's something else going in the background too, then you just, as an audience member, you're expecting a different tone of voice. You're expecting something like this. And so when you get this instead, then it sounds a little bit odd, and so there's something about it's the ADR direction. I almost want to say that like they should have anticipated more what kind of performance they needed to match what was going on in the frame,
What are you talking about?
Yeah, so it just
I think we're fine over here. What do you mean?
Yeah, so the ADR, I mean, just like even the normal characters, it was weird, just weird.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna say that's really your Tragic Maker, but as professional audio person, that I could see why that would be such a quibble for you. So, or quibble is too too delicate a term. Such a horrible thing should be burned at the stake.
It's a tragic thing,
I guess.
I'm just playing up the drama, Pater. Go with it.
That's okay, all right. Terrible. I had blood in my stool after hearing that for 2 hours.
Whoa. That's up to 11. Thank you, Spinal Tap. Paul, what is your Tragic Maker for Legend?
All right. Sorry to get a little I'll let you fill in the blank for this. But
Henri?
Yeah. You set up the story about this, and again, this is putting more attention into story. You set up the story about there's only innocent people that can be with unicorns. They exist because of these two people are so innocent, and yet both of the girls, Jack and Ferris Bueller's girlfriend, whatever her name,
Sloane
is,
and Una.
Not Una.
Well, you said both
fairy.
of the girls. So what other girls are there?
I think Jack is a girl.
Jack.
That's
both
interesting.
characters.
Why?
Jack. What?
So Jack.
I'm not saying Jack is a girl.
Oh, I thought you were saying that he looked like a girl. That was your little joke. Okay.
No.
What two girls?
In the premise, there are not two girls. Let me start over.
Oh, okay.
The premise of the story is that it takes innocent people to, I don't know, be with unicorns, something to do with the unicorns. They only exist because of these two innocent people, Jack and Lily. That's her name.
Yes.
But they are, I'm sorry, they are not innocent. Yeah. When you have godless Ridley Scott in charge, and then you have
here we go.
The writer. The writer, I forget his name, William Hjortsberg. I don't know how you pronounce that, but anyway, they're obviously godless. They are so far removed from God, they don't know what innocent is, because here she comes in, and how you meet her is at least in the U.S. version, what is she doing?
She steals.
No, before we get to that, there's some poor woman who's doing her laundry or whatever. She takes the clothespin off, and it flies in the air. She's at the very least, she's making this poor woman work more hard and do more. At the very most, the clothes are going to get grass stains and ruin the clothes. But anyway, she goes in and steals, and then she's talking with the woman later And she's like, "Oh, you're gonna see your true love, or you're gonna see your sweetheart." She goes, "No, that's a lie. Yes, it's what we call a white lie. She's innocent. There's nothing, they consider all this innocent because they're not hacking people up in the dungeons of hell." And then you have Tom Cruise, who tells the future of the future boy, and we all know Scripture says there shall not be anyone among you who practices divination or tells fortunes.
No, we're not in the movie and theology part of this podcast.
I know.
Okay.
But this is where I'm coming from. And you say, okay, these are our prime examples of who is innocent in this movie, okay? And so it just takes me out of it that you have good versus evil where they don't even know, they can't even show what good is.
Could you
now, hold on a second.
Oh, go ahead, Peter.
Go ahead. I was just going to say, was that in the opening? Was it the opening crawl that established Jack and Lily as innocent?
That's
or was it Darkness who referred to them as innocent, or innocence, or something like that? And then we cut to Jack and Lily. I don't know for sure. So I think your point stands. If the opening crawl identified Lily and Jack as innocent, I think it's not as strong a point if Darkness was the one who was referring to them as innocents, because I don't think he's the best judge of character.
I agree. I totally agree with that. I do want to say though, I think I seem to remember Jack saying something to the effect. He's saying this to Lily, something to the effect of, only the pure of heart can see the unicorns or something. And pure of heart is synonymous with innocence.
Yeah, that's right. I remember that.
Everything on the movie predicated on this idea. And the fact that I was like, oh, you're not allowed to touch the unicorns. I was like, oh, but I did it for love. Oh, it's okay. You're forgiven. Yeah. Oh, as long as you do it for love, then that makes everything okay.
Well, that particular issue is fixed a bit in the extended cut.
Exactly, which I didn't see, which only infuriated me more. So when I said I'm sorry to be such a nitpick or whatever, you fill in the blank, I don't know what you call that, but that's where I'm coming from. So it bothers me.
Okay, that's fair. My prostrations, is that the right word?
Prostrate. You're prostrate?
Were you down on the ground?
That's
or were you taking a dump?
I used the wrong word.
Prostate has to do with
no, that's not it either.
Prostrate is going down.
My protestations, the things I'm protesting, that's not the word either, but whatever, aren't as strong as Paul's. And actually, this may be something that sort of relates back to what you were saying before, Peter, regarding the extended versus the U.S. theatrical. But my tragic maker is that there are things that I feel like if they're filled in by the extended, it both makes me mad that I didn't see the extended, and also makes me happy that, oh, okay, so this was the fuller story. But there are things like, for instance, why did winter set in before the horn was cut from the unicorn at the beginning? I get this feeling that the whole reason winter came on was because there was they killed one of the unicorns, essentially.
I assumed because it was poisoned at that point, and so things were starting to fail. Nature was starting to fail.
And I assumed the White Queen of Narnia was going to show up. I will say, never mind. We're not there.
I was going to say, what do you mean? What poisoned?
The poison dart.
Blix dipped his dart in poison and then blew it in the unicorn.
Okay. All right. I'll buy that for $1. But then how come Lily wasn't evil when Jack jumps back into the pool? It seems like when they're back at that part where she tossed the ring in, but she's like asleep. Why isn't she still evil Lily, and somehow him getting the ring turns her back into good Lily? Like what? Oh, you're evil Lily now? Let me take my makeup remover to your black eyeliner and black lipstick. Oh, let's take this dress off and put your white dress back on. You're really going to go through all that effort? I feel like it could be way more significant to show, I dive in, which I still don't get why he dives in for this ring and then that somehow magically makes this better. But let's say it does. You dive in, you get the ring, and to come out and then that sort of transforms her, you did sort of this, 80s metamorphosis thing. It probably wouldn't look great visually, but still, I think that'd be a lot more powerful in terms of what his action was doing than she just wakes up.
Yeah, that didn't make sense.
Yeah, that was a good example of fairy tale logic, and you're either going to be up for it or you're not. I mean, it's because she like he went after that because she said, "I will marry whoever finds this ring."
Sure, yes.
Right. And so she throws that in the water. So why in the world, her saying that, throwing it in the water, him getting it, why that had any power to do anything at all makes no sense unless you're willing to accept fairy tale logic.
Well, right. Which, if you made it to that part of the movie, they assume
you would. Yeah. And I'm fine. I'm on board with that. I just want to, if you're going to use fairy tale symbolism, make it more in a movie, make it more visually striking, I suppose. I mean, so much about this movie is striking. I mean, you should be conveying that this ring has some power to it in the visuals, and that is lost, I feel.
Do it right.
So that's the things we disliked most about Legend. So now that we've entered all our targeting information into the firing computer, Alice, do you have a firing solution for us?
Firing solution complete. Rating salvo at the ready. On your mark.
All right, the moment has come. Do we rate Legend a classic? We'd recommend anyone go and see this movie, whether or not you've seen it before. A nostalgic, we'd only recommend it's worth a rewatch. Like if you enjoyed it as a kid, you'd probably enjoy it now. Or a tragic, we'd recommend no one see this, whether or not you've seen it before. So let's start with our guest. Peter, how do you rate Legend?
No question, even after watching the theatrical release, it had been years since I saw it. Classic in my mind. This is a movie that, if you're not a fantasy fan, but you just like movies in general, this is worth seeing just to appreciate the visual design of this movie and just how striking it is. There's enough striking and unique elements in this, both as a movie on its own and especially in the collection of fantasy movies over the years that really make it stand out. And above and beyond that, the U.S. theatrical release is a must-see for fantasy fans. I think if you haven't seen this and you're a fan of fantasy, then you definitely should see this movie. And then on top of that, even though we're only talking about the U.S. release as far as our ratings go, if any of that is true of you, you've got to see the extended director's cut. I mean, you are cheating yourself if you have any interest in this movie at all and neglect watching the director's cut if you have the opportunity.
Awesome. Okay. So a classic from Peter. Paul, what say you about Legend?
All right.
This is your first time again.
This is my first time watching this. And through the years, this movie has not come up often. So it's one of these like not as popular movie, just in general movie discussion. And when it does come up, it tends to be more on the negative, kind of boring side in those conversations that I've had. So I wasn't expecting much going in. I was surprised how well I did. Enjoy is the wrong word.
Invested?
I'll say enjoy. Invested, yeah. How much it kept my attention and how surprised I was by all the positives that I talked about. In fact, at one point when the darkness was when the father of darkness was saying, seduce her, John. I turned to my wife. I said, if he turns into Ferris Bueller, this would be like the best movie, one of the best movies of all times, because Matthew Broderick coming in and seducing, and then that only makes sense, in Ferris Bueller that, oh, no wonder he's shirking authority because he's darkness, But
so you're saying he takes a form of Ferris Bueller?
Next scene, you would see Matthew Broderick come out in his form, and then the prequel to Ferris Bueller, why they're together.
So you're envisioning darkness stepping out of the mirror. and then followed by bow, bow. Oh,
yeah, exactly. I was about to say that's one of the best kept movie secrets ever. That would have been on top. No, wow. And it did have its flaws as well. And I would say, I like this a lot more than I thought I would, but I don't think everybody should see it. It's not going to be everybody's cup of tea. So I can't really recommend it for everybody. But like Peter said, if you're a fan of fantasy, I'd recommend giving it a watch.
So is there a rating in here somewhere?
The rating is, for me, nostalgic.
Nostalgic. Okay.
So if you liked it before, you'll probably like it still.
Okay. Man, this puts me in a quandary, guys. Going on this, I was hoping our discussion would help, and I think it has. I was split between nostalgic or tragic because, like, typically how I rate a movie is, do I enjoy it? Did I fall asleep at all? Are there quotable lines? Would I show it to my kids? That's sort of my criteria for a movie and rating it. If it meets all those, it's probably going to be a classic. And I did fall asleep toward the end of this movie. It was a bit late, but
man,
I rewatched the part I missed, so it's not like I didn't give it a fair shot. But
you think me fair, do you, Jack?
You know what? There are elements of this movie that they're not necessarily quotable, but I think you could definitely meme them and use them in memes really well, like, or GIFs or what have you, that could evoke emotions well. And knowing that there's a lot of the stuff that I have issues with is resolved in a extended version. Should I follow my heart or follow my head?
This is when it comes to aesthetics, this is a place where I say, you know what, you can go ahead and follow your heart. That's okay. We're talking about your favorite color. Sure, follow your heart.
Yeah. I'm
black as midnight.
Okay, here's where I'm going to have to. Would I watch this again? Would I watch this movie again? Would I watch the U.S. theatrical version again? I don't think I would. I don't think I would. Oh man.
But would you be excited to see the extended?
Yes, but if we're not factoring in the
that's weird.
You know what? I can't not pretend that the extended doesn't exist. So I'm going to say nostalgic because here's what it is. I think it's worth a shot seeing. And if you hate fantasy at all, don't watch this movie. If you like fantasy, okay, I think it's worth a shot, especially if you're into fairy tale type fantasy. And then if you find you like it, see the extended. I mean, you'll waste less time if you see this version and be like, this wasn't for me. Okay, don't see the extended then. But if it was for you and you want to see more, see the extended. So I think I'm gonna go with nostalgic. This was tough, but I think I'm gonna go with nostalgic. So with that, the Retro Rewind podcast rates Legend a disputed nostalgic movie. We recommend you see it if you enjoyed it as a kid, or in my case, see it if you enjoy fantasy. And if you do like it, check out the extended. All right, I think it's time to get back to good old 2018. Alice, can you get us there?
No. Yeah.
Comsat online. Receiving incoming transmission.
Alrighty, we do have some feedback. We recently got, I'm pretty much going to call him a new rewinder because, man, Rathion Hudson on Twitter, he's been tweeting us a lot. I think he's listening to a bunch of our back catalog, which is awesome to hear. He's at CM Rathion, and here are a few of his comments. I'm not going to read every comment he's left, but I'm going to read some of the highlights here. I just started listening to a Retro Rewind podcast, and me and my parents loved all your thoughts on The Lion King. Yes, wet rocks are shiny. Yes, I was personally surprised when I found out that was not a lion roar by request, but a person heavily edited. Was that Jim Cummings or Frank Welker, did we say? That was the lion. Do you remember, Paul? Who did the lion sounds?
Frank.
Yeah.
I don't remember.
I found your podcast while searching for retro, and yours has he said another podcast, which I won't say because he says yours has much better audio quality. No offense to this other podcast. Love
you should hear our first episode
or number 3. I feel like not. Or yeah, don't listen to number 3. Rathion also says, loved your Matrix episode. It was a whoa. And I just listened to your Mega Man X episode. I didn't know that Mega Man side-scrollers, Battle Network, and Zero were connected in story. Thanks. Boom. And finally, he said, Cowabunga from Who Framed Roger Rabbit podcast. I think at first I'm like, where is that coming from? But I think at the end of that episode, we said, if you listened all the way to the end, say Cowabunga or tweet us Cowabunga or something. So we had someone actually do it. That's like, what, 4 years later? Because that was episode 35. Anyway, yes, I listened all the way to the end because I enjoy the dialogue between podcaster, guest, and Alice and comments read out. So thank you so much, Rathion. Hope you're enjoying this episode and all the other ones. Now I want to say on to announcements. Vote on the movies we cover by going to retrorewindpodcast.com/vote. Buy our t-shirts at retrorewindpodcast.com/store. Get bonus content and more by supporting us on Patreon at retrorewindpodcast.com/support. And contact us at retrorewindpodcast.com/ you guessed it, contact. That's not part of the URL. You guessed it is not part. Just type in contact. How else can people reach us, Paul, and you specifically?
You can talk to us on social media. We are Retro Rewind Pod on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and you can watch us record these very podcasts live, like right now, like some people are. And we stream video games, pixel art, illustration. I can't even say it because I don't even stream it. That's Francisco. You can follow us on twitch.tv/retrorewindpod. But if you want to find me specifically, you can go to pauljpowers.com where I have all my social media links. Or you can just listen to the next episode when we cover the movie The Lady and the Tramp.
Oh, Lady and the Tramp, eh?
From 1955.
Wow.
1955!
Was not expecting that BTDF reference. Thank you so much, Paul. It's such a treat getting to do this show with you every other week. So thank you so much for being my co-host, my first executive officer, first mate, executive officer.
Yeah, one of those. Yeah, likewise.
Something like that.
Yeah. Same to you.
Awesome. Yeah, we'll continue now. I'm also very grateful to our heroic guest for taking time to discuss Legend with us. Pater, thank you so much for being here this time. It's
been legendary.
It's been legendary. Yeah, that's a much better pun. Can you tell us where people can find you online, where they can find Spirit Blade, etc., and anything you'd like to promote specifically?
Yeah, well, Spirit Blade Productions is where you find the audio drama stuff. That's spiritblade.com. But most of the stuff that folks who listen to this would probably be interested in would more likely be found at christiangeekcentral.com. Mm-hmm. And on Twitter, I'm at Christian_geek. And you can also find Christian Geek Central on Facebook. And our YouTube channel where I put out a lot of content week to week, youtube.com/Christian Geek Central. And that includes like movie reviews, video game stuff, a Bible study, all kinds of stuff like that.
Very cool. I'm curious because I'm a fan of your podcast and Christian Geek Central. Is there what can we expect from your 500th episode coming up? I believe when this airs, it'll be coming up this coming Friday.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to, oddly enough, Far Cry 5, which I'll be talking about, I'm pretty sure, on that episode. And then also I'll be reviewing Ready Player One. And the rest of that episode, a lot of it is going to be just looking back at what is crazy to me, 500 episodes of doing that podcast. I've been podcasting for like close to 12 years now, which is insane to think about.
My goodness.
I know, it's crazy. It's crazy. And doing a podcast every week for that long, it's amazing there's still things to talk about.
Wow.
And so, I'll just be spending some time looking back at, how the podcast has changed, how it's grown, some of the memories that stick out as like crazy or cringeworthy or fun or whatever. So I think it'll be a really fun episode.
Well, really looking forward to that. Awesome. most of all, though, I appreciate you. Yes, you listening right now or watching right now if you're watching on the stream. Whether this is your first time listening to the show or you're a part of our Rad Rewinder community, thanks for spending time with us. And we really do pray that you're more joyful now than when you first hit play. I have been and continue to be Francisco Ruiz. You can find me on Twitter and Instagram at FXRUIZX, and you can hire me to do pixel art illustration for you via Fiverr at retrorewindpodcast.com/Fiverr. Finally, we are proud to be a part of the Retro Junkies Network at theretrojunkies.com and the Christian Geek Central Network at christiangeekcentral.com. You can catch us at either of those, but like a Pokemon, we gotta catch you all later on the next episode of the Retro Rewind Podcast.
Retro Rewind mission complete. Proceed to nav point Omega and return to base.
Higher, burning fire. This episode is now retired.
That's beautiful.
Well done. I'll bet they got a lid on every trash can. Uh-oh, and a fence around every tree. I wonder what the leash and collar set does for excitement. No doubt they listened to this episode of the Retro Rewind Podcast.
Reflux capacitor, fluxing, crew, to stations, scanning for Lady and the Tramp, 1955. Prepare to rewind in 3, 2, 1.
Welcome, Rewinders and new listeners, to the Retro Rewind Podcast, where we take a fresh look at movies and video games from 15 or more years ago. You can find this episode at retrorewindpodcast.com/145, and where there are links to contact us and vote on the movies we cover. And if you end up loving the show and want to see it thrive, you can become a reflux capacitor, making our time travel possible alongside our patrons Jared Holzhauer, Deborah Powers, Brian Keating, Patrick Hicks, Aaron Strauss, LJ Lowry, the Phil and Film Podcast, Peter Panda, and 3 other awesome patrons as well. Thank you all for supporting us on Patreon. My name is Francisco Ruiz. I'm a dad designer, and I predicted that Lady and the Tramp would be a tragic movie. That means I don't think it's worth your time seeing today. At least that's what I thought before I watched it. We'll see if that pans out here in a second. But before we introduce our guest, there's only one this time. Not really a guest, more of a co-host.
Guess who that guest is.
I wonder. Here is your Francisco's boop, 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 boop flash announcement. We will be closing voting on the next block of 5 movies on April 18th, 2018. Sorry.
It's close. Have you been watching it the last week? Things have been jumping all around.
Oh,
it's
really?
Weird.
Well,
yeah.
So if you want to influence the next round, which it's anyone's game at this point, for the movies we cover, go to retrorewindpodcast.com/vote. Do it right now. I mean, pause the episode. Go do it. It's fine. We won't mind. We'll be here. We'll wait.
Yeah.
Okay, you back? All right. Now, if you didn't go vote and no one did, here are the top 5 movies as they are currently.
This will be interesting.
We have Dragonheart,
number 1.
Young Guns,
number 2.
The Chipmunk Adventure.
Wow, things have switched.
The Jungle Book, the Disney animated Jungle Book, and the Disney animated The Hunchback of Notre Dame.
Wow.
So
things have really moved around. Okay.
Yeah, and they could still move around. You have until, again, April 18th, 2018. That's when we'll lock in votes, and we'll have our next block of 5 movies set.
I'm glad Dragonheart's still in there, because when I posted earlier this week about it, it was number 1, and then 15 minutes later, went back, it was number 6.
Oh, gosh.
I was like, maybe it won't be on the list.
Yeah. Well, so far it is.
All right, that's good.
So that's the end of your Francisco's boop, boop, boop flash announcement. Now, we'd like to welcome to the show the one and only, my good friend, co-host, first mate, Paul, the Master Interrupter Powers. Hey, Paul.
Busy, Sonny, busy. Gotta slide this sycamore to the swamp.
You really got that whistle. I'm impressed.
Well, only a second. Listen. You got anyway. Sorry.
No. Do the whole show that way. That'd be great.
Oh, trust me, it would drive my brother nuts. I'll get into why later, but
okay. Well, that sounds like a bit of trivia I'd like to know. But first off, here's your trivial question for Lady and the Tramp. Before animating the fight between Tramp and the Rat, animator Wolfgang Reitherman
close enough.
Reitherman, excuse me, kept rats in a cage next to his desk to study their actions. Paul, if you could keep any animal in a cage next to you while you work, what would it be and why?
Can it be fictitious?
No, it has to be real.
Fictitious? In a cage?
Yeah, it had to be in a cage. The cage could be any size, and it could be squashing your coworkers, I suppose.
I was about to say, can it be people?
I guess people are technically animals, but
depends.
Wow, that's sad of you.
No, because I find them more interesting. Talk to them and rather, especially if I'm animating. Get their facial.
It's not necessarily you're an animator. You're just working your normal job, and you happen to have an animal in the cage next to you. What animal is that, and why?
A goose that lays chocolate eggs.
I said it real, Paul.
Why? I refuse.
Fine. Paul,
I don't know. Do you have one?
Fictitious goose. I'm not. This isn't my trivial question.
See, you don't have an answer either.
Probably. I mean, I would imagine a dog because you'd take them out.
No, it's in a cage.
It's not a cage you can't open.
Oh,
how'd you get them in there? I never set those rules.
I don't know. This is your weird world.
Oh my gosh. Anyway, Paul.
Yes.
I predicted Lady and the Tramp would be tragic. What was your prediction for it?
Not surprisingly, the complete opposite, and I predicted it would be classic.
For an old Disney movie, I predicted tragic, and you predicted classic? Where are the chances?
And where are these people coming up with this idea that you hate Disney movies?
I feel like the last Disney movie we covered, I did not hate.
Well, there's a lot of them you don't hate.
Yeah, exactly. But there is, I do have apparently a predisposition to not like, or at least remember not liking a bunch of them. Regardless, though, Paul, will you please enter our course for Alice and let us know what we're going to be doing in this episode?
All right, Alice. Let's have a roundtable discussion on Lady and the Tramp. And let's talk about what we liked and what we disliked, including what we like most and dislike most. And we'll come back for some feedback and announcements.
Indeed. Alice, take us to good old
1955.
Alert. Approaching target. Spoilers incoming. Establishing analysis vector.
Do you have a favorite dog? They come in all shapes, all sizes, all colors. They play, they fight, they dig, they bite. And this Christmas, they sing and dance and give you their love. Down goes. An all-time animated favorite is back on the big screen. Walt Disney's classic, Lady and the Tramp. Rated G. Now playing at a theater near you. Check your local newspaper.
I never understood why they said now playing at a theater near you, because they would release these on DVDs and videos and you would watch it and it would be years later. And of course it's not playing in a theater near me. Why would they release that way? Why word it that way? I never understand. Lies. It's all marketing lies.
That's a great question, Paul. But I have an even more substantial question. What shape did our memories come in? These dogs come in all shapes and sizes, but what shape were our memories? Let's find out in our Memory Mind Melt synopsis for Lady and the Tramp. A married couple...
Sorry. I was
a married couple,
synopsis.
Darling and Jim Deere, bring home a puppy before they have a kid, name her Lady, and then have a baby. The baby requires the couple to hire Cinderella's stepmother, whose daughters are now played by demons. I mean, Siamese cats who get Lady in trouble. Tramp befriends Lady and teaches her to kill rats, which Lady does to protect the couple's baby. So with a new baby, Lady is muzzled. While seeking help to remove it, she gets impounded. After she gets out somehow, the sniffing dog survives, and it's new puppies for Lady and Tramp. But why is the boy puppy the same breed as Tramp and the girl puppy is the same breed as Lady? Yeah, that's a great question. But unfortunately, that's not answered. And also, some of these memories were incepted. Okay, fine. I can't say any longer.
All right, I'll stop.
Would your brother? No. Why would your brother? Does your brother Josh, who's been on the podcast before, not like that?
Oh, because I saw this movie as a kid, and I was fascinated by the beaver and how he could do that and say his S's with whistling. And also there was a character on the beaver character on Winnie the Pooh and the Honey Tree that also did this.
It's the same actor. Yeah.
No, it's not.
I could have sworn that
it's inspired by.
Oh no, that's right. You're right.
Yeah. This one was Stan Freberg. The other guy was somebody else. Anyway. So I practiced for years, and I could actually get it to a point where I could use my normal voice, but still, say and it would drive my brother crazy because I would do it all the time. And then years later, I saw behind the scenes of them actually doing it. And the guy, Stan Freberg, used a whistle. He held it up to his lips while talking. I was like, that's cheating. And my poor little heart was broken. I was like, no, that's not, and so
You were my hero. Then I learned about movie tricks and trick photography. I don't use any trick photography.
Well, apparently they did, and I was disappointed, and so I stopped. My brother asked if he didn't stop me, but finding out that he used a whistle instead of using his own voice, just
man.
So anyway,
geez, bring the fourth wall for us all. But you mentioned that actor who played the beaver. What other people? Yeah, what other people were in this movie, and what other technical details do you have for us?
Well, let's start at the top, shall we? Lady and the Tramp is rated G, runs an hour and 16 minutes, and was released in theaters on June 22nd of 1955 in the USA. It stars some of the voice talents of Peggy Lee, Vernon Felton, and Stan Freberg, and a bunch of other people you may or may not recognize.
Some of those being people who have actually voiced other characters in other movies we've covered on Retro Rewind Podcast. First off, Barbara Luddy, who voiced Lady, also voiced Mother Church Mouse and Mother Rabbit in Robin Hood, Disney's animated Robin Hood, which we covered in retrorewindpodcast.com/127. Bill Thompson, who voiced Jock / Bull, the Bull Terrier / policeman at Zoo / Doxy / Joe, also was Mr. Smee and Pirates in Peter Pan / 46. And Dale McKinnon was Tuffy, Professor, Pedro, and Hyena in Lady and the Tramp, and also voiced Fox, Hunting Horse, Reporter Number 1 in Mary Poppins, which we covered in /28.
All right. The budget of this film was about $4 million, and it went on to gross over $7 million in the North America in 1955, and has since made over $187 million worldwide.
That's not too shabby. Or shaggy, as it were.
There we go.
Well, my poor puns aside, let's talk about the things we liked about Lady and the Tramp. Let's start.
Shall we?
Shall we? Well, let's start with you, Paul. Was it the beaver? Was that the best thing about this movie?
Yes. No. I actually liked some of the songs in it. Not all the songs, but I liked. Shoot, where did all the songs go? There we go. The Siamese Cat song.
That was a catchy song. I mean, I feel like that's the most iconic from this movie anyway.
Bella Notte is probably the most iconic.
Oh, no, you're right. You're right. Yes.
And he's a tramp, and even the lullaby, la la loo, la la.
No, not that one. That's
yes, indeed. It's nice and sweet. And I thought the score just I thought it was good, helped move the movie along, like dun 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 dun, that kind of thing.
That did. Though it seemed like, is that little trill not used in other Disney movies? That seemed so. I mean, that
around
seems
that
so
time,
Disney.
yes.
I wonder if it might have been.
It might have been similar. So, but yeah,
okay,
it worked.
Cool. Something I liked was, so I wish there was more, and this is probably just a product of the time this was made. I wish there were more lighting and shading effects on these characters, but I gotta say that the animation and coloration was very vibrant and rich. It was top notch. I really appreciated how this movie was colored and animated.
Yeah, definitely.
Definitely. No arguments there.
No, not at all. Completely agree. 100%.
Woot. What else was agreeable to you about this movie, Paul?
This watch. Oh, first of all, when I turned it on, I was blown away by the glorious 2.55 point, to 1 CinemaScope range.
Oh, was it? I couldn't really tell.
Oh, it was glorious widescreen. I'm a big fan of it.
Yeah, were most Disney movies from this time in widescreen?
Okay, this was the first one animated feature they did for CinemaScope. This was released 1955, about a month before Disneyland opened, and Disney utilized TV to promote Disneyland, and TV was beginning to be really popular in American homes, and movie theaters were trying to provide something else, something a little extra for the movie-going audience. So this is where CinemaScopes started coming out in these wide formats. And so this was the first Disney animated feature to actually be in CinemaScope.
I honestly thought this whole time, like, movies were always super widescreen, and TVs for some reason just decided to go with 4:3 for some odd reason. Okay. So it used to be everything was around 4:3 maybe, and then it changed. Oh, that's so cool. Okay.
Yes.
The more you know.
Right. So that's not even my second, the thing that I like.
Oh, okay. That's just a preface.
Extra.
Okay.
That's a little bonus for you guys. But watching this, I was thrown back into the lovely graces of nostalgia when I heard the voices of a lot of these characters.
Mm-hmm.
Specifically, there's when
Tramp, who's been in like all of 3 movies. That guy?
No, not at all. Aunt Sarah, though, the one with the Siamese cats, she was actually the voice of the
Cinderella's grand fairy godmother.
Yes, the fairy godmother. Yeah. And I was like, oh, wow, that's her.
And also one of the, I think, fairies in Sleeping Beauty.
Yes, she was, and so was Lady. Lady's voice was the voice of the Merryweather, the little short, fat for a better word.
She's the red one, right?
Blue. Merryweather was blue.
Okay.
Red, and I think.
Fact check that. Continue, though.
Yeah, please do. Okay. But there's some other voices that I just loved, like Bill Thompson, who played like 5 different characters in this. He did the voice of Jacques, which was the Scottish dog, and he used the same voice later when he played Scrooge in his Scrooge short. Scrooge McDuck and Money.
That was before Scrooge was voiced by Alan something. Alan T. I forget what his last name was, but you are correct. Merriweather was blue.
Yes,
so, good
and
on
short
you.
and
short.
Yeah. But he also did. Bill Thompson did a lot of Disney animated shorts. He was like the Professor Bird in Whistle Plunk Boom. So I grew up watching all these Disney animated shorts and recognizing all these voices. Like Lady, I recognized the mother from from Robin Hood. Wait, my baby. I was like, that's the same voice as Lady. But what was really weird is like I thought Lady and the mother had the same voice because at one point the mother was talking.
You're talking about Darling?
Darling,
okay.
Yeah. But as Darling was speaking, I was like, oh, that sounds so similar, who was played by Peggy Lee. But then when Lady talked right after, I was like, oh no, Lady has smoked like all her life or something. There's definitely like a raspy older voice to Lady, but it's very similar.
We'll get there in a bit. Okay,
so it was fun. It was fun recognizing all these voices while watching it.
And you know what? That was a fun thing. It didn't enthrall me, I guess, as much, or kick me back to as much nostalgia, because though I watched Disney little shorts on Disney Channel growing up, they weren't the highlight for me. I remember a lot of the Goofy ones. That's about it. So
those are some of the best. So yeah,
if I heard that announcer guy or the narrator for Goofy movies, I would definitely
how to ski
dial in on that. But otherwise, none of them really came to mind. The Beaver guy who sounded like the Winnie the Pooh mole. I thought he was the same guy. So that was sort of
66%.
That was some what would you call that? Nostalgia that wasn't really nostalgia, some faux nostalgia.
Yeah, there you go, faux nostalgia.
Yeah, but they didn't really do it for me that much. I'm glad they did for you though. What's
absolutely?
But you know what? We've talked about the things we really liked. Now let's get to the thing we liked the most about this movie. Our classic makers. I'll go ahead and start us off since it's been a while since I've talked. All of a few seconds. I don't know why this was so super impressive to me, but it was how they constantly took, it was mainly Lady when they did this, but they would show Lady like in just a normal scene. Then other characters would talk to her and she would imagine herself in another scene, and it would, the background would completely transport around her into this scene as she was like just there. And then when she came back, she was in the same shot and the background just morphed around her.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
in the
wow.
Doghouse and then in the garden. And
I just loved how they shot those scenes or animated those scenes to have that. Because I mean, that's a thing you see fairly normally nowadays, but to see it in a movie this old, I was very, very impressed by that. And they pulled it off very well. So that was the thing. That technical achievement was my classic maker.
Wow, that's cool. Yeah. That almost goes into mine, which is something that you mentioned before, which is the animation.
Yeah.
I thought the animation was so well done. This is back in the 50s before computer animation, and especially the Tramp, how he was animated by Milt Kahl. The way he would turn, and it was like looking at a three-dimensional dog. Like it seemed to keep its proportions, the draftsmanship on these, and how all the dogs looked different. You know what I mean? Like every breed. So
all shapes, all sizes, but we can't make the rest of this trailer rhyme, which annoys the crap out of me. But whatever. Let's continue.
Talking about the movie, not the trailer. Yeah, it's not showing in theaters right now. Stop the trailer. But yeah, the overall animation is such fluid movement, and the pencil line is not sketchy. Like gets into later Disney films.
Like we talked about in Robin Hood, I think.
Yes, yeah. And even the background animation characters, not that there were a lot, but everything seemed to be taken with great detail and care.
Except my one quibble in this whole part of this movie.
Okay.
What is up with that baby head? Oh my
I didn't
goodness.
notice.
It looks, I mean, you can tell they drew it as part of the background. Like the blanket is that, you know how you can tell the colorations are different on the background versus
that wall's gonna move because it's colored differently.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it didn't even look that much. I don't know why they put it in the background, because it looked, it felt like they didn't take any care in drawing this back of a baby's head. It looked like it was, let's look for something in an old child's book. Okay, cut that out and paste it on there. It just looked so shoddily done, and I think it is just exemplified. This is not in my. I'm sort of hijacking our dislikes for this one quibble, but I do want to say that the rest of this movie is so well done
that this
sticks
stood
out. Yeah, like a sore baby.
And I have a theory why in my number 2 dislike that might be related to this, but I agree. It does stand out as like, oh, what?
It sounds like you didn't even notice that though.
I did at first, and then I was like, well, just gotta let some things slide,
Fair enough. Okay, but now that we've gone over our classic makers, the things we love the most, but before we get to the things we disliked, we like to go out to social media, say, hey, what do you guys remember about the movies we cover? Did you like them? What are your memories? Yeah, I essentially said that twice. And here's what some of you had to say. Eric Purcell starts us off by saying, it's all about the spaghetti and meatball. Singular. Wink. Nice. Wardale White says, we are Siamese if you please. We are Siamese if you don't please.
There you
Apparently
go.
Bentley doesn't like the Siamese twins either.
That's
or the
right.
Siamese cats, I should say. I am not Siamese either way, but Lady and the Tramp was one classic dog of a tale. The Sherman Brothers songs, I don't think the Sherman Brothers did do this one. Did the Sherman
No, they
Brothers
did
do
not.
this? Okay. So
This was pre-Sherman Brothers.
Okay, well, so you've been incepted, Jail.
Although it does sound similar, so.
Yes. La La Lu, We Are Siamese, The Dog Song were classic songs that help make the movie more classical.
Boom.
All right. Becky.
Hey, that was fun. Those guys were cool. The
Becky,
Mellow Men.
May I continue?
I don't know. Let's hear what Becky had to say.
She says, my favorite. Then Dixie Thompson says, one of my faves, the scene in the dog pound with all the dogs singing.
Boom.
Celeste Mora says, the music is my favorite part of the movie. When I was little, I sang the lullaby to my baby dolls and my pets when I could get them to be still enough to rock. Dallas Panda Marshall Morris says, as a small kid, about 2, I had several surgeries on my feet. I pretty much stayed in a cast for about 3 years. I was in pain and was frustrated with my cast on a pretty constant basis. My mom tells me that when she would put this movie on for me, that I'd suddenly not care about my cast at all, and I would be completely locked into the movie. It's probably what solidified my love for dogs, LOL. I don't know what you guys are going to give it, but I'd say classic or nostalgic. Awesome. And thanks for sharing part of your story there, Dallas.
Yeah, you should rewatch it and tell us what you think.
And finally, Ryan R. Jackson says, seemed boring when I was a kid. Complete antithesis of Dallas. The pound scene almost made me cry. Almost.
Oh, so not so boring.
Well, yeah, I guess that part wasn't boring. Just not quite what you want.
Well, the dogs were crying in there.
That's true. But let's talk about the things that made us cry about this movie. Well, maybe metaphorically. And I'll start us off. Paul, you said you liked the songs, and a lot of people, the music apparently was high praise. A highlight for a lot of these people.
Yes. It does what Disney does best. It combines wonderful animation with some great songs. So go ahead.
Sure. But the song in the beginning, just sing Silent Night for Pete's sake. You're not kidding anyone, Disney. We know what you're trying to do. Just sing Silent Night. I'm sure it's public domain. Just do it.
Just because it's at Christmas. Silent Night would have been a much better song than song at the beginning.
Pretend Silent Night.
Okay.
It was. Listen to it. Is obviously they're just trying to do Silent Night.
I was trying to figure this out. There are a few songs in this movie that will stand the test of time and people will love, and we named some. Then there's some other songs in this movie that sound like they're from the early 1900s that sound boring as all get out, and I don't know why those don't last. I don't know, why some last and some don't. I can't even remember the name of the song, but I remember thinking, oh, wow, this is so early 1900s. Wow.
Just
Peace on Earth, Silent Night. Yeah, they did use
Spirit of Love and Child of Peace. Yeah, it's just sing Silent Night. Make everyone happy. Gosh. And this is in the 50s, too, before you probably cared about PCism. So whatever.
Well, it's taken back to a time before the 1950s is what it's supposed to do. Take you down to early America, like the Victorian houses and stuff, and before radio.
What, is this take place in 1800s or something? Like the late 1800s?
It's the early 1800s because it's
they have phones.
Yeah, they had phones and they had the horse and buggy. So what it does is that it takes you back to the early 1900s and gives you that nostalgia feel, kind of okay, this was way back when things were boring. Okay.
Yeah. I guess. Was there anything boring about this movie that made your dislike list?
Oh yeah, we'll get into that.
Okay.
So basically, my first thing is I was actually kind of confused. We'll talk about, because this is mainly character driven. This was about Lady and Tramp and falling in love.
Yes.
But I didn't get to the point. I understood Tramp and his freedom, and I understood Lady and her ways that she was used to.
Her civility.
Yes. But I didn't get to the point why Tramp leaves his freedom, every day I could have a different meal at this house and this house. There wasn't a point in the movie that I saw just because he has meatballs and spaghetti with the girl, which I'm sure he's done with other girls as of,
Yeah. This one.
Yes. So it didn't solidify with me I understand he fell in love, but I just wish that there was a scene more solidified.
Yeah, they showed more of the advantages of the leash and collar culture.
Right.
Yeah.
Something that he would be drawn to more, where he had that mind shift.
Yeah, that totally makes sense.
Yeah.
I that wasn't something that occurred to me, but I completely see what you're saying there. Let's see if you can see what I'm saying here.
Okay. I don't know if I can see, but I'll try to hear what you're saying.
Good. Hear my voice.
And understand me later.
So if I stand like this, I shouldn't be voicing a 6-month-old dog. That's what my dislike is. Sheesh. I mean,
what are you talking about?
Lady. It's I'm why do you sound like you're a 40 to 50-year-old woman? Oh, you are a 50-year-old woman. That's why your voice late. No wonder.
I thought it was nice until I heard the mom speaking, and I'm like,
I
that's
think she totally switched those. The woman who voiced Darling should have been Lady. And the woman, I have no idea why they chose someone with a raspy voice for this young girl dog.
It did make her seem more mature, though. She's more refined. You know what I mean? No, it didn't.
I feel like you could get that just fine with a younger sounding voice,
or an English accent.
Get Kate Winslet. She's refined-ish.
Yeah. Okay. No, I can understand.
No, you're right. I did totally blew past that. Yes, just get an English accent. Get Alice to voice Lady. She could do it.
Yeah. The South will rise again.
Exactly. No poo poo. All right. Accents aside, let's see. What's something else you didn't like, Paul?
By the way, I did like the accents in this movie. Although
they're fine,
you know, with the dogs. Anyway,
I did like the Scotsman dog.
Moving on, back to the baby.
Why am I a pirate now?
There are some scenes. This is beautifully animated, and the backgrounds are incredibly detailed.
Ooh,
and
yes.
It's cool. And it's cool to see it from like a low angle, and the use of lighting and shading is incredible. And to the point where some scenes it makes the characters, the dogs, the animated characters, look flat because they are usually single colored, like in the body, and their ears are different colored. You know?
Yeah,
what I mean?
yeah.
And it's like it doesn't jive well, and I think that's one of the reasons why the baby stood out so much. You know, is that you have. Because the baby was part of the background, which is incredibly detailed, but the characters looking at him are not shaded and highlighted as well. So there's this disconnect. So
yeah,
and
I'm curious if that disconnect was even more pronounced for you, because I assume you watched this HD.
Definitely,
yeah. I watched SD, so it wasn't. That aspect to it wasn't as noticeable, but I could see how it would be even more noticeable.
Yes. Unfortunately, those scenes are a little more noticeable, but oh man, to see these details of the background is so worth it. And what I was saying before about the animation. Anyway.
Yeah.
So I highly recommend people getting it in high quality.
Awesome. Well, you know what? My Tragic Maker, I would say, is a doozy. It's a classic Francisco Tragic Maker.
Wait, are we there?
Yeah, we're there. So,
all right.
I want you to take the floor, because I have a spidey sense, that your Tragic Maker is going to be just It's not going to be like, oh my gosh, this is the worst movie ever. Tragic Maker.
Oh, you know what? You're right. Because the thing about this movie is that it's not very plot heavy. It's
that's for sure.
It can be boring. It can be and some of the songs that we mentioned before, it doesn't help that. So you're right. My Tragic Maker about this movie is that sometimes it can feel
Well put. Okay. My Tragic Maker. Here we go. Wow. I'm curious. Actually, before I even get to it, can you guess what my Tragic Maker is?
Disobedience?
No.
Then I don't know.
Okay. Flippin' Aunt Sarah and her demon spawn Siamese cats. Oh
yes.
My gosh. This woman annoyed me to no end.
Well, she's supposed to. She's like the villain.
Okay, well, she did a great job at it. So much so that I was so flames at the side of my face. I mean, seriously, every time she was when she was just talking to the other humans, fine. But when she was just being so mean and critical to Lady, it just killed me. I just wanted to
because you cared that much for Lady. That's nice.
I guess I felt more. I almost felt like she was doing it to me, I suppose. What was that?
You didn't like the injustice that was being given to our main character.
That is a great way of putting it. Yes, I was very, very
righteous anger.
No, I was going to say very astute to the injustice, but that's not the right word. I was very attuned, sensitive. Yes, to the injustice that Lady was experiencing there, because it's so and Tramp 2 at the very end with the after she and the Siamese cats do all this stuff and she's blaming Lady for it. Oh my gosh, I hate stuff like that so much. It goes even into a broader sense of I hate storylines where the hero is framed. Like that's one of the main reasons I don't like Batman Returns as much as 1990s Batman. as much as 1989's Batman.
Yeah.
Is because it's a framed hero story. Those just annoy the crap out of me.
By the way, Francisco, stay away from the movie Mr. Smith Goes to Washington.
Okay. Why? Why'd you say that, Paul?
No spoiler.
Okay. But yeah, I really do not like Aunt Sarah. Here's what I have to say to Aunt Sarah.
Here we go.
I'd say, here's a quarter. Ting. Go to the docks and have a rat gnaw that thing off your face. That thing being your face, Aunt Sarah.
Oh, wow. That's harsh. I thought you were going to say and have that thing be your Siamese twin cats.
Well, them too. The rat could just eat all of you. That's fine with me. If that rat wants to eat someone, don't go for the baby. Go for Aunt Sarah. Come on, rat.
Yeah. I was going to say, you don't need a quarter in the docks.
That's true. Apparently
rat's already there.
Out back, there's rats the size of dogs out there.
Yeah. So and where's Mrs. Frisbee and the Rats of Nim? It's not Frisbee, but
no, I think you're right. I think it is Mrs. Frisbee.
Or is it Frisbee? Something.
No, I'm pretty sure it's Frisbee. Now, she was a cute rat. No, she was a mouse. She was a mouse. The rats.
She was a mouse.
Yeah. The rats were the ones in them. And that one guy rat, he's quite the looker. He's
who, Ratigan?
No, not Ratigan. No,
Ratigan.
This is totally off topic, but Secret of Nim, when Mrs. Frisbee goes,
Jonathan?
Maybe that's the name of the
other
main
mouse?
The sort of hero rat. No, it's the rats. They're the Rats of Nim.
And maybe Jonathan was her husband.
Yes, anyway, that's what it is. Yes, the Jonathan was her husband. Let's just talk about. I'm fine. Let's just talk about Secret of Nim.
I haven't seen that movie in years.
Well, someone should nominate it. It was on our old list. It's not on the new list, so someone go nominate that.
All right.
Anyway,
go to Twitter. Suggest it.
Exactly. Anyway, so those were the things.
Aunt Sarah? Is that her name?
Freaking Aunt Sarah. Might as well have been. Yeah, I'll get to that.
She might as well have curly hair.
No, I was going to say, well, if Katek was here, yes. I was going to say, I think she's related to the Gutmans. That's how deep my hatred goes for Aunt Sarah.
I don't know who the Gutmans are. It's been too long. Sorry.
That's retrorewindpodcast.com/88 for What About Bob. That's what I'm referencing there.
All right.
Anyway, now that we've talked about the things we liked, the things we didn't like, we've entered all our targeting information into the firing computer. Alice, do you have a firing solution for us?
Firing solution complete. Rating salvo at the ready. On your mark.
All right, Paul. Do we rate Lady and the Tramp a classic? We'd recommend anyone go out and see this, whether or not you've seen it before. A nostalgic, it's only worth a rewatch if you enjoyed it as a kid. Or a tragic, it's not worth your time today, even if you enjoyed it way back when. How do you rate Lady and the Tramp?
For me, it's classic. I mean, my dislikes weren't all that dislikable to me. It wasn't like I wasn't seething with hatred like some people like. So,
who are you referring to?
I thought the positives way outweighed the negatives for me, and I would recommend this movie to anybody.
Okay, that's one take. For me, I was borderline nostalgic on this movie. It wasn't. There are certainly a lot of things it had going for it, but it's not. It's just a movie that kind of along the lines of your Tragic Maker. It was just like, It wasn't. It was just there. It was a movie. It's not repulsive at all, except for that one character.
You didn't enjoy any parts?
I enjoyed parts of it, but on the whole, it's not one that I'm like, oh, come on, daughter and son, we gotta watch this movie now. Or as opposed to another dog, I was thinking, well, what other sort of dog movies would I be like, let's watch this? And the one that came to mind was Bolt. I would be all down on us watching Bolt. It's not a romance, but what I'm thinking is, I think if this movie either, for me, for romance movies, I either need a lot more like stakes, like high stakes, or a lot more comedy, like make it a rom-com. Not those type of stakes. STAKES sticks. I think those things would have made it a lot more compelling for me.
What kind of stakes? Like dog napping or the fate of the world?
I'm trying to think.
Fate of the universe.
Maybe if, I don't know, all the dogs were going to go to the pound, or there's some villain at the pound. Maybe Aunt Sarah was in league with the pound, trying to get all the dogs to the pound, and then the pound was going to ship all those dogs to the girl from 101 Dalmatians to make a huge plethora of dog fur coats.
So it's the prequel.
Yes, it's the prequel, exactly. Did 101 Dalmatians come out after this? I think it did. Okay, so yes, exactly. So if they could have worked in Aunt Sarah as the villain in that way, it would have been a perfect prequel, and I totally would have rated it a classic then. But because they didn't do that, this movie is unfortunately a tragic for me.
Missed out, Disney.
Yeah, geez. Go back in your time machine. Here, we have a time machine. Just hire us. We'll go back and do it for you.
Yeah.
Easy peasy. With that, though...
So wait, are you saying you're not looking forward to the Disney live-action remake of Lady and the Tramp?
They're doing no, not at all. They're really doing a live-action remake of this.
Yeah, it's supposed to be one of the first released on their new streaming service.
Just
not in the
it's
theaters,
bad enough you're doing all these Santa buddies and Air buddies and football buddies and buddy buddies. Just stop. Just stop.
Buddy buddies.
Disney, it's okay. It's okay to have things just animated. And
why? They're printing money. Why should they stop? Anyway,
have people stop watching anyway.
So what would you rate this movie?
A tragic, I said. I rated
what?
Yeah. It's just
that means we have a draw.
Well, I'm not sure. Do you think if we average it, we have a nostalgic?
That's true.
So I think we're just going to go with that. I think we're just going to average it. And so, according to the Retro Rewind podcast, we rate Lady and the Tramp a very disputed nostalgic movie. We recommend, if you enjoyed this as a kid, as some of the people that listen. And by the way, I never said before, thank you to everyone that posted your feedback. I keep forgetting to do that, and that's not okay because you guys take the time to write feedback, and we really appreciate it. So thank you to Eric, Dale, Becky, Dixie, Celeste, Dallas, and Ryan for sharing your feedback. And so for those of you who enjoyed it, we'd say it's worth rewatching again.
And if you didn't,
then I go watch Bolt. Go watch Homeward Bound. Go watch
101 Dalmatians.
Sleepless in Seattle. Do not watch 101 Dalmatians. Prediction tragic. Let's get on.
Oh, what a classic! It's a classic Francisco response.
Whatever. Oh, yes, that is. I don't hate Disney. I don't know what you're talking about. All right, Alice, bring us back to our own time. Good old 2018.
Comsat online. Receiving incoming transmission.
So is it anything before Little Mermaid you hate, or is it before?
I would predict classic for Sleeping Beauty. I'd predict classic for... Didn't I predict classic for Sword in the Stone? Maybe just nostalgic for that one. I can't recall.
All right. What about Robin Hood?
I thought I did classic for that.
We should do Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs and then just go from there. Are you kidding me? It's such a classic Disney movie.
I have no desire, none, to watch it.
Yeah, all right. There you go.
I don't hate
Francisco hates Disney.
Anyway, we're not on Lady and the Tramp anymore. We're in 2018, and we have some feedback. I'm gonna say, Rathion over on Twitter, you are awesome. You're just every episode you watch, I feel like you tweet us what you liked about it. It's so cool hearing from you that you like our episodes, why you like them, whether it's Donkey Kong Country or Angels in the Outfield. He even referenced something that I'm like, I don't remember that at all, but it's so awesome having you as one of our rewinders. since it sounds like, and this is for Raytheon or anyone else that is going through our back catalog, if you can find the place where we first mentioned John Billiams, please let me know. That is like, I have tried to locate it based on when we've sort of mentioned him, but I cannot find the first instance of John Billiams. So please, if you find it, anyone, let me know.
Maybe you heard it and you just didn't know it was the first instance.
No, I think I'd be able to tell. I have this memory that was like, I said John Billiams?
See, that's what I mean. Maybe it was just so maybe I said it so like casual like.
I don't think so. I could be wrong. My memory is not the best ever. But so anyway, thank you,
Raytheon. The rewinders on it.
Exactly. Thank you everyone else who listens to the show. No other feedback though. But as always, vote on the movies we cover. Again, it's high contention right now. If you go to retrorewindpodcast.com/vote, buy our t-shirts at retrorewindpodcast.com/store, get bonus content and more by supporting us on Patreon at retrorewindpodcast.com/support, and contact us at retrorewindpodcast.com/contact. How else can people reach us, Paul, and you specifically?
Me specifically, this whole whistling thing. The one of the frustrating things is to come out of this is that the only character I can do now is people think I'm doing the old guy from Family Guy.
Oh, sad day.
Say there, Chris.
He does,
which is like the worst character on that show, if you ask me. Oh, anyway, but so I try to think of the beaver guy, but not that old guy. Anyway, if you want to talk to us about anything that we discussed on this podcast or even anything retro, you can talk to us on social media. We are Retro Rewind Pod on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and you can also watch us record these very podcasts as well as live streams of video games and pixel artist illustrations, or if you follow us at twitch.tv. All these people are twitching on TV. I don't know why. But you can follow us there at Retro Rewind Pod. But if you want to find me specifically, you can go to pauljpowers.com. I have all my social media links. And I was going to mention something about the whistling, but never mind. It's been enough, probably. Or you could just listen to the next episode when we cover the movie Galaxy Quest from 1999.999.
Wow. Well, thank you so much, Paul. I appreciate that you never give up, you never surrender. That you've been my co-host pretty much almost since day one.
What a savings.
I appreciate that we make each other laugh and have such a good time doing this show. So thanks for being my co-host.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Of course. I am also very appreciative, most appreciative, in fact, of you. You're the one listening to this right now. Yeah, you. I'm talking to you. Oh, sure. I may not know your name specifically, but say your name.
Why'd you bring that in?
Say
you had him. You were right there.
Mike or Jane or.
Here we go. Or someone not named Mike or Jane.
or if your name's not that, I'm talking to you too. It's amazing how this works, this podcasting thing. Anyway, whether this is your first time listening to our show or you're a part of our Rad Rewinder community, thanks for spending time with us. And we pray that you are more joyful now than when you first hit play. I have been and continue to be Francisco Ruiz. Find me on Twitter and Instagram at FXRUIZX, and you can hire me to do pixel art illustrations for you via Fiverr at retrorewindpodcast.com/Fiverr. Finally, we are proud to be part of the Retro Junkies Network at theretrojunkies.com and the Christian Geek Central Network at christiangeekcentral.com. You can catch us at either of those, but like a Pokemon, we gotta catch you all on the next episode of the Retro Rewind Podcast.
Retro Rewind mission complete. Proceed to nav point Omega and return to base.
Hey, that episode was swell.
Thanks, Beeves.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, not that. Never give up, never surrender. You're right to listen to this episode of the Retro Rewind podcast.
Oh my, what a savings.
To stations. Scanning for Galaxy Quest 1999. Prepare to rewind in 3, 2, 1.
Oh no, that's not right.
Welcome, Rewinders and new listeners and maybe some termites to the Retro Rewind podcast, where we take a fresh look at movies and video games from 15 or more years ago. You can find this episode at retrorewindpodcast.com/146, where there are links to contact us and vote on the movies we cover. And if you end up loving the show and want to see it thrive, you can become a reflex capacitor, making our time travel possible alongside our patrons Jared Holzhauer, Deborah Powers, Brian Keating, Patrick Hicks, Aaron Strauss, LJ Lowry, Chris Cowan, Peter Panda, the Feeling Film Podcast, and 2 other awesome patrons as well. Thank you all for supporting us on Patreon. My name is Francisco Ruiz. I'm a dad, designer, and I predicted that Galaxy Quest would be a classic movie. Now, before we introduce our guest, here is your Francisco's boop 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 flash announcements. Some extra boop boops for you guys. As some of you know, we recently finished out the last block of 5 movies that you, the listeners, voted on by going to retrorewindpodcast.com/vote. And now we had the next block is finalized, and here are the next movies you will be hearing us cover on the show. And now, the scheduling may dictate that this order doesn't stay the same, but nevertheless, here are the next 5 movies that you voted on for us to cover. The first one being Dragonheart, then Disney's animated The Jungle Book, then Grease with John Travolta, that musical. Then because apparently we need more Disney dog movies, 101 Dalmatians.
Hey, there you go. The sequel to your non-prequel.
And for number 5, get set to have some fun. We'll bring you action and satisfaction. With the Chipmunks. We're going to be covering The Chipmunk Adventure. So those are your next 5 movies. Right. If you want to vote on what the next 5 will be, you're always able to do that by going to retrorewindpodcast.com/vote. You can also see the 5 newer movies that were added to the list. All right. So that was your Francisco's boop 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 flash announcement. Now I'd like to welcome, you've heard him interrupt several times already, but he is my good friend and co-host, Paul, the Master Interrupter Powers. Hey, Paul.
Hey there.
Hey, Paul. So I know the Siamese cats got out from our last show on Lady and the Tramp.
Yeah.
And they were getting the wires. And did they tear a hole in the ship? Is that why? And you're out there repairing it or something?
Yeah, that's what I'm out here transporting alongside the ship in this alien goo.
From Galaxy Quest. Yeah, we picked that up. That's right.
Yeah, I'm trying to make sure everything's okay with the ship, because how often do we clean outside the ship?
That's a good point. Yeah, you gotta whitewash the outside of these ship tombs. I don't know where I'm going with that, but thank you, Paul, for being out there. And yeah, that's our little shtick for why Paul's audio isn't quite up to par.
Now you got me whitewashing. What the heck?
That's not what I meant at all. Oh my gosh.
Okay.
I was referencing the Bible.
We haven't offended anybody in a while.
That's true. We're past our quota. Anyway, Paul, what did you predict?
Yes.
Actually, no. Before your prediction, here's your trivial question.
Oh, good.
Although Alan Rickman hated sci-fi as a genre, he could not resist taking part in this film, Galaxy Quest, as he found the material so funny. Paul?
Oh, good.
Is there any film genre you really despise?
Yes, bloody slasher horror.
Oh, okay.
Horror.
So not necessarily thriller, but
not
just
like
when
the
it's
suspense, or Godzilla monster horror. I don't know why Godzilla's in the horror section, but yeah, anything that's gory or anything like that is a no for me.
Is a no for you. Okay, fair enough. And what was your prediction for Galaxy Quest?
I predicted Galaxy Quest before rewatching it this time. A classic.
A classic. Okay. So that means you would suggest people go out and see it, whether or not you've seen it before.
Well, that was before
the
we watched
prediction.
it.
Yes. Yeah, that may change. Now we'd like to welcome back to the show. She's been on several times before. Friend of the show and Paul's mom, Deb Powers. Hey, Deb, how are you doing?
Hi guys. How are you doing?
Doing quite well.
Fantastic. Because it's, a bunch of fans.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm a big fan of this
convention. Anyway, go ahead.
Anyway, Deb, this time on the show actually marks your 6th time being on the Retro Rewind podcast, which do you know what that means?
I hope it
means
means
to clean the outside.
You get to clean the outside, yeah. No, yeah, exactly. You are promoted to chief. Congratulations.
And I waited a long time for that.
Now you're the same ranking as Chief O'Brien.
All righty then.
Now, Deb, I don't think we ever established what area of the ship you would like to help be a chief of or be a shipman previously. So we have openings in the galley. We have openings in the communications. That could be another one, since I know you do some linguistic stuff for your work. So that's a possibility too. But what department would you like to be in?
I would like to be in communications.
All right. So chief communicator, Deb Powers.
All righty.
Congratulations again on your promotion, Deb. Now, here is your trivial question for Galaxy Quest. The film proved quite popular with Star Trek fans. At the 2013 Star Trek convention in Las Vegas, it received enough support in Star Trek film ranking and was included with the 12 Star Trek films that had been released at that time on the voting ballot. The fans at the convention ranked it the 7th best Star Trek film. So, Deb,
wow.
I don't know. I know you go to Star Trek conventions. I don't know if you were at the 2013 one.
I think we went to that one.
That's awesome.
But they have different venues going on at different times.
Uh-huh.
So I don't think I was. Yeah, I don't think I was part of that particular venue at that time.
Well, now
I was at the convention, but not part of that voting.
Gotcha.
Missed it by that much.
But now is your chance to set the record straight, kind of. Where would you place Galaxy Quest? And it's now 13 Star Trek films, so 14 if you include Galaxy Quest. How would you rank it? 1 being the best.
Well, definitely above Star Trek 5. Everything is above Star Trek 5.
All right, so 13.
13, yeah.
Yeah, with the new movies, with the new cast, those are really good.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm such a big fan of the original shows that maybe I would put it maybe Insurrection, not so much, and Nemesis, not so much. So before those.
Okay.
So maybe 8 or around 7 or 8, maybe.
All right.
Yeah.
Wow.
That works. Very cool. Awesome. Well, Deb, given that, I would imagine your prediction is classic, but what is your prediction for Galaxy Quest before you rewatched it?
Before I watched this movie, it was classic.
Classic. So we had high hopes for this movie going in before we rewatched it. Paul, will you enter our course for Alice, and we'll get into the deep dive of what we thought of this movie when we rewatched it.
All right, Alice, let's have a roundtable discussion on the movie Galaxy Quest, including the top 3 things that we each liked and the top 3 things that we each didn't like. And we'll come back for some feedback and announcements.
Got that, Alice?
Oh, wait, did we already have the announcements as far as your boop, 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 boop flash?
We have more announcements. Well, kind of.
All right.
That was
Alert. Approaching target. Spoilers incoming. Establishing analysis vector.
Own this best-selling DVD. These actors
By the Sons of Warvan,
I shall avenge you.
Are now outer space heroes.
Look at where we are. We're in space. Whoa.
It's the theatrical hit that gets 2 thumbs up from Roger Ebert and the movies.
I think we're the green thingy.
Oh, like you know.
And critics everywhere are calling it fast and funny. A hilarious blast.
You look like little children. Hi, little guy.
Galaxy Quest is one great disc. Own it on DVD today.
That's right. It's one great disc, but does that disc did the laser imprint on our brains memories that would
tell what's going on inside. Something's good. You up.
Paul, I'll get back to patching that hole while I read our memory mind meld synopsis for Galaxy Quest.
Okay.
Oh my goodness. It's been a while since the actors of the sci-fi TV show Galaxy Quest were at the top of their popularity. We meet up with Tim Allen, the lead of a now defunct Star Trek-like show, and his former TV show Starship crew on the convention circuit. The cast is recruited by, unbeknownst to them, real-life aliens to help them beat their enemies. After being goo-warped to the termite ship, Tim Allen decides to help them and gets the rest of the actors from his show to help. The actors join for the adventure of their life. Upon arrival, the crew realizes that the aliens are real and have recreated their TV show ship and technology from reruns the aliens thought were real historical records from Earth. The crew helps the aliens fight their enemies, going through various life-threatening situations. So after adventure, escape, and confession, the Galaxy Quest crew finally succeed in beating the bad aliens and get home with the help of a few die-hard fans from Earth. And a big thanks to the Warren Cheswick Experience, who helped them before he went on the Edge show. The cast of Galaxy Quest win the day because they never give up, never surrender. Then the TV show and the crew make a long-desired comeback, and the show boasting an updated new look, giving the actors a revitalized acting life.
Woo!
I can't. I don't know if there's anything in there that wasn't actually real.
There is, just to be technical, and that's because the aliens didn't recruit the crew at the circuit. It was just Tim Allen.
Aha!
Picky.
It's enough.
We have to be.
We got to play that at any chance you can. Oh my goodness. So yes, we were a little picky there. And Paul, what technical details did you pick out for us to know about Galaxy Quest?
Technically, the Warren Cheswick Experience was not in this movie, but beyond that.
Well, Justin Long, who is the Warren Cheswick Experience, is. So yes. There you go.
All right, fine. Let's see. The movie Galaxy Quest. It looks like I reviewed the right one this time. Sorry.
Oh, phew.
Oh, finally.
It's rated PG, runs an hour and 42 minutes, and was released on Christmas Day, December 25th, 1999 in theaters. It is directed by, does anybody know?
No.
I read the director's name, but didn't recognize him.
Yeah,
exactly.
He hasn't done much. He's done a couple movies. Red is probably his other biggest movie, but that's about it.
Yeah, Dean Parisot, or however you pronounce his last name, could be Parisot, whatever. So watch out for him in the future Star Wars movies as Disney keeps releasing those. The film stars Tim Allen, Sigourney Weaver, Alan Rickman, Tony Shalhoub, well, you know, the monk, and Oscar-winning Sam Rockwell, and many others in this film.
Yeah, and actually, some of those actors have been in other movies that we've covered on the podcast. For instance, Tim Allen. Yeah, really? Tim Allen was Jason Nesmith in Galaxy Quest, and also Scott Calvin / Santa Claus in The Santa Claus, which we covered at retrorewindpodcast.com/136. And he voiced, of course, Buzz Lightyear in Toy Story, which is at 100/116. Alan Rickman played Alexander Dane / Dr. Lazarus, and was also the Sheriff of Nottingham in Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves, which we covered way back in episode 25, so /25. Sam Rockwell portrayed Guy Fleegman. Fleegman?
Close enough.
Well, yeah. and was
it
also
was Guy for most of the movie.
Yeah, and he was also the head thug in Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, which we covered in /43. Finally, Patrick Breen was the Thermian Quellic. I think he is the one who was sort of at the side of Alan Rickman's Alexander Dane. And he was also
the guy who died?
Yes, exactly. And he was also the desk manager in Beverly Hills Ninja, which was /44.
Oh, wow.
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 I need to revisit that one.
No, you really don't. Well, any other technical details, Paul? Like how this movie do at the box office?
Okay, the budget of this film was $45 million and went on to gross over $90 million worldwide.
Oh, well done. That's not too bad. Not too shabby.
Yeah, almost doubled.
Almost.
In fact, more. All right, so this film is in the sci-fi comedy. So out of all the sci-fi comedies in the U.S. from 1982 going forward, in the box office, where do you think this movie ranked out of 73 films that are considered sci-fi comedy?
Ooh. I'll let you guess first, Deb.
7.
Good guess.
I'm going to... Oh, well, that's a good guess. Then I shall guess 6.
You should have went the other way. It was 9.
Oh.
Good job,
Men in Black
Deb.
was number 1.
Men in Black. What was number 2?
Men in Black 2. Guess what number 3 is?
Men in Black 3.
Men in Black 3.
Yeah, but number 4 is a movie we've actually covered, and most people don't think of it as sci-fi comedy.
Really?
But it was Honey, I Shrunk the Kids.
Oh, yeah, but I could see it as well, a sci-fi comedy, but more family, I suppose. Rick Moranis is a comedian, so obviously this is a comedy, guys. Okay.
Well, yeah, I didn't know it was sci-fi, because obviously shrinking people is true.
Yeah, Matt Damon just did it, right?
Yeah, I've heard. I haven't witnessed it.
Okay, continue, Paul.
Apparently it's... Oh. The only other thing I have is out of all the sci-fi adventure movies, if you want to guess that. We did sci-fi comedy. How about sci-fi adventure?
And how many do we have?
Out of 92.
92. I'm going to guess 50.
This includes 50?
Yeah.
Okay.
50.
50.
How about you, Doug?
And Mom?
Out of all the sci-fi movies?
Out of all the sci-fi adventure movies, yes. There's 92 of them.
Oh my. 40.
Good guess, but Francisco was spot on.
What?
5-0.
Really? Oh, wow.
Wow,
Good
Francisco.
Pat myself on the
Good
back.
job.
There. Thank you. I did not look that up. I swear I just pulled that out of nowhere. Out of a black hole, in fact. All right, awesome.
Yeah, that was
Paul.
weird, huh? Why didn't they call it a wormhole? It was obviously a wormhole.
It was a
Anyway.
wormhole, but we're done with the technicals, Paul. Now let's actually get
Yes, we
into
are.
the things we really liked about Galaxy Quest. And let's start with our guest, Deb. What's one thing you liked about this movie?
The thing that the first thing I like about this movie is there's so many memorable things about it. There's quotable lines. There's a theme song. There's a theme. There's a theme, a tagline: "Never give up, never surrender."
That's true.
Yeah, I didn't think
Most.
Go ahead, Paul.
Yeah, there's a catchphrase. There's a memorable theme. Francisco, this movie finally has a memorable theme.
Right? Jeez, it's been forever.
And I specifically paid attention when I first turned it on to watch it because I thought Paul's going to be looking for a theme.
Yeah.
And as soon as I turned it on, I said, anybody listening to that theme song will know this is Galaxy Quest.
Totally. And I could probably just hum it at the drop of the hat if someone really pressured me into it. So yeah, it is
Okay. So pressure.
Dun 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 dun.
Yeah, that's
wow.
Good job.
Thank you. Well, that's what you get when the composer does his job and makes a memorable theme.
Good point.
Do you know that there are so many likable things and memorable things in this movie that one of my students, who's Japanese, he quoted one of the aliens lines
Really?
in a situation that really fit. Something
wow.
something like, "You are our last hope." You know?
That is awesome. Yes. I love that.
I was so blown away when he first said, I don't know if it was that line or one of his other lines, but it was, and I was like, "Oh my gosh, where's that from? Where's that from?" And I'm like, "Oh my gosh."
And then when you remembered, did you laugh and go, I
should have done that. Oh my gosh, I should have done that.
That
yes,
is amazing.
Yeah, so that was, and if you, I don't know if you listen all the way to the very, very end of the movie, but at the very, very end, it says
after the credits.
Yeah.
Yes, after the credits, it says "Never give up, never surrender." And if I remember right, it was Mathazar that said it.
Yeah, that
never surrender.
I couldn't hear it, but I saw that in my closed captioning that said that.
Oh,
no need to blow us away, Paul. So just letting you know.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I know.
Just blown away myself.
Wait, are we leaking oxygen? Are we leaking oxygen? Is that? Did you like open up a new hole or something?
Maybe. How's this?
We heard static, so we were worried about you, Paul.
Yeah,
Is your line still connected?
No,
Am
I guess
coming in clear?
Okay, you're good now.
Yes, you're coming in clear.
Right.
So clear, in fact. Why don't you give us your one of your likes for Galaxy Quest?
Okay. The production design in this movie was stellar and on point. The costumes and the details and the makeup effects were above what I expected for a comedy sci-fi film. Usually they're cheap and rubbery. And the special effects, like when they're out in space, it looks like space out there. It's just the level of detail throughout this film was top notch the whole way through, which is more than you expect out of a comedy.
Oh, totally.
So,
yeah, and
I was really impressed by all that.
I was too. It definitely held up, and that was one of my likes as well. Just, but more focused on just the makeup effects for like Saris and
definitely
the Thermian aliens too. And actually, I mean, I shouldn't be super surprised by that because it was Stan Winston Studios who did.
Oh, really?
The Terminator, like the T-800, the T-Rex from Jurassic Park. I mean, the Predator. So they got their stuff together. So it's not. It's just like another example of the excellence produced by Stan Winston. So,
well, good job, unknown director.
Yeah, and I should say I don't know if Stan Winston had passed away by that point, so it may have just been his studio. But regardless,
but still, they did a great job.
Yeah,
and especially I'm surprised they put that much money and time into what most people would say, oh, it's just a comedy. You know, we can put in half the budget and still get away with it, you know?
Exactly,
so,
yeah.
Yeah, that's really appreciated.
Yeah.
I thought the actor did an excellent job.
Yeah, and he's actually passed away since.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
I think behind that makeup, it's easy to get lost or, you know.
Yeah.
But I thought his voice did an excellent job. He did an excellent job, at least of voice acting. I don't know if there were mechanical people controlling his emotions or he did that, you know?
I would imagine
both.
Probably a mix of both. Did you know, though, that he played Warren Cheswick, Justin Long, the kid,
Justin Long.
His dad. So when you see his two parents on the couch, it's the dad reading the newspaper. According to IMDb trivia, that's the actor who played
That's
Source.
the actor that played the villain?
Yeah, I know, right?
Cool.
Yeah.
Boy, what a range.
Totally.
Oh, my.
What a savings.
But one of the, I was listening to the extras on the DVD and...
cheater. Good job.
You guys do that all the time.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
You're supposed to, so you get the best. Yeah.
And they really, because it was kind of like a love letter to Star Trek and similar shows.
Mm-hmm.
They were trying to they were lovingly spoofing it, and they wanted to honor that genre by doing a very good job with the special effects and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
that was one of
succeeded.
their motivations. Yeah.
Yeah, they definitely achieved that.
Yeah, when Tim Allen's standing there in the goo and he's looking it out in space, you're like, wow, that's
Yeah, that was a really beautiful shot of outer space. Sometimes it's very minimalistic. It's just stars and maybe one planet, but that was like a whole galaxy and stuff. And it was a bit like a computer wallpaper rather than an actual
but
shot.
It looked good.
It definitely looked good. It looked like, wow, that's just amazing, the majesty of that.
Yeah.
Let's go back to you, Jeb. What's another thing you liked?
The other thing I liked was I loved the casting in this. I loved all. I mean, Tim Allen was Captain Kirk. He said, at which in an interview on the extras I watched, he said he has always wanted to be a starship captain.
Oh,
cool. And I was like, oh my gosh, who would have thought? And he said he got to play the role, and that's why he just loved every minute, and he kind of threw himself into the part.
I love hearing stuff like that.
Yeah, and they really got the convention down pat as far as how they did it.
Mm-hmm.
So you managed to get your shirt off again.
Yes. And I loved that Sigourney Weaver played, instead of playing a really tough, a tough woman astronaut girl in space. She was the airless. She loved it. She said it was so opposite of her character of Ripley. She really, sometimes she would wear the blonde wig everywhere.
That's funny. Wow. Very cool. Yeah, and my other like is very similar. Again, I mainly focus on, I loved Alan Rickman's just disgruntled demeanor about everything.
Yeah.
And the certain actors can't do that well. It just you just feel depressed. But he just did with such, I don't know, such a, I don't want to say a wink in his eye, like to the audience, but just so matter-of-factly.
I don't know how he did it.
Yeah. Maybe it was just that he was always wearing his makeup cap on, and something about that was just instantly humorous that he would just wear that. I was like, I'm such a method actor that I'm going to have this on regardless.
Yeah.
And also Sam Rockwell, he was just so fun. Such a
the comic relief.
Yeah, and I love that he questioned, like, why are you opening the door? How do you know there's air? You don't know it's an alien planet. Just stuff like that, calling out, almost sort of breaking the fourth wall for what the show would be doing. I really appreciate that.
I think one of the things that make this movie so good is that the characters are very relatable. You can really, it's kind of like, this is how you would act or you would feel if you were in their shoes.
Yeah.
And you can just feel Alan Rickman's pain as he's opening the shopping center. Saying his line by grab Thor's hammer.
Yeah.
What a savings,
Yeah. He has, man, I didn't realize he had such good comedic timing. I don't really, I know he's in Love Actually, which I've never seen, and I think that's sort of a romantic comedy, but I haven't
But
seen
he doesn't play a humorous role in that.
Okay. So I can't, do you guys know of any other movies where he was?
Not in humor. He's always done drama, especially the bad guys.
Yeah.
I guess Under, and of course,
I guess
Hard.
the sheriff, it was kind of humorous. because it's a dull you twitch, it will hurt more.
Yeah, I was thinking that's probably closest. I'm struggling to find. Boy, I have to see Dogma again.
I feel like he's way serious in Dogma from what I remember. But
yeah,
regardless, Paul, why don't you give us one more thing you liked? Then we'll get into our classic makers.
All right. One more thing I liked was basically the humor that you were mentioning before, but it seemed like every member of the cast had their moments of humor. It was just it's hard to say that Sam Rockwell was the comic relief when everybody had moments,
for sure.
You know?
Yeah.
And so that's really nice to see that. And I thought the humor was really well done and sometimes a little bit over the top with the aliens, you know, silly stuff. But I just thought the humor in it made it that much better, more enjoyable of a movie.
Yeah, and that's pretty much right in keeping with my classic maker, Paul. So thanks for setting me up there. But
You're welcome.
There's just so many laugh out loud moments for me. And especially in comedies, which I've seen a ton of time like lots of times before. This is certainly not only my second time seeing this. I've seen this movie several times throughout my life. And man, I was surprised that I was laughing out loud through several of the jokes.
I will say that if you do watch this, it's kind of like the thing with Spaceballs. If you watch it too much, you kind of get dulled to it. But like for me, it had been a while since I've seen this, so it's good. Every so often, it's kind of like a fine wine. It really enjoyed more when you give it a little bit of time. You don't have to wait like 10 or 20 years like some of the movies we've covered.
Yeah.
But
I'd say it's probably been a couple years for me, so not that long. But in addition, it wasn't just that there were laugh out loud moments, but that kind of also what you were saying, Paul, all the characters I felt like they had so much heart, and like Deb was saying, you could really connect with, or maybe it was you, Paul, I forget.
Yeah.
But you could really just connect with these people. They felt real. They felt like you could be them. So it was really remarkable that way. So that's why it's my classic maker.
That goes right into my classic maker. All right, fine. Let me go first because mine is what you guys already said, and I think because they are so memorable, each character is because of the cast.
Yeah,
you had the right people playing these parts, and if you had not as good or memorable actors, it wouldn't have done as well. So,
however. Well,
here we go.
Well, Smalls. Here's the thing with that, though, and I didn't put this in my dislikes because it was very minimalist, very, very, very slight. But I feel like the actors they chose, they're so much in their role or of their role, or I'm not sure how to phrase that, but I just refer to it as like that's Tim Allen, that's Sigourney Weaver, that's Sam Rockwell. That's Alan Rickman. I don't really Alexander Dane. What's his real name? Lazarus. Okay. What's I can't remember. Tim Allen. I know he's Jonathan Nesmith, but I don't know his actual like show name. I don't remember Sigourney Weaver's name, Gwen, but then something else. So I feel like.
How about Guy?
Isn't it just Guy?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I said.
But you know what? To a good point, Francisco. But I think the fact that you don't remember exactly what their names are, it's because they're representing the whole genre. It doesn't really matter what their name is.
That's a good point.
That character type. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
It's Captain Taggart, but it could be any captain, and it's the communications lady. It could be anybody.
Yeah. Okay. Exactly.
Good point.
It really doesn't matter what their character names are.
Hey guys, I'm an engineer down here.
Okay, Monk. That's an excellent point, Deb. I think just for people that do shows like this, it would be nice to reference the characters as opposed to always just the actor who played the character.
Yeah.
But yeah, that makes total sense. So, did you finish with your classic maker, Paul?
Yes.
Okay, so Deb, finish us out with the things we love most about Galaxy Quest.
Well, mine was the same. The humor.
Mm-hmm.
One of the best lines I thought was, because I've thought it many times before, it's the person who wrote this episode should die.
Did you notice something I never noticed?
Huh.
I'm just sorry to get a little, I don't know what the word is for
Picky. Nitpicky.
No, but right when she sees the those clamper stomper things.
Yes.
There's we got to go through that. She said, well, screw that.
Oh, it's the F word in the actual filming.
Yeah, her lips say the F word.
Yeah.
I never
Well,
noticed
you
that
know
before.
what? They talked about that in the behind the scenes on the DVD.
Oh, wow.
And they said so they were like, it was such a perfect they said it was such a perfect response. And so they thought, well, you know, what are we going to do about that? And so to avoid, it's like an in-joke. If you pay attention, you get the real thing. If you don't pay attention, she didn't say that. When, you know, she says, well, that. And I didn't pick it up because I wasn't watching her mouth.
You're just listening, yeah.
Until I listened to the extras, and then they showed her saying it, and I was like, oh yeah, that's definitely what she said.
Well, what's weird is because I was reading the subtitles and she said screw that, but it didn't sound like screw. It sounded like shrew or rue or something. I was like, what is she saying there? So it wasn't clear, at least in my watching, which was weird. And then I was watching her lips. What is she's saying screw it? I was like, oh my gosh. She's saying something totally different.
Awesome, guys. So a lot of love we had for this movie. But before we get to the things that we had quibbles with or we really just did not like, we like to go out to social media or the times when we record live. If you are in the chat, you can also share your memories, and we'll actually start with one of those. So Dale says, I'm not into dudes, but I thought Tim Allen looked good for his role. Somewhat reminiscent of how William Shatner would look for Star Trek 2 through 6. VI is 6, yeah. Without the need of a toupee, of course. And then he also said his classic maker is the shot of outer space when they transport Tim Allen back to Earth. Just seeing that shot of outer space, thinking there is a God. Awesome.
Yeah, that's right.
So thank you, Dale, for that feedback. Now, from social media, we have from Ryan R. Jackson. He said, saw this movie in the theater, remains one of my faves to this day. Great story, great comedy, great acting. What's not to love? Sean Davis
we'll tell you.
Says, never give up, never surrender. One of my favorites for sure. Steve Hamilton says, the best Star Trek movie of all time. Tim Allen
certainly got it right.
Tim Allen, Alan Rickman, and Sam Rockwell had the biggest laughs. I believe it's a cult classic now, and that the last time I saw it held up pretty well. So this is a question he has for us. If you could be a part of any space team in pop culture, which one would it be? Why is it the Ares 3 from The Martian? So apparently he would be part of the Ares 3 from The Martian. But how about you guys? For me, it would be Firefly, the crew of the Serenity. That'd be my people I'd be teamed up with.
I would like to be teamed up with this. I know that I responded that way with on social media that this crew would be fun. I think of like the crew on the Millennium Falcon or others, and I'm like, you know what? They're not as fun of a crew as this.
Yeah, they're not. It's kind of sad, but well, I don't know if that's necessarily sad, but that's not necessarily what they're going for. In that, so
exactly, it's like what is your preference?
Mm-hmm. How about you, Deb?
Oh, because I love sci-fi so much.
Too many. I can't pick.
Yeah.
Which version of the USS Enterprise would you like to be aboard?
Paul knows me too well.
And why is it the Kelsey Grammer? No, it's not.
I would have to be the original crew, although I would love to be a part of Next Generation too. But you know what? If those characters were real, right? I would love to be around Spock and Bones and Kirk to see them interact. And one of my favorite Deep Space Nine episodes is when they travel back in time and they're on the Starship Enterprise from the original series. Captain Sisko and Jadzia,
he's captain there? He's not commander?
Oh, I can't remember, but to me he's a captain. So he does get promoted down the road, but
he's a captain in our hearts.
Yes.
Okay. Well, let's continue with the
Trials and Tribulations. Sorry.
Yes, Trials and Tribulations. Sorry.
All right, go ahead.
Well, Mrs. Lomax says, I'd team up with Spock. So wherever Spock is, apparently that's where she wants to be.
All right.
Fair enough.
So shoot him out the casket and...
No.
Oh, my gosh.
He did come back to life, Paul.
Wow. Anyway.
And he lived longer than the rest of the other crew in the movies, anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Good point. All right. So back to feedback. Let's see. Where were we? Kristen Rish Victor left us the Never Give Up, Never Surrender gif. So thank you. Becky Williams says, love it. One of my favorites. You are our last hope.
You did well.
Thank you. Dixie Thomp said, we need your help. And then the Blee said, love this movie. And hashtag maybe you're just the plucky comic relief. Patrick Kramer says, I love it. I like it better now as the TV series The Orville. Glenn Farrell said, never saw it, so nothing. I guess he doesn't have
Really? Oh, you're missing out, Glenn.
And then Bethany Knight left us the Balthazar, whatever.
Bath soap suds.
Yeah, him. The one of him laughing gif. So thank you all so much for leaving us feedback or being in the live chat here, leaving us feedback there. We love hearing what you have to say about these old movies. And now you may not love hearing what we have to say in terms of the things we didn't like about Galaxy Quest. I guess that depends on if you're a fan or not. But we are going to do it nonetheless. So I'm going to start things off with something I disliked. And this is my first one because I think you could actually dispute it. You remember toward the beginning when they're in the convention?
Nope, I dispute it. I don't
Tim
remember.
Allen / Nesbitt, whatever, goes into the bathroom. Nesmith, thank you. Goes into the bathroom.
Mrs. Nesbitt.
That's what confuses me. Thank you. That's what it is from Toy Story. Anyways, he goes in the bathroom, and those two hooligans, the two Utes, come in to use the bathroom, and they're talking. I'm sorry, Your Honor. The two youths, and they're talking bad about him. And I just in the moment while I was watching, I'm like, well, first let me ask you this, Deb. How much is it to go to the Star Trek convention in Las Vegas? Like the tickets for the convention, not like flights and stuff, but just the convention itself.
This isn't a Vegas convention. This is a lesser one.
I'm not asking you, Paul.
Well, I know where you're going with this. Several $100s at least.
Okay, well, that's all I need to know. I will take my assertions from that. So these two kids spent $100, a couple $100, $1,000 to get into this convention.
I would
to get into this.
Get in for $25 each.
Am I talking? I think I'm talking.
I think you.
I'm the captain now.
Paul. I'm talking about total.
I know. I'm thinking, but this kind of convention, if they're there for a 1 day or 1 afternoon, as opposed to like a 3 day or longer, this kind of convention, they could probably, especially back in 1999, I'm thinking it's anywhere from $20 to $40.
regardless
Yeah, go
of
ahead. Regardless.
they had to spend money, most likely $1,000 each, to get into this convention. And then they're going in just to mock people that they could like stand outside and mock. That made no sense to me. I mean, think about your ROI, teenagers. Sheesh.
Yeah.
But
whatever ROI is.
Return on investment, Paul.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Because I'm sure the youths are going to be thinking about that. But yeah,
Exactly.
and also you could refute this because apparently that whole scene was based on something that actually happened to William Shatner, again according to IMDb. So I guess all right, well if it's a real thing, then there you go.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you, in the extras that I saw, the reason they wrote this scene was because this really happened. One of the writers or screenwriters went into the bathroom at a convention because they were checking out, they were doing research to know how to portray a convention. And there were 3 Klingons standing at the urinals. And so he said, I have to write this scene in here. But
that is pretty funny.
That is true because I mean, as far as people dissing the actors, it depends on who they're there for.
I guess it could be there for
maybe the whole reason they came was to see Gwen's character,
and the
or
dancers
the whole
or
reason
something.
they came. Yeah. And so if their focus is not on the whole thing, they just want to see one part of it. It's very possible they could act like that.
But it seems like you could get a lot more bang for your buck, spending $100,000 to get in this convention. You could spend that so much in so many other ways to get the same thing. But whatever.
You can mock them online. You know what? That goes into one of my dislikes, and that's basically it's the same thing. It's logic.
Oh, okay.
And the lack of it. I mean, there is that silly line of Justin's Long character saying, I knew this was real. I knew aliens were real. No, I knew it was all real. The show was real. No, nobody is thinking the show is
Actually,
real.
that's a good point. Yeah.
It's come on.
No, guys, diehard fans. I'm telling you, diehard fans.
They think it's real.
They want it to be.
Come across anyone who verbally acknowledged that they thought the Star Trek show really happened.
Well, no, he was saying I knew it was real. Only because
the ship and everything?
it's that thing where you want something so bad to be real.
Yeah.
And when it finally happens, you just say, I knew it was real.
Yeah.
You didn't really know, but he was so close to believing it.
Well, that's not my interpretation. So anyway, moving on. But moving on, what was really bothering me, and this is going back to the logic, and this goes back to story writing. You want to get to the point where Tim Allen's character tells the other alien it's fake, it's not real. But how they get to that, it defies logic and defies all reasoning, and it's a story cheat and it's a cop-out, and it kind of ruins it for me. And it starts by saying, what's the main evil alien?
Saris.
His name? Saris is talking to Tim Allen. He's like, you're the captain, or the commander. The commander knows every bolt, every piece of the ship. And that's a bunch of baloney. Because
no, it's not.
Captain, no. A ship that size that wouldn't know, because there's people in charge. You have the guy head of engineering that knows engineering. A ship that's 50 or 100 people, yes, a commander can know. Or some the size of the Firefly, the commander could know. But a ship that size, they're not going to know. You have highly specialized people that know certain areas, and he is there as a commander. He wouldn't know. And why would he say, because I'm not the commander?
Paul,
that just doesn't make sense, because he was hired to be the commander.
Let me listen, and Deb, you may be able to back me up on this, maybe, or you could agree with Paul, but I'm not too long ago, maybe a year or so ago, me and Christy finished watching through all of The Next Generation.
Okay.
Countless episodes. Picard's like, the crew's gone because some catastrophe happens, and he knows exactly what to do. He knows exactly where to go. He knows where all the
But not all commanders do.
Well, okay, but if Tim Allen's character is a stand-in for all the best commanders or all the commanders of that type, it seems like he would.
Fine. It's just pointing out the non-reality of the movie.
What? Wait, this isn't a documentary?
That's part of that, and that I think that fits with what we were just talking about. It's taking the different and making it go over the top, like where the guy says, "I knew it."
Yeah,
I knew it.
Yes, exactly.
That's over the
it doesn't
top.
make any sense, and it's just throwing me out of the movie. Come on, people. Think this through.
Deb.
But to on the other hand, I agree with Paul in that I would think Kirk doesn't know every single thing that's going on with his ship.
Oh, and since he's more of a Kirk character.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now Scotty would know. He knows every bolt and every little tiny piece.
Yeah.
No, he doesn't know the bolts in the kitchen.
But Kirk.
Oh wait, it's Big Fat Scotty. Yeah, he does.
Oh my gosh.
Oh. Sorry, Scotty up in heaven.
Right.
Or in the kitchen.
Yeah.
Stop while you're behind, Paul.
But most captains of their ships, they know they can feel like when something is not quite right with the ship, they can tell. They have a sense when something is not right. So I think that was just, we're gonna go over the top with that part.
We're spending way too much time
Deb,
on this ridiculous.
Was there anything that was like too over the top for you, or was just illogical for you that you disliked, or was one of yours just like something completely different?
I have two because I liked it so much. I have two kind of small nitpicky things, and then my tragic maker has an over the top kind of thing. But my first thing I didn't like, I thought the little blue aliens were so cute, but oh my gosh, when they turned mean, I was like, oh, I didn't like that part.
But you're not supposed to, so they did a good job.
Or do you mean the way they did the effects didn't work? Like it looked too cheesy or too out of place?
No, it
just too
wasn't
scary.
that. I just didn't. It was creepy. I just
Look, they're gonna help him.
Yeah, and I love Sam Rockwell's line when he says, "Do you even watch the show?"
Awesome.
So yeah, that was just. You said what was your dislike? That was one of my dislikes. I didn't like that part.
Very, very fair. Paul, let's go back to you. What's another thing you didn't like? Were you scared by the teeth?
No, but here's something that always bothers me. Time traveling Tim Taylor.
Because he time travels in so many movies? I guess the Santa Claus kind of.
Yeah, Tim Allen. I said Tim Taylor because it was the alliteration of the T's. Anyway,
got it.
Why is it only whenever anyone time travels in a movie out of convenience, it's only the one guy that remembers what happens before?
I did notice that. I said, why is it that Tim is the one remembering? I think it's because he pushed the button.
He touched the handle, but he asked Alan Rickman to activate it. I'm like, how would he know to ask him to activate it? He doesn't know what to do because of the episode.
The handle has a DNA imprint that somehow makes them Omega 13 know, this person's DNA might his molecules.
I don't like that logic because it doesn't make sense. So either nobody remembers what happens or he does, which is cool because then he could I'm fine with the whole 13 seconds because honestly, I think he needed more than 13 seconds.
I counted.
So,
it happened in 13 seconds.
Okay, I believe you. But if I was him, I'd be tempted to go back 13 seconds again and again and again and just keep doing it over and over until you go back more and more. Anyway.
Gosh.
But it doesn't make sense that he remembers and nobody else. So we'll move forward. I know that it's a cheat because he's the one that activated it or touched it, but I still don't like it.
Know what else doesn't make sense, Paul? That they crashed this huge ship into a convention center, and they're not worried about anyone suing for liability. Everyone's just there's no injuries.
All the deaths in the parking lot.
Yeah, it's just it's good. These people, they're great. It's fine. Saris is the only casualty. I'm like, oh. I know that's ridiculous because just like the time thing, it's kind of movie logic. But for some reason, that really that seemed. So, almost not so overboard. It's cool that happened like that, but that seemed like it would just inevitably injure too many people, and they didn't speak to that at all. It's like, oh, just lucky chance. No one got hurt by that.
And they happened to be right there at the convention. Such movie logic.
Yeah, sheesh. Anyway.
That was 1999. I think with all the terrorism and everything that we've seen since then, I think we're too aware of for audiences at that time, people's like, it's just a movie,
That's a good point.
We're not going to worry about, what about the people that get hurt from that. But now it's more real than it was then.
Yeah. Now you can't show a Western because they're getting rid of all the Native Americans. How dare they call them Indians?
Oh, you mean the word Indians are getting rid of, or they're actually in the movie?
No, they're actually
killing
massacring. They're wiping. What is it when you wipe out an entire nation?
Genocide.
Yeah, they're trying to genocide. Anyway, what I'm saying is we become too sensitive.
Okay.
Well, then. Yes, there are times when you can be too sensitive, but I don't think we can avoid wondering about all the people that got hurt because the plane crashed through the convention center. I mean, we're just too. It's.
And I want to know about who's going to cover the cost of all that damaged merchandise they plowed through.
Anyway, it was a bit of a nitpick on my part. Deb, why don't you give us your last little nitpick, and then we'll get to our Tragic Makers.
And this is my modesty coming out. I really didn't appreciate Gwen's uniform being torn, and she just leaves her chest hanging out.
You know what? It's so interesting. So again, we're doing this live now. You can follow us on Twitch at twitch.tv/RetroRewindPod. And Dale pretty much just a moment ago said the same thing. He said Sigourney Weaver's uniform coming apart or tearing toward the end is something he had a problem with. So you're not alone, Deb.
I'm like, okay, tear her uniform, but at least show her trying to cover up herself,
Well, you got to talk to Miss Weaver about that.
asking someone to give her a T-shirt or something. But I suspect that that's part of her. That's part of her character's.
I was about to say nobody batted an eye, so it probably happened a lot in the show. Just like Tim losing his shirt a lot in the show.
Oh, sure. I see what you're saying, yeah.
But I think that what they were trying to show was that her standards of morality were lower, as the dumb blonde, and then as somebody who's she's used to using her body to move her through life instead of that kind of stereotype. I think
I will play devil's maybe I will play devil's advocate and just say that you're kind of facing a lot of peril by the time that's happening. So I don't think that's going to be the top of mind. Oh my gosh,
it'd be the top
I'm coming out a little bit. Okay, well, all right, fair enough.
It's bad enough all this other stuff. And
See, like I said, you gotta take it up with Sigourney.
I sort of on topic of this, a quick side note. Again, IMDb trivia, but apparently though that whole moment where she says toward the beginning, the TV Guide article was 6 paragraphs of how her boobs fit into her suit. Apparently, that's based on a real thing where someone asked Jerry Ryan, who played 7 of 9 in Star Trek Voyager, that same type of thing happened to her, where someone wrote up a bunch of several paragraphs about that. I'm like, really? That because that seems almost too out there to have been really happened.
No,
but I guess
yeah, only 6. Come on, you need 6 pages.
Oh my
I'm
gosh.
joking.
Let me tell you a true life story. They made her uniform so tight.
7 of 9s or Sigourney Weaver? Okay.
7 of 9. The first day of shooting that she passed out.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. So they.
So they said no more Saran wrap.
Yeah. So, I mean, Gene Roddenberry was a big fan of making the women quite attractive, in skimpy outfits and so forth, and it's kind of a Star Trek I guess piece of knowledge that for their women actors, they kind of go overboard when it comes to making them as attractive as possible.
Well, there you go. Then it fits the trope or whatever you want to call it.
Oh, good point.
Stereotype.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
but
can
at least
still
she
not
kept
like it though.
on.
That's true. All right. Well, now that we've talked about some of those things we disliked, let's get to the things we hated the most about Galaxy Quest. There's got to be something.
I hated that Sigourney Weaver didn't show as much skin as an Orion slave girl.
What?
Paul.
I'm joking.
Yeah, I figured. What's your actual tragic maker, Paul? The thing you dislike most?
Okay. The thing that I... Oh, no. So apparently... The thing that I hated most was the Tim Allen time traveling.
But Paul, you just talked about that.
So I'm going back and I'm hitting the Omega 13, going back.
Okay.
I'm hitting it several times and
Got
I'm
it.
going back before.
Okay.
Everyone said that they liked the scene of Tim Allen in the traveling goo when he's looking out into space. Looking out into space was fantastic.
Yeah, but
Tim Allen in the traveling goo was not.
Yeah, that's probably the worst effect. Yeah.
Yes, and I agree that the aliens, the little miners, not miners.
Miners, not
I
miners.
thought the special effects with them and the time traveling goo it took me out of the moment. They're not as crisp and quality or whatever. The quality isn't there as much as some of the other special effects.
Yeah, and I guess it's notable that those were all CG as opposed to Ceres and the rock monster. I think looked really good for being all CG.
Yeah, that's passable because it's rocks. I'm like, look, I don't think you can get better than that.
Fine, whatever. Okay, so. But those special effects you just really disliked. Okay,
but the idea of time travel, only one person remembers time travel, is used in so many movies, and I think it's a cheat.
All right, good to know. And Deb, what's your tragic maker for Galaxy Quest?
My tragic maker is that I think they went a little bit too over the top when with Sam Rockwell, some of his lines when he was like, and I was watching this late at night or in the evening, so maybe, but it was really starting to annoy me, especially when he was grabbing Sigourney Weaver's hands and saying, "Mommy, mommy, mommy." It was like
he was scared for his life. He's out in the middle of nowhere. He knows what's going on more than anybody else.
I'm like, seriously. I'm like, seriously, man up.
Well, that fight or flight moment. He was on flight and he had nowhere to go.
Yeah. And I'm just saying that, and it's never hit me that way before.
Yeah, he does get annoyingly. I will say that. Yeah, some of it.
And then sometimes when Laredo was freaking out, I'm like, "Get a grip, buddy! You're a grown man." The way he screamed was, that was kind of annoying. So sometimes that took me out of the movie. I was like, "Oh, come on, this is too much."
And I just kept tilting my head, like, a little more to the right.
Oh my goodness! All right, well, I can't say that my Tragic Maker is any better or worse than those, but it's among the things like Paul was saying with he didn't like some of the logic holding up to this movie. Yeah. And and maybe you guys have an answer for this for me, but okay. They just got the beryllium sphere back onto the shuttle on that planet.
Yeah.
The aliens are coming after him. Yes, exactly. The alien miners are coming after him, and everyone's on the ship, and they're closing the doors. And then Timon decides to jump off the beryllium sphere. I'm like,
I thought he fell off.
No, it seems like he purposefully let go.
I thought he jumped off too. I was like, what? He's inside. Why is he going out?
Exactly.
He fell off. Move on.
He didn't
because
fall.
You're right. It doesn't make sense. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. It's like, yeah. So that was my Tragic Maker because I don't think he fell, and it doesn't make sense that he would just let go. I can't believe has that much of a either a Messiah complex or that thinks he's that indestructible. Yeah, that much machismo to be like, oh, I'll take these aliens on or whatever comes. When it's obvious that they'll kill.
He doesn't have any motivations.
Doesn't have any vulnerable spots.
No, that's what it is. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. So those were the things we just liked most about Galaxy Quest. Now that we've entered all our targeting information into the firing computer, Alice, do you have a firing solution for us?
Firing solution complete. Rating salvo at the ready. On your mark.
Okay, do we rate Galaxy Quest a classic? We'd recommend anyone go and see this movie, whether or not you've seen it before. Or nostalgic, meaning it's only worth rewatching if you maybe enjoyed it as a kid. Or a tragic, it's not worth your time today, whether or not you've seen it before. Let's start with our guest. Deb, how do you rate Galaxy Quest?
Well, I was borderline for a while between classic and nostalgic because
really,
yeah, I was like, oh, that guy really got on my nerves.
The guy really got on my nerves.
But because
come on, let's give it up for Guy. Yeah, all right.
But because part of rating something a classic is would you recommend this? And so I thought yes. If somebody said should I watch it, I would say definitely yes. You need to watch it.
Yeah.
So I stand by my original thought that it should be a classic because even though, and I would give a little caveat saying, some things might be over the top, but it's definitely a must-see.
Do you think someone who doesn't like sci-fi would still enjoy this?
Oh, I'll get into that.
Okay. All right. Well, fine, Paul.
Yeah,
if you want to take it away.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Paul.
She says yes. If someone doesn't like sci-fi, go ahead and give it a watch. Me, I agree that there are moments over the top, and yes, some of the logic doesn't fit. And also, sci-fi comedy is such a rare category and niche that there's people that don't like either or the combo of both.
Mm-hmm.
That it's really hard to recommend a movie like this to everybody in general.
Mm-hmm.
But I would, in this case, I would recommend this movie, even if you don't like sci-fi and sci-fi comedy.
Mm-hmm.
I would say give it a shot because despite its flaws, I think there are more redeemable moments and characters overall than the ridiculousness of it.
Alrighty. So that's 2 classics, and you'd think I'd make this a 3-peat, or not 3-peat, but a 3.
No, because you hate movies.
That's true. I hate movies. Oh, but wait, this isn't an old Disney movie, so obviously I rate this a classic.
No, you almost had me going there for a little bit.
Oh, really? Oh, finally.
Yeah.
Finally.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I enjoy this movie. I enjoyed this movie so much, and it was definitely heed Paul's warning before. Don't watch it like every year or every 6 months or anything like that. But every couple years, probably or more is probably the best frequency, and it will, I think, stand the test of time. Especially if you have some of those in jokes of Star Trek or are interested in Star Trek, and maybe go and watch Star Trek, then come back to this and like, oh, now I get it.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I was gonna mention that because I either it was in the extras or it was in something I read on IMDb in the reviews, but they said if you haven't seen like any Star Trek episodes or anything in that genre, then it's harder to pick up on the in jokes. And somebody said that they had not watched Star Trek, and then they went and watched a few episodes, and then they enjoyed Galaxy Quest so much more.
Okay.
Yeah. The more you like Star Trek, the more chances you're going to get the jokes.
Interesting. Very cool. Well, according to the Retro Rewind podcast, we rate Galaxy Quest a unanimous classic movie. We would definitely recommend you go out and see this, especially, well, maybe not especially, but whether or not you've seen it before. All right.
Okay, Francisco, I have a question for you.
I have an answer for you, Paul, maybe.
Okay, Galaxy Quest or Spaceballs?
Why you gotta come at me like that, bro? Oh, my gosh.
That's good, Paul. That's good.
Is this like if I choose one, the other has never existed, or just which I prefer more?
Do you have a preference between the two?
That's like asking Francisco which child he loves the most.
Oh, I can tell you.
Okay. You know what? I think I'm going to go.
Not be right, but I could tell.
I'm going to go with Spaceballs, just because I think that covers a lot more sci-fi references. Then this is pretty much just in the niche of Star Trek.
Yeah, where's the alien reference?
Or the Star Wars references, like the Force and all of that. So
yeah, all right.
So Paul, which one would I like the most?
Galaxy Quest,
of course.
And for you, Paul? Sorry, Deb.
I don't know. It really depends on my mood because the comedy is very different.
Even though
they're both sci-fi comedies. Yeah, it all depends on the mood I'm in.
That's very different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. I would love to.
I might say Galaxy Quest. Actually,
I'd love to continue this, but given the time frame,
but Spaceballs is probably more quotable.
And
anyway,
I would address the chat too, but we're up against the clock here, so we gotta go. All right.
Bye,
Alice. That type of go, Paul. Now that we've talked up Galaxy Quest. Now let's get back to our own time. Good old 2018. Alice, can you do that for us?
2018.
Comsat online. Receiving incoming transmission.
Oh yeah. So is the ship fixed yet, Paul? You're still working on that? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I got our emails in here now that we're back in our own time, and we got a bit of feedback. Rathion on Twitter is still tweeting a lot about when he finishes an episode, tells us what he thought, and that's so great to get that feedback. I pulled out one of his, though, and he said, also, I'm listening through the episodes available, and even for movies I haven't watched, the episodes contain amazing references and jokes and even motivation to watch the movie. So keep it up, everyone. So thank you so much, Rathion, for all your feedback. It's really awesome hearing from you. Now, want to announce... Of course, you can vote on the movies we cover at retrorewindpodcast.com/vote. Buy our t-shirts at retrorewindpodcast.com/store. Get bonus content and more by supporting us for as little as $1 a month at retrorewindpodcast.com/support. And you can contact us at, you probably guessed it, retrorewindpodcast.com/contact. How else can people reach us, Paul, and you specifically?
They can find us on the web by Googling Retro Rewind Podcast, all in quotes. And there's another Retro Rewind podcast that's not us. Don't go to them. They're probably nice guys, but I don't know. But you can find us at Retro Rewind Pod on social medias like Facebook, the big three,
Twitter
and Instagram.
Yep.
And Twitch and YouTube and
not YouTube. We're the full Retro Rewind podcast on YouTube.
Yeah.
When we get enough subscribers there, I'll change it, but we're not anywhere near that yet. So
no, I thought we were sticking it to the other Retro Rewind podcast. Took your YouTube.
Gosh.
No, not quite.
So yeah. All right.
And how about you, Paul?
You can find me, Paul J. Powers, at pauljpowers.com. I have all my social media links there, and you can contact me there. So, and you can also listen to the next episode when we cover.
It's going to be Ewoks Battle for Endor.
Oh, sweet! I like that cartoon.
Not the cartoon, the movie.
Oh yeah, the movie. Yeah, the second Ewok movie, TV movie, right?
Yes, exactly. So yeah, and then
you guys were doing Dragonheart.
That'll come after, but because Solo is coming out, we wanted to go ahead and release this Star Wars episode that we've had in the can for a while because it make sense to do so now.
Yeah, Star Wars stuff coming out.
Of course.
Yeah, we had our Star Trek. Now it's time for Star Wars. So
that's right.
Check out that review, especially if you haven't seen that movie in a while, but you enjoyed it as a kid. Be sure to check that out.
Exactly. So thank you so much.
What's the name of it again?
Ewok Adventure Battle for Endor, or just Ewoks?
No, the Ewok. There's not an adventure. That's the first one.
Oh, that's right.
It's Ewoks Battle for Endor.
Yeah.
Okay.
So thank you, Paul, so much for being a heroic friend and co-host.
Yeah, I'm still cleaning. I think another alien ship left their spaceport open, and because there's some green alien things hitting our ship that I'm trying to clean off.
Please do, please. I appreciate you being out there using your bazooka powers to get rid of all that stuff. But yeah, and I really appreciate doing this show with you. I'm also
likewise.
Thank you. I'm also very grateful to our guests for taking the time to discuss Galaxy Quest with us. Deb, please tell us how we can find you online, and is there anything you'd like to promote?
No, I don't have anything to promote, and they can contact me through the show.
Yeah, so take that other Retro Rewind podcast.
Yeah, can't get at Deb through you.
Yeah.
That's right. Anyway, so thank you again, Deb. But most of all, I appreciate you. Yes, you listening right now. Whether you're on the outside of a ship trying to patch holes or get rid of aliens, or you're doing the dishes, or whatever you're doing. Paul, turn your comms off. I can hear you working out there.
Sorry. There's a lot of space junk out here.
But I shouldn't be able to hear it because it's a vacuum in space.
Well, yeah, but not in my helmet.
Oh, good point. Anyway, whether this is your first time, back to you, listener, whether this is your first time listening to the show or you're a part of our Radical Rewinder community, thank you for spending time with us, and we really pray that you're more joyful now than when you first hit play. I have been and continue to be Francisco Ruiz. Find me on Twitter and Instagram at FXRUIZX, and you can hire me to do pixel art illustrations for you via Fiverr at retrorewindpodcast.com/Fiverr. Finally, we are proud to be part of the Retro Junkies community, Retro Junkies Network at theretrojunkies.com and the Christian Geek Central Network at christiangeekcentral.com. You can catch us at either of those, but like a Pokemon, you can catch us all on the next episode of the Retro Rewind Podcast.
Retro Rewind mission complete. Proceed to nav point Omega and return to base.
What are you doing? Don't end the episode now. Are there more podcasts to listen to afterwards? You don't know.
Now listen to me. You will do as I say. Now, when I say go, you run. Run hard and fast, and don't look back.
But make sure you listen to this episode of the Retro Rewind podcast.
Reflux capacitor, fluxing, crew, to stations, scanning for E-Walls, The Battle for Endor, 1985. Prepare to rewind in 3, 2, 1.
Welcome to the Retro Rewind podcast, where we take a fresh look at movies and video games from 15 or more years ago. You can find this episode at retrorewindpodcast.com/147, where you can find links to subscribe to the show, contact us, and vote on the movies we cover. There's also a Patreon link if you'd like to be one of our awesome patrons, helping fund the show alongside Jared Holzhauer, Deborah Powers, Brian Keating, Patrick Hicks, Aaron Strauss, LJ Lowry, Chris Cowan, Peter Panda, the Feeling Film Podcast, and 2 other awesome patrons as well. My name is Francisco Ruiz, and I'm a dad, designer, and here's your boop, 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 Francisco's flash announcement. So you're actually you're listening to this episode either because the Solo, a Star Wars story movie just came out, or we needed to use this as a backup episode because another episode we had planned didn't come to fruition. So, welcome to this. We are recording this from the past. What's the future like? Tell us. We'd like to know.
Well, Francisco from the past, first off, let me just say, flying cars are in abundance in the future. It's amazing. Okay, just kidding. I'm not that far in the future. And this is actually going to be sort of, the Solo movie hasn't come out yet, but it will be coming out soon. So that's why we're releasing this now. Also, a few more announcements. First off, it's now another time for a patron pick episode. So I'm going to roll the dice and see which of our patrons. You can, of course, sign up at retrorewindpodcast.com/support if you would like to be one of our patron pick patrons. And you get to personally pick the movie you want us to cover. So here we go. And the next patron to pick will be Jared Holzhauer. So I'll be in contact with you, Jared, or have been already, for you to pick our next patron pick episode. Another announcement. This is a lot more than a flash announcement, but I want to let you guys know that we're going to be doing the Summer Free Movie Club again with Christian Geek Central. And how this is going to work is each month for the summer, we're going to be picking a movie and actually reviewing it on the podcast as well. And after it, we're going to be discussing the spiritual themes with anyone that is live in the Twitch chat when we're recording these live. And we'll answer the questions you have there. Also, you have potential to join the live conversation to actually be on the video and talk to us face to face if you'd like to do that. But you have to be watching at twitch.tv/retrorewindpod to do that. And you have to watch the movies, but they're going to be free. And the movie we're going to be covering June 1st, which you can watch during May on vudu.com, VUDU.com, is the Care Bears movie. And you can watch that free over at vudu.com, free with ads, of course, because nothing in life is free except grace. Okay. Anyway, well, that wasn't really free. Let's not get into that. Back to you, Francisco from the past.
That's your Francisco's boop, 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 flash announcement. Welcome. And now I'd like to welcome to the show, in part, thanks to our patrons. He's here in the flesh, my good friend and co-host, Paul the Master Interrupter.
Hi,
Powers.
Francisco. I'm always here. Well, not here, but here on the podcast.
Is that how that works?
But I'm here, sitting right next to you in real time, real life.
And my
that
arms are
means
crossed.
the interruptions.
I'm not sure this was such a great idea.
Coming in at real time, not a half-second lag, but they're right on point.
I don't know about on point.
Well, we'll see. All right, what's up, Francisco?
Hey, Paul. So I'm going to give you guys all the same trivial question. So hang tight. Let me introduce everyone else. As has become customary for our Star Wars episodes,
yes,
we have back to the show Chief Engineer and Ship Engineer Danae Berg and Travis Berg. Welcome to the show, guys.
Thanks.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
One's a chief and one's a ship?
I'm the chief.
Oh, okay.
Or ship's engineer.
Ship's engineer.
Yes, you are the chief. Yes.
Does that mean like
I think you only have 1 or 2 more episodes, though, Travis, till you're promoted to chief.
I'm working real hard.
I still have seniority.
Double chief?
I guess, yes, you still are this chief senior or something. Welcome to the show, guys. So, since we've all been here before, I'm just going to skip the formalities and go to our trivial question for all of you. So here it is. And we'll start with Travis answering this. The character of Noah foreshadowed a science fiction film that would be written by screenwriters Ken and Jim Wheat about a man stranded on a desert planet when he is shipwrecked. That film became 2000's Pitch Black, starring none other than Vin Diesel.
Vin Diesel. I am Groot.
Yes, that one. Oh, so he's back to Lucasfilms, or actually never really back.
Yeah.
Anyway. So, guys, if you were stranded on any planet or moon from the Star Wars universe, or the Star Wars movies, let's narrow to that, which would it be and why? Travis?
All right, I'll go. I would love if I had to be
Paul,
stranded
why don't you go?
well, thank you. If I had to be stranded anywhere, I would like to be stranded on Coruscant because I'm all about getting what I need when I want to need. I want the nearest place where I can pick up death sticks or whatever. I don't want to be like, or I'm traveling through sand and I can't find food.
Do you have any idea how high the taxes are in Coruscant?
I don't care. It's there. I don't have to search through, long disposed AT-AT walkers trying to find my next meal.
Okay, Ray. Danae, what planet or moon would you like to be on?
I'm literally so bad at remembering the planet names. This is
You
really
can describe
hard.
it. You can describe it, and we'll tell you what the planet name is.
You know that one with all the ice? I want infinite snow cones.
Wait, isn't that the ice planet Hoth?
Yes, see?
I know stuff.
There you
but
go.
see, the hard part is thinking of one that I know the name of that I would want to go
Yeah,
to.
totally.
So
Not just go to, but be stranded on.
Exactly. I'm like, well, the ones that I know, I'm like, not Tatooine, not Hoth, not Alderaan.
Why not Alderaan? It's a nice place, especially in the spring.
So maybe the nicest one would be the forest moon of Endor.
Oh.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to say Naboo.
Yeah, I mean, that wouldn't be bad. I was thinking, as far as being stranded,
Yeah.
I feel like they're the most green,
Yeah.
easiest to survive.
And the Ewoks can help feed you.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah,
That's
helpful
cool.
people.
Yeah.
Or feed on you,
Creatures.
depending on if a gold god wants you as
my
a sacrifice.
You're mixing. There's no gold gods in it. Oh, I guess.
Hello?
Sorry, I thought you.
Oh, you didn't recognize him because he has a red arm. That's why.
I thought you were mixing our DuckTales conversations into this.
No. I was talking about C-3PO.
Okay. Travis?
I think I'd pick Yavin 4. So it's kind of got that tropical feel to it. There's some abandoned ruins, so I wouldn't have to build a house. And maybe some mystical Jedi temples. Maybe I could learn to be a Jedi.
Maybe. Nice.
I think you're too old.
I was too old when you taught me.
Oh, true.
For me, I think I would want to be on. Actually, I think I would want to be on Hoth. I think that'd be cool to be.
Literally.
Cool.
That would be neato to be on Hoth. As long as the bases are still there. Like, if there's nothing.
All your base belong to us.
But no, I think I could probably
Only
find.
tauntauns to survive.
Man,
I thought
I
they
thought we
smelled
smelled
bad.
on the outside.
On the outside.
I don't know why I think that would be an interesting experience to be stranded on. Maybe, and plus, if I wouldn't probably die of starvation or thirst, I would just die of freezing, and that can't be that bad to die that way.
I hear
I
like
don't think.
it's like falling asleep.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Very cold, and then it gets warm.
Yeah. And then nothing. This got morbid
He's
fast.
just not picking the best survival planet. He's just like, where'd I like to die?
The one with the killer white teddy bears.
I think it would be neato.
Anyway, thank you guys for answering your trivial question. I guess I didn't really have to answer it, but
I wanted to be part of it, yo. But with that, let's talk about this movie, Battle for Endor. Paul, will you please enter our course for Alice so we can start discussing?
Sure, Alice. Let's have
Endor.
Kind of a round table discussion since we're all sitting at kind of a rectangle discussion.
Breaking the fourth wall, as you do.
Yeah. And Alice, so as we talk about Ewoks, the Battle for Endor, let's talk about what we like and didn't like, including what we liked most and what we liked least. And then we'll come back for some...
just show announcements, I think, probably.
Not even that, because we don't know what we're announcing when we're releasing, right?
I suppose so, yeah.
So let's just focus on the Ewoks, shall we?
Let's do that.
Alert, alert. Approaching target. Spoilers incoming. Establishing analysis vector.
Somewhere at the end of the galaxy, two friends were about to say goodbye.
What's wrong? Danger.
Until the forces of evil threatened their lives.
Don't look back, just run fast. Run.
And together, they face an incredible adventure beyond imagination.
There's no escape for you, my little one. Must have hope. Must escape.
Your friends will be doomed.
In the tradition of Return of the Jedi comes an action-packed motion picture for the entire family to enjoy.
If you can buy me some time, we just might have a chance.
A space-age fantasy Daily Variety praised for its superb special effects, clashes of near epic proportions, and imagination run rampant.
You let her go!
Oh, Wicket, you're my very best friend. Best friend, best friend.
Ewoks, The Battle for Endor.
Yeah, best friend.
You don't sound as sincere as Wicket does.
Sorry. Well, you know what? My sincerity is beyond imagination. You can't even imagine how sincere I am.
I'll take your word for it.
Insincere. But here's you can't comprehend. It's unimaginable, and it's beyond memory even. Speaking of memory.
Nice segue, sir.
Yeah. P-claps. Here's our Memory Mind Melt synopsis for Ewoks Battle for Endor. The title sequence starts with maybe a crawl. Same little girl from Caravan of Courage is back with Wicket for more forceless hijinks. A girl and Ewoks find a not Millennium Falcon with an old man in it. Either that or they team up with cranky Santa Claus and fast little gray hairy creature in the forest. Bad things happen. An old Millennium Falcon sits serenely in the forest woods of Endor. Girl and old man fight alongside Ewoks to fight Tusken Raiders, Endor Edition. They save Endor somehow and live happily ever after. Success! Yeah, about that. That wasn't quite right at all. I mean, some of it had some glimmers
Most of it was right.
Do you have another sound effect that's not Incepted?
Yeah, it plays backwards.
Oh.
But that's
no, I don't.
No. Sorry.
It's just.
But I wonder what that would sound like
Are
backwards.
they always Incepted?
Yes, Francisco will make it. There's a few where that has,
and this is what it sounds like.
Yeah, there isn't.
I guess that was pretty close to correct. And then there's no sound effect.
Yeah, it's like, I guess that's all right. Moving on.
Yes, let's move on, Paul, to the technicals, please.
All right, technically, the Ewoks, The Battle for Endor, runs an hour and 34 minutes and was released on the TV, not in
on the
movies.
on the
television. Sorry.
Sure. No, whatever.
On November 24th, 1985. It was directed by Jim and Ken.
November 5th, 1985?
24th.
1955?
No.
Doc!
No. It was directed by Jim and Ken Wheat, and it stars Warwick Davis as Wicket.
Yeah, he's in the original Star Wars trilogy, Return of the Jedi, which is RetroRewindPodcast.com/79.
And Paul Gleason.
Paul Gleason was he the vice principal?
He was the dad in this, Sindel's dad, right?
Yes.
But he was the vice principal in The Breakfast Club, which is episode retrorewindpodcast.com/93, excuse me. 95 is Ferris Bueller's Day Off.
Unfortunately, I could not find a budget for this film as it was made for TV and released on video.
Okay, well, here's what that sound effect sounds like.
All right.
So let's talk about the things we liked about this movie. If there were any, maybe there weren't. Let's start with Paul, actually, since you're the guest of honor here up in Portland.
Oh, thank you. One thing I liked was seeing the original cast, mainly the brother and the girl, come back for this. It was cool to see that
continuity.
Yes, of the story, which apparently this film takes 6 months after the Caravan of Courage ended.
Takes place 6 months after?
Yes.
Okay. You said takes 6 months after.
Maybe it
Sorry,
also
takes
took
place.
6 months.
It took 6 months.
Well,
to
it
film.
was filmed in 1985 and released at the end of 1985, so it maybe had taken 6 months to film. I don't know.
Okay, Janae, what's something you liked?
I liked. It seemed like this one. So it's by contrast to Caravan of Courage, but the plot was a lot better developed. I felt like.
I agree.
I mean, even though there wasn't still not a lot of action, I think for a made-for-TV movie for the 80s.
What? There was like battles.
I think it was okay. I think the plot development was a lot better. So it was a little bit more seamless, and it seemed like there's more character motivation for certain actions.
Agree. Though I did like the different. I mean, I think we talked about this in our Caravan of Courage episode, but I liked all the sort of adventure set pieces, all the little mini quests they go on. In Caravan of Courage, I just wish they amounted to more.
Yeah.
Like they took loot from each quest that helped them with the next quest, and it didn't really work that way. That's the gamer in me, I guess. But in this, though, I'd agree that the story was developed and
more polished.
More polished, yeah. It felt more cohesive. Travis, how about you? What's something you liked?
Well, it's actually something I started off not liking, but then as I thought about it more, I was like, oh, actually, no, that's pretty cool. The craftiness and engineering capabilities of the Ewoks and the other people too. Like,
even though it took them quite a while to get that catapult working.
With the exception
they didn't
of
make that catapult because that was like out of metal and stuff.
Yeah.
So they were trying to figure that out.
But they get trapped in a cave and they make a glider. And you're like, that couldn't happen. You're like, no, those guys, they know what they're doing.
Yeah. They trained MacGyver, so, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I forgot that's how that worked.
Yeah.
Oh, my word. Something I liked was actually revolved around Sindel. I felt like, I don't know, for some reason, I felt more emotionally connected with her or almost was more emotionally